wouldn't need animals to eat, because you'd have to classify it as unethical based on what principle? That they're a sentient being, okay, but they're a food source, are they not? They're a food source for the wild animals that eat them. So what's unethical about other wild animals eating these animals? They're literally a food source. They're designed that way systematically. So how does it become unethical to eat an animal?
Okay, so animals can sin, so don't get confused. Humans can sin is a difference, right?
No, we're not talking about sin. We're talking about immorality versus unethical. And you use the eating an animal as an example of not being.
I'm equating sin to immorality.
You used an animal as an example of what's immoral, what's not immoral but unethical to eat or to consume. And I'm saying, how is it unethical to eat and consume when other animals will consume this as a food source? It's a natural cycle.
Because you're making a big mistake. You're comparing an animal to a human. Humans are not animals, and that might be why.
I'm not comparing a human to animal. I'm not comparing a human to animal as far as the conscious state goes. You're comparing the human to animal when it comes to the conscious state. I'm not. I'm comparing it to an automatical natural state, which is food consumption. You want to compare it as a difference between animal and human. I'm not.
Did you just not say it's okay for an animal, but why is it not okay for a human? Did you just say that?
No. The idea is that
I told you animals can't sin. I told you that.
You are looking for some type of classification or category for a type of action or behavior that's natural, in my opinion. You're saying that it's unethical. How does one arrive? How does one arrive at to be unethical? They'd have to place the animal as a sentient being or some sort of personality.
You'd have
to give it some human characteristics for it to be unethical, and that's what people are trying to do to animals.
An animal is not a sentient being. Again, you're going south.
Yeah, but a lot of people are trying to equate humans with animals to give it the characteristics that an animal has characteristics like a human, therefore it's unethical to eat them. And I'm saying no, it's not unethical to eat them because they're actually literally a food source.
That's a different argument.
They're byproduct. They're designed as a food source. Whether it's human or animal, they're designed as a food source.
Let's use a real example. Let's say in India, right? The cows are considered holy, so they don't eat the cows. They eat cow milk. They're not the actual cow. So it's unethical in India to eat a cow because of the societal norm. But go one territory over, and it's perfectly fine to eat a cow. That's the difference, but it's not immoral.
So you're right when it comes to societal norms, as you suggested, and it being like using the East Indians as an example when it comes to the cow. Well, it may be unethical, but their starvation is immoral. So they're starving a population of people, feeding them potatoes. Now, do you think that is not unethical and immoral as well, to convince the people that a cow is sacred? Because a cow is not sacred. It's just an ideology. So you're just talking about level of education in a religion at this point. Well, the religion is basically creating poverty, right, and starvation.
You're saying that because you can't eat cows, so you become starved.
If there's starvation, right? if there's so what they do here's where education and we can get into traditions and so forth. Like they use the urine to bless their house. Like in Canada here, we have a lot of East Indians in British Columbia and Surrey particularly, and they actually christen their house with cow urine. In fact, some houses you go in to repaint, they have strong odors of cow urine. They use it, right? So you're using an example where societal norms say that it's unethical to eat a cow, but then you're looking at the morality of that statement when there's tons of poor people and hunger and starvation. So I don't understand how you cannot see a glaring error in claiming it unethical to eat a cow, but then it's not immoral to starve people.
You're trying to make your point. I think I get your point, but they're not going to start eating cows because you think they're starving. They're going to just keep.
I know, but that's an immoral society claiming that it's unethical to eat a cow, but yet there's starvation. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical, right? So that's somebody imposed that and somebody taught that, and that is through like like example in Western society we have pop culture and we have public shaming now apparently, where if you signify with the mainstream media, you're all good to go, but if you stand against this mainstream media, that you're not, right? So there's this really strong dominant pop culture influence, right? That's kind of curtailing our choices because nobody wants to be a bigot or a racist or whatever, right? So they're very careful in how to conduct themselves, kind of like stifling the free speech, right? The unethical part that we need to discuss is when the rule is immoral, how do you uphold the idea that it's unethical? Because to me, it seems immoral to starve people based on an ethical idea that cows are sacred.
We went from it's natural to eat animal to religion's immoral. So we're kind of like all over the place.
It's
Let's
no,
focus.
we're talking necessarily about the ethics and the morals. And if a religion particularly has ethics and morals that favors one ethics, but that ethics is actually immoral, how is it ethical? If it's immoral, how is it ethical?
I don't know if you noticed, but I was making the distinction between ethics and morals. Ethics is societal norm. Like it might be a societal norm to christen your house with some kind of ritual. But if you had to kill, if you had to, let's say, pour human blood, that could be immoral, right? So you can have a conflict between ethics. Another example is how early a woman or a young girl would get married. That could be ethical in Kuwait, but not in America. So there's a
Are
difference
you
between
talking
ethics
about
and
like,
morals.
yeah, I understand. And just, okay, so for instance, in Yemen, right where the Middle East is in Yemen there, the average age of consent is 9 years old. Is that ethical, or is that either ethical or unethical, or is it moral or immoral? Who makes that judgment? As my prior statement earlier is, whose evil is evil? The person who claims to own the land, that the person is stealing the land from, are they evil? The person who wants to take the land from the person who owns it, are they evil? Who's determining evil versus evil? And you brought up ethical versus moral, and brought up the
That's a tough one, because
well.
I think people
That's where
can
we're at.
be
Come on, man. You know
correct.
the answer to that one, dude. Come on, Godric, bro. Come on.
Help me out here.
You you know the right answer, dude. Come on. It's not that hard, dude. Are you saying it's okay for a 9-year-old to have his age of consent to be fucked or
Nope.
do what they
That's
want with
it's
their body?
it's unethical and immoral, and you cannot separate. I say that's the thing about ethics
It's
and morals.
ethical for the
In
country, but
society, no, into
it's
society
immoral.
in
Well, we
Yemen,
all know.
in yeah, but not in Yemen. In Yemen, it's a societal norm. It's ethical in
Okay,
That
Yemen,
would
I don't
that
give
was
a
my point.
fuck.
It would
and
be
I
ethical,
don't give
but
a
it's
fuck.
also
Hey,
immoral.
moral in Yemen. So how do you have
hey, do
something
you guys
that's,
have any kids? You guys have
of
any
course,
kids?
yeah, it's absolutely
Yeah. Okay,
immoral
so of
and
course,
unethical.
it yeah, I know, man. That's the way they look at it. That's the way we look at it. I get it. It's different. But really, I don't care if it's their norm. I don't care about anything. To me, a child at 9 years old is not ready to do anything with their body, to
Nothing.
have
They're just
anything
a
put
kid.
in them.
That's
They're
correct.
just not ready, man.
They're
I don't
kids.
care.
They're kids,
They're
brother. And
kids, man.
back in the day, it was done for land transfer, joining forces
Yeah,
for army purses, military. So it was strategic back in the day. And the sooner that you
yeah.
started procreating children, it wasn't for the glamorization of, for instance, if you see what Netflix is doing, cuties, it's nothing to do with that. That's the problem with society nowadays, is the conflation of, or not even conflation, but the idea that that's normal because it happened years ago. It's in a different context years ago, thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago. I mean, although it still happens now, you got places in Thailand and so forth that your daughter, as soon as the daughter, bleeds, you can sell the daughter for land or land animals. So that still happens in 2022. That to me is unethical and immoral. And I think that it's a, there's a correlation between unethical and immoralities, right?
I mean, hey, we can't deny though that some women, like some girls, not women, because they're girls, man, they're still babies, but dude, they they hit puberty at an early age, which is radical, dude. I mean, some are like 10, 11, 12. I mean, God.
Yeah, it's
But
there.
are
It's normal.
they
It's a normal cycle. It's normal. It's there. But we're talking about a time in society where these particular kids that you're describing now have no skills. Back 100 years ago, a 12-year-old knew how to run a farm, knew how to milk cows, take out the
yeah,
chickens.
yeah,
So
you're right, bro. Yeah,
you don't have a mental capacity. So what we do is we have a victim capacity or victim
yeah,
mentality capacity in society, and that
yeah.
there's no way to, you can't compare the two. Where now there's no need to have families join for military purposes or financial gains or so forth, or land acquisitions or whatever. There's no need. Well, it still happens, guaranteed, but it's not on the scale that it was obviously in the beginnings of 200 years ago. So we, as a modern society, don't raise the same type of children. So you don't raise the same type of adult. So you've got a really sick, perverted society. What are you doing with your Raskies?
Hey, Data.
Yo,
Hey, now that I got you on the horn, dude. Hey, what do you think of Saturn, bro? Like your honest opinion.
about the observation of it, I think it's pretty amazing to look at for sure. It compared to the rest of
Yeah, dude.
the orbs in the sky, it's pretty spectacular to see the rings, and depending on what footage I've seen, it never gets boring to look at. The origins and origination of it. I mean, I guess you can think many things about it, but it's a wonder in the sky for sure. Why do you ask?
Yeah, everything you said, man. It's why is it shaped like that? But yeah, everything you said, it's beautiful, all that. But man, don't you think? Man, fuck, I'm eating right now. I can't do this. Yeah, anything you could say about the potential orb with a ring around it? What do you got to say about?
Well, it's unique, right? It's the one of the most unique out of all of the orbs that we see. I mean, there's more of a fascination with
Hey,
Mars recently, but if you look at
real quick,
occult,
it's the only light in the sky that keeps me from going full flat Earth. I'll stop.
well, it depends. I mean, again, it's just a philosophy at the end of the day, right? You can live in both realms mentally. If you've shown me yourself have gone outside of the system of the Earth to verify, then you can say to me that you've 100% proven it. But right now, truly, it's just a philosophy, whether it's flat or ball, man. You're just a tiny little turd on this ground. You have to believe the authority. So if you want to take over authority and believe it, you can, but just be honest. It's still a philosophy for yourself, just as it is for me or anybody else who believes their cosmology. That's as authentic as you can get, man. Knowing that you're a tiny little
Plus,
turd.
it might not be what you think. Like, how good do you actually think the ability of a lens is? right? That
Well,
the
here's the
lens
thing.
you. Hold on
One
a
of the
second.
things
This was for the. Oh, go ahead.
well, I was going to say, speaking of the lens, everything that seems to be flat spaced and everything with the eye is optics, which is curved. So to get the effects that we need flat space, flat 3D
Right.
space with
Exactly. That's
optics, creating
the
a
flat
3D,
layers. Yes,
well,
sir.
creating the 3D image in that 2D space, so to speak. But
Yep.
we have
Yes, sir.
we have
Like
the.
an aquarium with little bubbles floating, and you pick out the dots of what you want, or like little pieces of food, or little fish. Yeah, swimming around or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know about that. You're going off on your
Yeah.
own with that one. What I mean
No,
is,
no,
what
no,
I
no.
mean
I'm saying if there's a
is
flat
that
layer, listen to me. No, I'm not going off my own. If I throw a lot of rocks, right, or a lot of little things that float, and they held their own little, they held their own little spot in the water. Each one held a different spot, right? And it's a flat layer of liquid, and you're underneath that liquid. Could you tell me the design of all those when you're looking up at a flat base of some stuff?
no, of course not. No.
That's what I'm talking about then. That's exactly what I'm talking. So if there was a mobile of little dots that we don't know the distance of them from each other, and they're on a flat layer, it would, and if they spun around in a circle, it'd be the same exact thing. We would think we're looking at a dome or some other shit. It would all look like that to us in our mind. You get it? Like a mobile above your
I
bed
got
as
it.
a kid. Yeah. Like a little mobile that spins above your bed. Just put that shit in the liquid and make each star inside that little liquid aquarium a flat level of liquid. And it spins in a circle, just like your clock and your moon and your sun and your stars. It's the same
Just
thing.
the philosophy at the end of the day,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah, yeah. It's just my
We're
idea.
not out
Yeah.
we're not outside of God's existence, so we can't tell for certain, but we definitely have indications. But what I'm preferring is my senses rather than ignore them. And
Right. So check this out.
if I take that position, then there's no need to think about ball Earth.
Right, right, right. What else I was gonna say was this helps reify that our eyes are a lot better. Um, when you look out these optics, whoever that is, the other guy talking, I don't know your new name or your name. Oh, Flat Daddy.
It was reify
My
me.
name's Flat Daddy, bro.
Yeah,
Rat Dad,
Flat Daddy. Okay, so Flat Daddy. When you look out a telescope that's 6 inches long, how far do you think you're zooming from that 6 inch area that you are out anywhere in the world?
very little,
That's a
dude. If
great
you're that
question, dude.
tiny,
Not at all. None is the answer. Not one bit. The only thing that's happening is right at the end of your telescope or your little 6 inch object, the light is coming in through the medium and it's hitting that little the little front of your telescope and then going inside it and hitting the mirror. And that's what you're looking at.
And it's actually a good
So
point, bro.
all on a
so the only thing
2D
you're doing,
surface,
hold on,
all on
man.
a.
Stop interrupting me, dude. Dude, I could talk for myself. I'll be done in 3 seconds. So when you look at this little jank mirror, and then you got a little magnifying glass next to your mirror. You're just zooming in and out. You're moving your magnifying glass closer or further back. No one has ever zoomed in on anything. So every image you've ever got of Saturn is fake, jank, and debunked unless you're looking with your eyes.
I thought you were making a pretty good point until you continued, man. That first part of the point I thought was true. The second part of the point, it's kind of crazy.
It's all the same thing, though, Show. It's the same distance of the little 6 inch thing you got.
I mean, you're kind of right. You're not, because you're not doing the magnifying. It's the apparatus.
Right, you're just zooming in on the image that's inside that thing next to your eyeball. You're zooming in and out on the picture, like that's all you're doing with
Look,
a magnifying glass.
look up the word video or
For
in
what?
Latin. In Latin, it means to see.
What's your point? You already have
We didn't
eyeballs to
even
see,
change the fucking word, bro.
huh?
We didn't
What are you
even change
talking
the
about?
word from Latin to see, dude. Video. We see in movies, but do you understand how our eye actually works? It
It's
works
actually
in.
visio, visio. Anyway, who cares? What's your
No,
point?
it's
We
not.
see.
It's videre. It's videre.
I agreed
To
with what
see.
what Democ said about how light enters your eye. I mean, that was actually spot on. That's how it happens, yeah.
It's
All
not
I can
light
do is
though.
pay attention to
You guys
reality
not
and give you the
understanding
recording of what
we
I
see
see
in
for
frames
what
per
happens.
second. Hey, Data, do you know that we
Holy
see in
shit.
frames per second? Frames per second.
Who told
Yes,
you that?
they quantify a refresh rate, if you will. I can't remember the calculation of it, but yes, they they have an association with the way a television works, an association with the refresh rate of the human eye, the origins anyway. And there is a simple calculation actually for it that I used to remember years ago when I was studying this stuff. But yeah, they quantify the refresh rate of the human eye. I'll actually go and look at it again. Thanks for bringing that up.
And what happens if you
That
see
doesn't even make
things
no sense.
sped up? They look
So
like they're not moving
there's a refresh
the same
rate.
thing
There's
as
a
the
refresh rate,
phone.
like there's a hertz, right? Like a 60 hertz refresh rate, 144
Yeah.
hertz refresh rate, right?
Uh-huh.
So they
Yeah.
quantify. They
I got you.
Well, there's a little bit more complexity
Yeah, it's
to.
not exactly that. I think they misunderstood.
Well, there's a little bit more complexity to just that bare bones statement. I'd have to go
I
back
think
and
it's the
relook.
charge rate. Like when you wake
No,
up in the morning.
you've got the dots per inch, right? The DPIs, which is correlated to the
No,
pixel
I don't have
ratio.
anything. I don't have any of that. It's all dog shit.
Not you. The quantification on a 2D surface when you're trying to make a receiver on a 2D surface that responds to light, you have a DPI. So I'd have to go back and read this shit again.
That double penetration institute.
You got it, buddy. Double penetration institute right in your fucking forehead.
You guys are just so fun.
I
I'm
see.
seriously having a good old time.
No, the DPI is like the threshold, right? Like the because
It's a resolution factor per pixel.
No, I think
Yeah,
what
what do you say it stands for?
Sorry, go ahead.
I can find out what it stands for. What did you say it stood for though?
I think it's not I think it's not that. I think it's a refresh rate, as in like when you wake up in the morning and you got to get like your joints and everything. You got to get your like wiggle your feet and move them and stuff, and they're stiff and they get ready and like whatever. Like you got to get like the circulation flowing. So once that circulation flows, that could be your actual refresh rate, just the circulation amount to get the amplitude, the permeability to get to that level to where you are. So you're like, okay, yeah, I'm cool now. Everything's on point now.
Hey, it's
Does
the
that
way
not make
cartoons
sense?
are made. They have different frames, right? Or if you take multiple photographs of the same image, you'll get a video. You'll get a progression of an actual video. That's how our eye sees naturally. We only mimic nature.
That's where they got the frame rate from, right?
Can't duplicate.
So here you go. When you're using a computer monitor, a refresh rate is 60 hertz, right? So the human eye has a 30 to 60 frames per second. So in correlations to the computer monitor, 60 hertz is like 60 times per second, which is equivalent roughly to one.
That's why we
hertz.
see in video. That's why we see videos the way we do.
What does it really mean, though, in layman's terms? Like, what does that mean?
So as a period of time is extended, over that period of time, you have frames within that period.
No, not
so how
that.
many
Like what?
how many frames are calculated over a period of
I know
time,
that
right?
part.
Well, that's all it is.
What are you seeing with your eye during that time? Like, what's the action and reaction that you go through?
You're seeing light. You're just transmitting light. So light is.
There's no way to tell. Damn.
No, you can send an electromagnetic frequency to a 2D surface that responds to light, and then you can calculate the frequency of that light to the responding of the 2D plate.
Oh my God! No, you didn't.
Dude, everything is standing still. Our eyes are just capturing.
Well, I'm glad you know a lot of data. That's good, though. That's good. I mean, we wouldn't be able to combat people if we didn't know certain data was bunk. That's good, though.
You know those moon bounces and the one that what's his name said he did, Nate, and also the ones that people do with the moon to Earth. Where's it go? Earth bounce.
Sure, done in 1936 and then again 1948.
Sure. I'm just saying that those tests, though, the nature in which they do them is by they have the one message. They make sure the message they're getting back is it's the same signal, so that they can distinguish it from other signals.
Why don't they just send a hologram on the moon with that signal?
It seems like it would take a lot of not just data, but cameras that would have to. Wouldn't they have to be projectors up there?
Yeah, the moon is a projector, the surface of it.
Oh, that's a good point.
So all you'd have to do is send one of your little Chinese rovers with a projector and put Tupac real big or Coca-Cola or something. Let's do it.
I don't have many left, but I'll put one of my Chinese rovers up there.
Well, and Elon Musk, why does he get to send a car through space, but they're not going to detach the ISS and keep it live and let us see what happens when it goes through space from the Earth?
I think, like I said, I'm almost certain. I almost would bet money, but it's 8 years from now. I'm almost certain that the ISS is not going to be decommissioned in 2030, and it's probably going to be bought by one of these companies, and it's probably going to be it's much cheaper to maintain that, for entertainment purposes than it would be to make some other new structure and build it up there. So there might be
That's
some
going to be like a
We should just trash it and send it off in orbit and just let it watch and leave the cameras live and send that motherfucker. It's pointless. There's no point in having it up there anyway. Just a waste of space.
Hey,
anyway.
that'll be like the Bunny Ranch.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, I mean, they have a certain clientele only, so they're gonna rule out a lot of people who want to visit. But yeah, something like that, where it's just a tourist place, like people who are going to space. That's an event for them to do. That would actually be a pretty smart. So yeah, to me, it would almost be bizarre if that didn't happen. A company didn't just.
What about
It's like, hey, once you leave the atmosphere, it's like you've got to bust a nut.
Let's do a show called Risk It for the Biscuit, right? How
Oh
all the
my
people
God.
who supposedly risk their life to go to the ISS, and you're like, no willy-nilly, like, hey, I can die in 3 seconds, no big deal, right? Have them come down on Earth and risk their life for something else for science, and see if they want to do that, where they could really die. You know what I mean?
You're only going to use astronauts.
Oh yeah. Every one of them, every space station liar, the ones who claim they went somewhere where they could die in any second, right? They don't care. They don't care about their life. What do you mean? Why not use them? They could die at any second, right? Blow up just like the Challenger, right? What's the guarantee?
A lot of the pilots.
Them?
A lot of the pilots who become NASA astronauts, like Scott's dad,
We're gonna use the old ones that already went.
No, I'm saying I know. I'm describing those guys because
I have a question for you.
Hold on, the most common type of
let's do it. Stop talking.
The most common type of space pilot.
Bring them down to Earth and have them do something live, like get in a reactor, put their suit on, get in a vacuum.
That's not dangerous
to really kill them.
That's not dangerous to do, but
question for you.
But one second. I'm just saying that the astronauts that get to fly those ships, they usually come from the Navy or the Air Force, where they were there flying their tested craft. So they were like tester and stunt pilots, like the best pilots basically in the forces.
Hey, Kosho, being you're a fan of the ISS, what is your favorite experiment that's been performed on it?
Well, I wouldn't say I was a fan of the ISS. I like its old music or something, but I do like their experiments, sure.
What is your favorite experiment they've done on the ISS?
A favorite experiment? They did a bunch of cool shit. I mean, favorite one. I don't know if I have a favorite one, but they do a bunch of cool shit with.
Name your top experiment they've done on the ISS.
Top one experiment? I don't pick favorites, dude. I can talk about a couple.
Can you give us a couple?
Just give us one, bro. Just give us one.
There's shit where they have to test how cells are basically growing up there. So they have to look and see how your cells are developing. They compare them like how they do on Earth to see like how the fuck like how you develop in space.
So cells grow. Where do cells grow on Earth? No,
it's not where they grow.
Well, they want to duplicate the experiment, so they just want to see the difference in space versus the ground, right?
Yeah.
See if there's a difference in how they grow, right? So what cell grows here? What cell do you know that grows here? What are you talking about when you say growing cells?
Any of the cells that are on your body. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and how do they grow them here? How do they grow them? How do they grow them here on Earth?
They grow on your body. Your body is the genius that does this.
Right. Okay. So they already have studies. Then again, low Earth orbit space between the two twins. Apparently, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you're up there for a period of time, let's say 6 months, they claim, and this is a German study that came out. They claim that your arteries hardened about 10 years. So 6 months create so much plaque that it's like you live 10 years.
Wow. That's because of lack of, I guess, moving force being exerted on your body at all times. Yeah, that sucks.
They actually don't know, Kosho, but I'll let them know that you think that.
Do they well, no, that's exactly why it is, man.
No, they don't.
That's the only difference.
Well, that's they're saying you're talking about an acting force of gravity, right?
Yeah,
But again, what gravity we're talking about? Because if you're talking about a force, gravity is not a force, right? So how does it apply to the experiment?
Yeah, this interaction, gravity, whatever you want to call it, you can call it anything you want. It's working on your body down here, and your body is constantly dealing with this. And when you're not dealing with that at all, especially for 6 months, the atrophy your body's going to go through is insane. I can't imagine.
So what other experiments do you like? You did
Can I
cells.
see
What
that
other ones?
experiment? Like, do you have something where you saw
They
that
don't have.
happen?
They don't have anything. I looked for the papers. I looked for the stuff. It's just story. You have no access to actually any real data. The papers that come out of Germany. Go ahead, look them up. Try to look them up. Try to find them. It's just brief clippings, short little anecdotal things. But the actual footage or blood data or anything you're actually going to get access to, you won't have nothing to find.
Wonderful.
Did you check out the what's his name? John or Sean? What's his name? Ron Kelly. What's his name? The twin brothers.
Sure, you got the twin brothers, yeah.
Was it John Kerr? What's his name? Okay, no,
One of the guys running for Texas, he's about anti-guns and everything. The NASA astronaut is anti-gun, and he's running in Texas right now. Yep.
Oh, really?
I think it's Texas. I could be wrong with the state.
Wasn't his wife a?
He's on camera. He's on camera. This guy anyway. Scott Kelly. Is it Scott Kelly or John Kelly?
No, Scott Kelly. That's what it is. Scott Kelly, and then his brother's something else. Yeah, John Kelly's somebody else. Yeah, but they have the transcript from their test. Like they were studying them both for a year.
Oh yeah, they're there. I'm talking about the German study. If you want to go look for the papers, good luck trying to find them. All you get is report claiming that the arteries harden about 10 years. So 6 months is about 10 years in space, as they claim, or low Earth orbit. So 100 miles, 250 miles. That's what they claim the range is above Earth and the effects. But I have no way to verify that.
I'm seeing a lot of different studies and a lot of different. Hold on. Yeah, here we go.
Now
well, this is cardiovascular disease with the risk, specifically a risk in cancer for some reason. Yeah, there's so many different papers from them being up there doing that test.
I haven't seen one from the German study claiming that 6 months in space is 10 years. 6 months in outer space or low Earth orbit is 10 years. So there's an exponential factor that comes with aging when you enter low Earth orbit. That is the result of the study. There's an increase in aging.
Are you sure he said when you enter into it or when you're in it for a long period of time? And by the way, I've never heard
this is like 3 years ago. They came out with a study claiming that low Earth orbit 6 months is about 10 years. So for some reason, it increases the aging process, and they do not have an answer for it. They have speculation, of course, claiming gravity is one of the reasons the lack of gravity would increase the aging factor. But again, this is 3 years ago. This is the details could be not so exactly specific, but the basis of the statement is the 6 months claiming to be 10 years, and the effect is the hardening of the arteries.
I'm gonna look up specifically that paper, but they did these tests in America, and they were fine. The claim that you made about the arteries, that's interesting if it's true, but I've only ever heard it from you, so I don't know why. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Maybe you said you heard
That's when you look into it more and make your own conclusion based on the facts that you see.
What's what I'm saying?
Hey, what's up, Kojo? It's nice to hear from you again.
These aren't my conclusions, just so you know. I'm just reparroting the rhetoric from the paper that I read at the time. It was a while back. Do I remember the source? No, but it's fact checkable. It's researchable. You can check it anyway.
I'm still learning how to read, so I will get to it.
Stop it.
you definitely still trying to read, because at this point, you obviously know the Earth is stationary and horizontal in orientation. You hang around for alternate purposes, which is fine. You're doing what with it? I don't know. You say your friends are here. That's fine. I'm intoxicated. I come here to show up once in a while to stir some shit up, toss some ideas across your way, waste some time, have some fun, maybe talk to some interesting people. Maybe
Yeah.
not.
That's a good one. That's a good one, actually. You know, you said the last two. You said waste some time, and then the interesting people. And that one's actually, I think people, when you're in here so much, you take it for granted. When you look back at some of the people you talk to,
Mhm.
I met some of the most interesting people, or talked to some of the most interesting people in this community on both sides. You know, people. That's one of the first.
Kosho, you're very similar to Bacon. Why are you very similar to Bacon?
Well, actually, we're polar opposites. I'm kosher, and he's bacon.
But
Right.
But he's a cool guy, so.
Do you get it now? Do you get it? You got it. You got my humor.
He's a cool dude.
How did you get that? Was there somebody presented that? Somebody presented that to you before?
Hold on. Hold on.
Maybe.
Hey, Kosho, what language do you code in? Kosho, what language do you code in, bro? You're a fucking liar. I'll
Hebrew.
test.
He is a hacker, he claims. He is a hacker, he claims.
What?
Well, I only lied about being a hacker.
It, bro? He's a liar, dude. He can't even just say
Kosho, come
anything.
on. I've known you for a long time now, bud. You've said many things to me.
I know. I'm not a liar, dude.
Me too.
I like the movie. Have you ever seen Pulp Fiction? Where she's accusing him of being a liar and a thief. So I only lied about being a thief.
Now you know
Hey,
everything you
Kosho.
do is traceable, right, Kosho?
You know, do you still feel like when we used to talk back in the old server days that when we had those conversations and you said to me, there is a possibility that it is flat? Do you even feel that there's a possibility it's still flat?
Yeah, there's a possibility. Yeah.
Okay, then I respect that. That's all I need, and I agree that it's probably is.
Most likely.
Oh, he said most likely.
Okay. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Well, anyways, how
It's
you
okay.
doing?
I'm doing
Do you hear about
well.
that boxer guy? Do you hear about that boxer guy? No. Got all his teeth knocked out.
Did he?
Do you hear about that deaf guy? He lost his hearing, man.
That's too bad.
Was he deaf before he lost his hearing?
Interesting tidbit. Did you know that pirates, the reason why they wear a patch is because they burnt out their eye using the sextant?
I heard something different than that, but that may also be true. I heard two things. I heard that, which is one. I've heard another thing, which is for sighting. Like, you know, snipers will do that for sighting because it keeps that eye focus. So you can focus the other one. And then the other thing is when they're going under the deck, so they can see better. So when they go under the deck again, they switch the eye patch to the other eye, then they open that eye that's been in the dark, and they can see better down there. I've heard what you said too, so I don't know. They all seem like rumors or something.
So again, I missed I had to step away. What was your why did they wear the patch? What was your?
I heard the one that you said before too. Like, I've heard that one before, but I've also heard like for sighting, like when they're sighting things, it's to have that eye focused or whatever. And then the other one was when they're going under the deck, like they're going underneath the deck, and it's dark down there. They switch the eye patch to the other eye, and that eye is more it's dilated. The pupils are dilated, so they can see much better down there.
Well, guess what? I probably believe your first one because the sextant wasn't really invented till the late 1700s anyway.
That's a good point, yeah.
So it'd probably be more realistic for yours. But the astrolabe and the inclinometer was invented before then, or the quadrant was invented before then. But I don't think you don't need anything with an eye patch for a quadrant, right? So, yeah. I think yours is more plausible now that I think about it.
Yeah, it makes you think. I always thought they just had one eye, but I guess they just fucking only like using one of their eyes.
Well, they had to go to their nautical maps.
You think
right?
that's more mythology?
They had to do constant
all the pirates
observation.
having their eye patch?
No, he's right, because you had to do constant sun observations, and you could use a quadrant back in the day, which means you'd have to have an eye patch closed for your one eye, but you were not using a sextant. You could use a quadrant or an inclinometer, right? And that's just getting you a degree. Now you're using right angle triangle because that's all you had back then. That was your tool of choice, was Euclidean. So you're deducing from a 90 degree, which is right angle triangle, from the subpolar point of the position of the star that you're angling to. So you take that information, and if you knew time, then you knew that time would be that apparent circumference of a circle, and you can deduce your arc minute, whatever. But I don't think it was that sophisticated back then, because it was more based on just ratios of the human eye, and eventually quantified mathematically. Because if you had a constant of time, which was created first, which is the 60 by 60 20 by 24, you can navigate anywhere. As long as you have one position and one meridian that has one local time that you're aware of, and you know your noon time, you could figure your longitude really easily. It was difficulty during the day to find your latitude, which in this case is deduced from a declination of the equator, of the position of the sun, using the sextant. But that didn't come until the 1700s, so they had to rely on Polaris or make a what's called a Viking compass, which is basically helps you find your position north using the sun during the day.
Like one of those like very opaque rocks or whatever. Like you can almost see. I forget what it is, but it's like you can see through it. It's like a very blurry.
Maybe that tool. It's interesting actually, the development of tools aiding in navigation. I mean, originally you use your ratios of your thumb and your hands and your knuckles and your fingers. Polynesians are an example of that, but it comes just down to basic ratios, because this is a constant on Earth. There's two constants: the plane Earth, it's horizontal, and the other constant is the time, which is the quantification of 60 by 60 by 24. So if you have those two defaults, you can navigate using linear instructions.
That's actually true, man. That's almost like a new theory of space-time, dude. You just have a new theory of space-time, except for it's on Earth.
You think?
Yeah, it's a flat plane. Because you're exactly right, though. If the timing is constant, like if I was doing a computer program, those would be my 4 data points. You know, if I'm moving some position around, I would be moving that position with some position in time as well.
Well, we know that time is there. That's why we have what's called the equation of time, Kosho, which we know that time is not constant. That's why we have the equation of time, and that is part of celestial navigation as well. It's also part of Kepler's equation of the anomaly, or what's called the true anomaly, which is the apparent position of the sun and the mean position of the sun.
Which is the biggest part of the equation of time.
Well, it's always come down to time. See, the fun is the derivative is the constant which we created, which is 60 by 24, which ironically are 60 arc minutes is 1 degree, which 1 arc minute is 1 nautical mile. So if you look at that 1 nautical mile being a section of that 1 degree, it's still derived from a circle.
That's
or
right.
it can be derived from a circle.
Or a circuit, yeah.
So I'm not creating no space-time. I'm just creating a bare bones ontological principle of perception, which is at the fundamental level before anything exceeds empiricism.
I mean, I agree. That's especially when we talk about the sort of things we talk about, sort of like describing a reference frame. But it's like I mean, I don't know if you're using it as a universal reference frame, but yeah, you have to describe, you know, where things are moving in reference to.
What I find interesting is the spherical trigonometry applied to the moon calculation, because you got to keep in mind, right? If you have no access to Polaris, but you have access to the moon, but you want to find out the position, you want to find the position of
Yeah, you cut out, but it sounded like you were asking about wanting to know the position of
Polaris. No, so it's just a lot of navigation. Like when you go in to read it and learn about it, obviously there's a struggle of the beginning and the solution to the problem, right? Which is obviously several attitudes towards navigation, which Captain Cook relied on latitude lines, which was relevant to Polaris and Polaris only. It was only until later that longitude came into effect, right? And that that prime meridian is irrelevant. The longitude line doesn't matter as long as you know the 0 point and the solar polar, or the noon polar point to you. You can subtract the two and take, because you know the circle circumference size because of time. You could take that and deduce the longitude, right, where you're at.
Yeah,
and
that's arbitrary. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really easy to do, right? But what the problem is having positions of navigation where you're not subjected to Polaris or perfect sun conditions. So alternate ways to measure, for instance, the moon, right? And that the chronometer was invented when the chronometer was finalized. They used spherical trigonometry to find their location because they're using the path of the moon spherically, not the Earth. And the equation of the sphericity of the path of the moon is what's calculated over the section of the Earth, which is interesting because it's still based on a circle.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Because you're talking about the circuit of the moon around the Earth?
Well, just like the different levels of, okay, so I'm going to navigate, I'm going to find my latitude, I'm going to find it by Polaris. Okay, I can't see Polaris, how do I find my latitude, right? So there are all the nautical almanacs or celestial navigation are just mathematical calculations, right, from a circle. Because you have apparent effects, refraction effects, and so forth that are calculated, but you have to have a ontological primitive first, a principle first. And all of those calculations come from a circle.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was, like, I was actually going to say something when you just said, like, the sun, or no, you said Polaris is the only one that you can use with the latitudes.
No, I'm just saying if you didn't have Polaris, there's many ways to navigate. So, for instance, if you're using latitude lines, because only latitude lines exist, eventually you're going to use longitude to find your latitude and longitude, but now you don't have access to Polaris. How do you still find your latitude? Well, in this case, you can find your latitude with the sun, as long as you know the declination from the equator. But you need a book for that, because a book for that has shown you the mathematical angle from the circle to show you the declination due to season change. So whether it's January or whether it's June, the sun is going to sit a position declination to the equator. So that's mathematically analyzed for you based on the circle size, which comes from 60 by 60 by 24, which is time. It comes from a cycle, essentially, right? That cycle exists irrelevant of any shape. It's the quantification of that cycle that we use, and then we use errors, whether instrument errors, human errors, and we reduce those to find our location up to 20 miles off, up to a mile right on to maybe, 100 yards, depending on how many calculations you do, right? And of course, sophisticated time, we've got technology to help us with these algorithms and error corrections. So it takes a lot of the stress off. But basic navigation, you could be easily a mile off from your location, up to 20 miles off, using the declination, using a sextant, doing all the proper calculations, longitude, latitude. Even if you have Greenwich time or all the right calculations, you can still be off, right?
Oh yeah, sure. I would imagine, like, if I was doing it, if I had to go out and do it, like, I had an almanac and a sextant, I guess, but I didn't have like any tools. I mean, I could probably get it pretty close, but there's a lot to the precision. There's a lot into making a precise measurement like that. And, one of the things is to get the timing perfectly, because you want to make sure that the time you're using for each of the positions is as close to perfect as possible to when you're actually observing it.
Well, it all comes down to time, right? That's the most important reason why the chronometer was invented, was the idea at sea, how do we keep the best time, because we want to know exactly how far we've gone from A to B. And that's the only way to get it, as accurate as you can, because time and distance, in this case for velocity or speed or knots that you use, are varied based on weather conditions. So there's not a constant there. Of course, over the average, you can get a constant devised, but there's so many variables that time is the only competing factor against that variable that allows you to find your location. Because, if you're going to apply a sphere into these calculations, you're going to add a way more complicated effort. That's why they use 2D circles to find an intersection. 3 positions locally or parallel and parallel zeniths to the Earth, because that's what it's described in celestial navigation. So if you have an intersection point, it's reliant on 3 complete equal parallel or equal horizontal or equal latitude circles and 390-degree positions of star locations to get inclinations.
What you said though about the equal latitude.
Yeah, it has all radiuses. All radiuses are equal latitudes, right? So, or sorry, let me rephrase that. Not latitudes. Pardon my apologies.
Altitude.
Equal parallels. They're all horizontal to each other, right? They're all parallel and horizontal to the They're all parallel to the plane and horizontal. So they don't change the verticals. There's no deviation. They're all parallel and to each other. All the zeniths between all positions, at least mathematically, right? Because if you're going to have diverging zeniths and 3 circles with 3 radiuses that are actually deviating from center, causing tilt or drop or whatever, right? Because you have to have that if you're on a sphere. That's not calculated in the math. It's just all equal points of altitude and all 390 degrees and all equal elevation angles, right? Not equal elevation angles, pardon me, but all elevation angles with equal azimuths.
But, I mean, I think of when I think about those circles or those distance to those points, and then the circles that they make. I only see I don't see the circles as being horizontal. Or whatever. I see those circles as like covering the surface. So it's
that's what's drawn on. That's what's drawn on a map, right? Like you use 2D circles, and those circles that are drawn on the map between locations to get an intersection point, they're all the radiuses, all the azimuths, they're all on one plane. You can't escape that. It's actually written in the math as you use it, right? So.
What was that last part you said?
So the intersection point, you're going to use 3 circles. You're going to find it on a map. The map is going to require 3 2D circles, and you're going to find those 3D circles and the measurements to them are going to require 3 90-degree zeniths, which means that all of those zeniths of all those positions, because you're drawing it on a map, means that they're all parallel to one another. There's no diverging zeniths. So the math shows in reality you're taking all these 90-degree angles on a plane, and they're all equal points of elevation between each point of the plane that the observation's being taken at.
No, I don't think it's true though.
But that's what's observed in the math. You can't say that's not true because that's actually what's drawn in the math. You're actually using a map that implies that, and then you use the map that shows that. So when you say that you don't think that's true, can you show me another way that it's done then?
Yeah, right. Well, first of all, whenever it's done with the charts, they specifically like they distort those charts.
I understand the claim. I understand the claim that the maps are distorted. That's what the claim is.
Well, no,
but
no,
the
no,
application are 3D.
I'm not saying it's done by any. This is a practice in celestial navigation. Like in celestial navigation.
No, they claim the distortions because of curvature, but at the end of the day, they're 3D circles with equal elevations between them. That's how you get the 90 degrees. That's how you get the elevation angles to deduce where your intersection is. Without those basic mathematic principles, you will not find your intersection point because there's no added diverging zeniths in the maths. They're all 3 circles located on one parallel plane. That is what the math says. That's what the map shows. Now, they claim that there's curvature because the Earth is so large, however, that you get map distortions. But however, the application still is on a plane Earth. That's what the math shows. That's what the map does. It's just empirically as so.
You know what I appreciate? That the two of you can have a conversation, and I don't have to feel like I'm going to literally pull my hair out, and it's a conversation whether you agree or not. Thank you for that mutual respect for one another right now, and my ears.
Well, all fairness, Kosho is not lying. He's not being a douche. He's not yelling or using names. He's actually being civil and listening. So when he does that, there's no, I don't have no reason to chirp.
I feel you.
Appreciate that, but yeah, I'm probably a little bit. I'll be honest with you. I smoked a little weed earlier, so.
He's a little happy.
Yeah, all the same. Of course, that's
whatever it takes you to realize our reality. I'm just messing, Kosho. I'm messing.
There's only one objective reality. It's just you can't go outside of it, so you rely on people who claim who can.
Yeah, I agree with that, though. Yeah, there is only one objective reality. Well, okay, that's basically an axiom. That's an axiom that I agree with, but it's a necessary axiom to conduct almost any investigation or any. It's to use science at all, because science is like an attempt for us to, to reveal the objective reality. So all we can do is approach it like ever closer, but I don't think we'll ever have full access to it. But that's all that we experience, though. We just don't have complete access to it because we have our subjective interpretation of what's happening.
Coach, how do you think you ever would have come to a globe conclusion if it weren't for an authority that was kind of, NASA and all these people that claim that they have, gone outside of it and taken pictures and gone to the moon and stuff? Like, think you ever would be able to get there without all of that?
Absolutely, dude. That's the first thing I told you this before, dude. That's how I first got into this community, was because I had seen it before, Matt Powerland or whatever, but I saw the BOB thing on Neil deGrasse Tyson and the what's it called, Nightly Show, and then I was just asking myself in the kitchen, I was like, if I assumed I couldn't trust any, like, let's say I couldn't use any information that came from a authority, could I have come to that conclusion using my own means or whatever, that the Earth is a globe? Like, is it possible that they're tricking me about this? And I played with that for a couple of minutes, and then I thought of a couple of simple answers. But those are the answers you hear Globers, answer the first time they talk to flat earthers. You know what I mean? They're like, "Oh, why is it dark here when light over here?" Stuff like that. So you guys have responses to it, but but yeah, I'm just saying that's how I got into this, is seeing if I could prove it without any authorities. And sure enough, I would not need the authorities.
But wait a second, Kosho. I can give you an observation that can falsify the spherical 3959. I can give you to do your own observation with your own camera to do it.
Okay,
right? So if you have a ball, you have a geometric boundary, right? I can.
Sure.
Okay, so there's several ways to calculate that. Apparently, there's several ways to calculate this physicality of curve, right? In measurements, when they use planar trigonometry, they are assuming the Earth is flat. Would you agree?
Well, when you use planar, whenever you're using anything like that, you're assuming you're behaving as if the realm in which you're using that is flat.
Okay, great. So planar trigonometry exists because you have to assume the Earth is flat, but nonetheless, it exists because you can assume the Earth's flat. Correct?
Well, no, like I said, I wouldn't use the word. That's why I changed the words slightly, because I wouldn't use the words the way you use them. But it is true that in doing it that way, you are behaving as if whatever area, whatever the region is that you're actually measuring, behaves like a flat surface.
So you took that long-winded response to agree with me. Okay, noted.
Well, no. You said specifically that it's required. Like they have to assume.
Well, how else do you get it if you don't require a flat Earth to get a planar measurement? And then what do you require if not a flat Earth?
But that's the word I'm changing. I wouldn't call it an assumption or something, because they're purposely doing that. It's just a limitation of their of the tools that they're using.
It's a limitation of their tools they're using.
Well, the way in which they're using them, they have to use them as if they were on a planar surface, and so
right.
Yeah.
So what tools are differ from the tools that they normally use? So there are different subset of tools that I don't know of, or because I'm talking about planar trigonometry with theodolites, right? Not at auto levels, but with theodolites, no problem. Right. So what's the issue here?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Is there a contention? Do you have a contention? So
no.
we agree that we can use a theodolite and assume the Earth's flat and measure the Earth flat, correct?
Yes, you can do that.
Right on. Okay. So is there a limitation to this flatness before it becomes a curve? Because you just said that you could prove Earth curvature without authority.
No, I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. I'm listening carefully to what you're saying, so I know what I'm agreeing with or not. But I didn't say that.
You said you could prove Earth curvature without authority. That's what you said. Yeah.
No, what I told you is that you could assume the region that you're using is flat, as you said, so that you can use that. What did you say? The surveying, planar surveying. Yeah, you can do that. But I never
Right,
said
so you
I
agree
never said
that
this proves the flat Earth.
you agree that we can assume the Earth's flat and measure it planar then, and that would make sense of why we have Cartesian and why we have coordinate systems, because as we measure planar surfaces, we only measure distance and elevation information, right?
Sure. Well, and also depth, right?
Well, that's distance, right? Distance and elevation. So if you're looking at distance and elevation on a surface, and if you quantify it as a flat plane, at what point do we quantify it as a curve? Is there a certain distance?
Well, yeah, but it always depends on the domain and if it's appropriate or not for it.
Always depends on the domain. Would you like to explain what it means by what you mean by domain?
Sure.
Are you talking about a method? You're talking about a model, or are you talking about the application?
I'm talking about, depending on what your task is, that's going to determine what domain that task needs to be taken in. So if you're talking like this, for instance, like what's it called, spherical axis, right? There's a domain in which you would do this observation, and there's domains in which you wouldn't do them.
Okay, so just clarify. Spherical axis is what again?
When you measure, the three part sides of a triangle from far distances on the Earth, the globe Earth, you get angles that are greater than 180 degrees, and you get a triangle that has.
Okay, so that's not what spherical excess is, right? Spherical excess is a byproduct. Spherical excess is a byproduct of using a spherical triangle. In other words, a spherical triangle is not very accurate, and you have spherical excess. So it's a misconception of the idea of spherical excess is requiring a triangle to be measured in a straight path, but it doesn't add up to 180. Therefore, it's creating an angle greater than 180, but maintaining a triangle path. That's a fallacy. That is a lie. That's not done in That's not what's done. That's not what's done in reality. What's done in reality,
I never said that. I never even got to finish what I was saying.
What's done in reality, so it's a second order calculation. It's not a first order measurement, right?
I know.
So when you're looking
I was like in the middle of stating what it was, and you come up to correct me.
The spherical trigonometry has a byproduct called spherical excess, not the idea that a right angle triangle creating 180 degree has spherical excess. That's false. That's a fallacy.
I never once said that.
Well, that's a misconception.
I was in the middle of describing what measurements were taken, and yeah, you're right. It's not an actual triangle. You're measuring the angle from three locations, but the angle that you're using is specifically one moving in one axis. So you're not moving it from dot to dot. You're moving it in only again an angle that's going only in the.
Show me any measurement that you know of in paper or anything in present reality that shows me three locations on Earth that measures greater than 180 degrees using your spherical trig, because that's not how it's done. Again, the first order measurements are planar trigonometry. There's no
trigonometry.
Yeah. So you want to talk about second and third order, and that's imposing an abstract mathematical.
Anything about trigonometry.
Well, that's what the abstract model requires, is a transposing of Cartesian systems, which that's what's measured first, is length, depth, and breadth, and that is what's calculated first. That is the first order measurements, right, Kosho? Hence planar trigonometry.
Yeah, no, okay. This is what I'm saying. Is like you're going somewhere else. I'm talking about spherical excess. When you're doing those measurements specifically, you can simply use.
When do you do those measurements? Because you start out with planar first. So where do you use the spherical? Is it only mathematical, or is it in the measurement?
He was answering you, and you cut him off.
No, he was not answering.
Yes, I am trying to answer you. These three fuckers, by the way, these guys are on three different mountains, and let's say they have three different. What would you use to get the angle between the two? So whatever the device is, okay. Let's call it I don't know, total station or something. Anyways, so
you're going to use a total station.
I know.
Again, this is another fallacy. What's the distances? What's the distances between the observers? Because if you're going to talk, are you talking greater than a mile? Are you talking greater than 3 miles?
Hold on, Data. You can't just bulldoze him, man. If he's trying to say something, you got to at least give him a 30, 45 seconds to say his piece.
I'm telling you, I don't know what device you would use, but I know the mechanism that you would need from that. So whatever device has a mechanism that you can isolate one axis, and you can measure the angle change from the axis, because that's all you're doing is you're looking at the other two positions, but not the actual positions. You're just you're just
what's the distance between them?
You're rotating your
What's the distance between them?
You're rotating your angle only in your horizontal axes.
Or what's the distance between them?
Which is not going to line up with their positions.
What's the distance between them?
They're gonna be far away.
How far?
I mean, they could be 60 miles. I mean, I've seen.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. That's not how it's done at all. You guys are just full of shit. Again, it's all done by the first order of measurements, which is planar. If you want to take those planar measurements, you can use a logarithm. And through the logarithm, you can present a curved path, an exponential path through a logarithm calculation, which then you can use to create an abstract model in the second and third order calculations. Particularly, I think it goes to the third order to get these spherical calculations. The spherical excess from a spherical triangle is not due to the fact that the Earth has curvature. It's due to the fact that it's using a spherical triangle. That's why it's called spherical excess. That's what the math shows. It doesn't show that there's any extra curvature you're not getting because it's planar trigonometry then applied. You're claiming a 60-mile distant measurement. I'd like to see any paper. I'd like to see any paper that you have to present to me that any observation and calculation was done to do that. It's all bullshit. Everything is local. Everything is local, and then it's transposed mathematically, and then quantified in model format. I've never seen anything measured in reality. It's either done with chains or theodolites, and apparently theodolites are only good up to 1.5 kilometers away, and maximum to 0.1 arc minutes, right? Or 1 arc second. Sorry, 0.1 arc second. I think
it's fine, dude. I mean, the part you still haven't let me get to is when they have this whatever, just call it theodolite. Then, okay, when they measuring this angle between these two vertical axes. So let's say there's two other positions.
You're talking 60 miles away. You're talking 60 miles away.
I told you that because you asked me a question.
It's just,
I didn't know the answer.
It's just a bullshit story. It's just a bullshit story. No. Present me something real.
I don't know what the distance is, man. I don't have it on top of my head.
All right, go ahead.
How spherical axis works.
Your leisure, Kosho. Speak at your leisure.
Yeah, dude. Listen, man. If you let me finish saying this and without asking a question, then we'll go on to some side.
Well, he's been muted by a mod, so he will.
Okay, my bad, dude. I'm just saying that the spherical axis, when you measure that one angle, you're not actually measuring from position to position. You're measuring the vertical column from that intersects that position from that position, and you're measuring your horizontal angle from reference to where that vertical where their vertical line is from where you're standing. And so this angle, you're right, you're not making a triangle. Because it's this wouldn't really connect, but you're adding these three angles up because it should be 180 if it were on a flat surface. It would make a 180 degree triangle. It's just not a triangle on the globe, of course.
There you go.
Show me any observation. Show me any paper talking about a 60-mile observation, 3-point bullshit. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything like that. What I've seen is actual data as planar trigonometry exists for a reason. Cartesian coordinates exist for a reason. And they go on for hundreds of miles, these systems, these coordinates. Okay? So if they go on for hundreds of miles and it's evident in the math and it's evident in the actual application, and then you see another derivative of that, which is spherical coordinates applied to the same 3D position. You can do that with a mathematical equation and go from a flat plane to a spherical nature. You can see that. You can do little models that show you the flat to 3D transposition or whatever you want to call it, transposing. So where at one point do you see curvature that I could personally go out and detect? I can't detect it in when I fly my plane. I don't measure for it. I don't calculate for it. And I haven't flown in a few years now because of this COVID shit. Now I don't know if I'm going to take a career in flying because of the mandate shit. But at the end of the day, at what point do I calculate for this 8 inches that your model requires for hidden?
I was going to say something inappropriate, but I'm not going to say it. I can't remember what I was going to say before that then. Hold on. Oh, right. I am looking at something right now because I've been listening to you, Flash Data, but I'm also reading something about a measurement that was taken, because I know you said you haven't seen it. I think that might not be true, though. Doesn't mean you're a liar. It just means that maybe you misremember seen one of these, but this is a very big measurement. It looks like it's more than 60 miles, and it also looks like it has the measurement data. But I want to verify.
The great trigonometric event, right, where they measured India, right?
Not that one.
Yeah, well, I looked at that one.
I
looked at that one. That's all Euclidean, brother.
Post your thing.
Euclidean. So why are you trying to show me something else when I can show you something that shows you it's all Euclidean?
I thought they used spherical excess.
You go look at all the triangles. There's no curved triangles there. All they're claiming is they're just shorter distances, right? Like calculus will do,
Kosho, whatever measurement you're talking about, post that up. I hope it's not the one that I'm thinking of, because you'll be in big trouble.
Yeah, you don't hope that, you jackass. You want it to be that one.
I'm gonna need to see you after class if that's the one.
You fucking jerk. Like, I hope it's not that one. Yeah, right. You hope it's not that one.
Yeah.
I hope it's not. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I'm gonna need to see you after class.
Yeah, okay, man. Well, there's something. Give me a hint for the one you're thinking of, and
it doesn't matter, because whichever one you post, it's the one he's thinking about.
The one I'm thinking about is the measurements that has it 3 digits past the arc second. That is definitely not a measurement, and we know because it's 3 digits past the arc second. I'll post it up and let's see it.
We've been through this with you about that one. That's not this one. No.
That's not the one. All right, then post your thing. Let's see it. Dude, just post your thing, bro.
I gotta look at it first, man. I'm not gonna post something.
No, yeah, because you want to be biased if it goes against what you're saying.
I know, we know. Post bullshit. I'm gonna see what it is. Make sure.
Post your bullshit so we can destroy it, please.
Kosha, when am I going to see the curve? Where can I find it, man? I just flew after all that debating and stuff, clear to England, then back. That's a long fucking flight. Man, all I saw was flat ass shit the whole damn way. I'm telling you, that plane didn't feel like it was tipping. All those things we talked about, I didn't feel none of that or see none of that. Like, I'm not getting mad, but like, where's the curve? Like, just asking for, when am I supposed to see this shit in reality?
I'd say this much. I would pity the fool who doesn't have, and I don't mean to call anybody a fool, but I would pity anyone who doesn't have curve in their life. Because it's a wonderful
do you think it matters, Kosho? Do you think it matters, like, the paradigms, the influence, the change?
Depends on your it depends on the individual, what their interests are in. If
how about an atheist who doesn't believe in God and believes in evolution, all of a sudden finds out the Earth is created? That would be probably pretty impactful, right? That would probably change his life so much.
Yeah.
So that's happened because of flat Earth. What do you think of that?
No, apparently, I've seen that.
Apparently, it's happened. I haven't really met anybody that's gone from complete atheist. Well, actually, that's not true. I actually do know somebody, now that I think about it. He still doesn't commit to anything religious per se, like as far as denomination goes. Is it denomination or is that money?
That's right. I know
denomination. Anyway, the point is he's not committed to, but he didn't before, but now because of all this stuff online, he starts to see he sees this apparent Illuminati stuff, which is the occult stuff, and now he's starting to see the argument, right? He sees the claims, which is the I suppose it's the state between, it's the cognitive dissonance, right? It's the state between being told what to see and what to perceive what you see, as opposed to think what you see is what you're owning to see. In other words, I see this because I'm seeing it, not because what I told I'm seeing it. And that was the biggest step from him, because he never paid attention to anything around him before until he was told the argument. Is the Earth moving or is the sun moving? And it never hit him like that before. So it could be just that simple for some people, but
I'm still waiting for him to articulate clearly where he was able to figure out the globe without being told anything.
Because I did ask him.
No, but he never fully answered that, because every observation.
He doesn't.
No, but every observation, every observation that's ever made can be assumed to be, you want to use planar trig or you want to use spherical trig. Both observations can be done mathematically after the fact. You have to take an assumption into it. So until you're told somewhere that it's curving somewhere, or that some other data indicates that other data indicates based on an assumption that there's curvature, that we should use spherical trig as opposed to planar. The point, where did you articulate specifically where in reality you can figure out that it's a globe and not?
Just so you know, there's not much difference between spherical trig and regular trig because they use a radius, which is a straight path anyway. Just to let you know that it's spherical geometry that is different from spherical trig.
I meant the math using a sphere. The point is that you have to bring an assumption into it.
No.
Well, where do you ever observe curvature in real life? It's never used operationally. It's never observed. It's never utilized in any way or taken into account, or it's just a theory. Everything we see, touch, and utilize in everyday life is a flat ocean.
I heard a question from before. I didn't hear what you said just now, but what you asked before, that's what I was telling you. Whenever earlier, when I first got into this, I challenged myself. And then when I got those answers from flat earthers, I didn't debunk them or something like that. I was ultimately looking for basically whatever evidence you guys had, that was convincing you or whatever. I was looking for that as A. And then while I was looking for that, I was trying to myself put together a flat earth model, B, because I saw all the ones that you guys had didn't work out. And it was in making that flat earth model that I learned that it was impossible on my own.
Well, but again, you're trying to put together a model for it being flat, not disregarding or falsifying the globe. His specific question, I think, was what
100.
I mean, and then what you said specifically was, how did you going to prove that it was a globe without someone telling you? So how did you prove that it is in fact a globe?
Proving it was a globe.
Of whatever specific radius. I mean, at some point, someone you used information at some point that you got from an authority.
No, I never. First of all, I never proved it was a globe. It was A, and B.
But I guess that's the question. The question is, what is it that makes you think that it's a globe? How did you prove
that's what I was trying to tell you earlier about whatever I was making the flat earth model, and I was thinking about the things as I know them to exist on the globe that exist in reality, and they make sense on the globe. Okay. I had to make sense of them in this flat earth reality, and in trying to do that with multiple things, longitude and latitude, the angular movement of the objects in the sky, it's impossible for me to map this on the flat plane.
Okay, so you took your observations and you tried to fit that into a flat earth map and couldn't, so therefore threw out all notion that it could be a flat earth.
No, discarded that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, but it's like, because how do you articulate or know what the sun is doing in the flat earth map? Like, how did you?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Can't you take the flat earth out of it?
Yeah.
Literally go, okay, it's not about flat earth. It's about, is the globe provable in your reality? Forget what it is. Just what it isn't. No. Focus there first, because you've been given a narrative in the beginning, and just leave it there. Okay, is it a globe? Go down that path, and if it's not been proven to you, like you just said a second ago, then why would you believe a story and then go, I'm gonna debunk that one because I can't create a model or whatever? It doesn't matter if it's a fucking triangle at that point. It's the fact that it's not a globe.
Right. When I said I never proved it, I said that because it's not.
Right. Oh, no, you said you started a flat Earth map, or you started a flat Earth model. Where in that flat Earth model did you place the sun?
Well, I didn't place the sun in the model. I had to work with reality, and I had to work with the direction.
Yeah, in reality, you see the sun every day.
I can't make the light come from a different direction. I'm making the light come from the actual directions we get. When we measure shadows and stuff like that.
Right. So, but I guess that's my question. In whatever map or model that you made, the sun, you had to account for the sun. Otherwise, that your model was a complete waste of time.
Right? That was what I was telling you. Is that was one of the biggest problems. Was trying to reconcile the
you
sun
don't know,
with the sun's movement.
Right? But the point is you don't know what the sun is, so you're making a pretty terrible model.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. If the sun is completely not understood at all, and it's a mysterious thing that does different things than it looks like it's doing, then there would be no fault of somebody like me for only using what I conceive of it and getting that wrong.
That's exactly the point, Kosha. Until the authority tells you what an eclipse is, and then you would take that for then that's how else? How did you explain an eclipse in your flat Earth model that you came up with?
Well, first of all, I've been looking at the stars since I was a kid, and it wasn't because of authority, right? And so eclipses, eclipses to me are so intuitive that they're not even. It's not. No one has to tell you that. They line up exactly at the moment when the phase would compel it to. So
no, but so in your flat Earth model that you made, where did you place the sun? So how did you? If you didn't place the sun, then
I mean, I tried all different. I have a chart here that where I can vary the distance that the sun is, and it will show me the angular size as it changes throughout the day or something like that. And so
shows you the angular.
I have a bunch of small ranges that came.
But in your, I'm so sorry. So in your model, then, to be clear, then, so if you can calculate the model backwards and forwards, how big is the sun in your model?
In my model, or in what model?
In your flat Earth model.
I don't have a flat Earth model. I was trying to make a flat Earth model that worked.
No. So, but you don't even know what the sun is. You can't even. That's step one.
No, I have an idea of what the sun is. I never said that. I never expressed any sort of.
There's nothing you can prove about the sun. Right?
That's fine.
You can't prove that. No, but it's not fine because you can't come up with a model that you can't dictate the size or distance to.
No, I can't. So for instance, another test I did with I used Aristotle's test, but not to measure the Earth, just to make a distinction between flat or a globe. When I was doing that test, I specifically used a simple model. One of the flat Earth that was the sun was close and local, and the Earth was planar. That was the only two. That was the only assumptions I made. And then for the globe model, that the Earth was spherical and the sun rays came in parallel enough for them not to make a difference. But, not to give you any sort of big an error that was anything more than negligible. But anyways, I used only those two bare assumptions. So you don't have to know the entire details of the makeup of what the flat Earth or sphere Earth. You can just use the bare properties.
Okay, so based on your own assumption now that you can't prove it one way or the other, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, go for it.
I said I didn't prove a globe, is what I said. I didn't say you can prove one way or the other. You can debunk either of them, right?
I'm sorry, Kosho. How did you prove it? Kosho, I'm sorry. How did you prove it for yourself? Just one example. I'm just sorry. I want to clarify. How did you prove it for yourself? One example.
I never said I proved anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I have a philosophy. Do you have a philosophy?
I got several philosophies. Yeah.
Wonderful. What convinced you that your philosophy of a spinning ball traveling 66,600 miles around the sun, tilted at 66.6 degrees with a 0.666 feet inch per mile square, what made you think that that's reality?
Observations and reason and understanding of how numbers work.
Observations told you the distances?
Yes, exactly.
Observations. What distance? What observation? What observation have you made to indicate that? Just let's go step by step. You said observation, reason, and what was the third one?
Basic understanding of numbers, because you went into the
basic understanding of numbers. So, do you agree that the Earth tilts at 66.6 degrees and has a curve of 0.666 feet per inches per mile square? Sorry.
And yeah, depending on how you decide to look at that angle, which the way you did would be completely unnecessary and irrelevant. But yeah, you're right. It would make that angle.
Going to sleep.
It would make that. It would make that angle. That's a point.
30 seconds.
So, have you confirmed that the Earth curves at 0.666 feet per mile squared? You've confirmed that?
Not to that exact rate, but I have confirmed for myself the radius.
What rate? What rate then? Because if there's a radius,
I haven't measured that.
If there's a rate, well, if there's a radius, then you have a rate, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So, what radius have you? What radius have you? What radius have you just? What radius have you? What radius? Which is a 2D circle, by the way. But what radius?
Well, radius is a straight line, but yeah, it's
but it's part of a 2D circle, right? A radius is part of a 2D circle.
Yeah, I forget what the radius I got was, but it was like within 100. It was 100 miles away from 3959. I can't remember what I got.
100 miles away from 3959, and this measurement was done.
1,000. I forget. No, not it's definitely 100. That's what it was.
Right, and how was it measured again?
Using the same tools Aristotle's used.
The same tools, so sticks in the ground, obelisks and a well, or is it a stick in the ground? Which one?
Sticks and just it has.
So
It
which
doesn't
one?
have to be
Which
in
one
the
did
ground.
Aristosthenes use? Because Aristosthenes appeared to look down a well, and then a year later he was 500 kilometers away and saw an obelisk casting a 7.2 degree shadow. So is that the narrative, or what narrative are you going with Aristosthenes?
I think he did it on the same day with the person who was in the other location. I think you're talking about
That's not what university papers teach.
I know. I think you're talking about his idea of doing it.
University papers teach that he made the observation 1 year and then made the observation a year later.
Yeah, I know.
He was in 2 different locations, and what he noticed is on the same day, just a year apart, that 500 miles away, the shadow was making this particular angle, and which was caused by Earth curvature and not a local sun, right?
Yeah. So yeah, like you just said, that's what they teach you in school. Is that that's what gave him the idea, was seeing it in one place and seeing it somewhere different somewhere else. At the same, on the same day, whether it's an equinox or solstice, whatever.
Is a year apart, right? Apparently, a year apart.
That's not his measurement, though. When he did the measurement, he actually did it in the same day using the same sun. He just had he had a slave in Cyrene, and he was in Alexandria.
That's not what the papers teach in university. They teach that he was a year apart. It was him that made the observation. He was just in a different location a year apart. Can you show me where you're taught in university the opposite of that? Can you show me any paper in school, physics paper, or whatever, any educational paper that shows that?
Sure, I'll show it to you if you really need to see this, because this is.
Yes, because it's the problem with the narrative. The narrative is all over the map. There's not one consistent story, which means to me it sounds like it's a bullshit story, because if there's not one concrete and a coherent application, and yet an anecdotal variable, which means the peasant was paid 500, or was he that did it and just made the observation a year apart, it just sounds like poppycock, right? So why so many stories and so many different variations for a simple application? Sounds kind of made up.
I don't think that's the truth, is what I'm saying to you, but I can find out, and I guess can be.
Yeah, please do, because you know what? There's a lot of variations on the story, and if there's a lot of variations on the story, I just want to ask your logical, since you're a reasonable guy, what would be the logical and reasonable approach to understanding why there's so many variables to the application of Aristosthenes' curvature, a discovery, whether it's a stick or an obelisk.
Yeah, there are just no primary historical resources like tracing back to Aristosthenes himself, right? I think it's only narrated by some guys several hundred years later.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is what the evidence shows, is that there's a story about it, but the story is inconsistent on how the story is applied. If you listen to Carl Sagan, and then you listen to University, there's a discrepancy there. And then if you listen to Kosho, is it a stick or is it an obelisk? Like, what is it?
Well, you could do it, data, and you could disprove it if you did the experiment.
Okay, so here's how I can disprove it: is I can take a circle, and then I can throw a right angle triangle over it. I can invert the triangle, and then I can say the observation to the sun is 3,959 miles, but invert the triangle and claim that the center of the Earth is 3,959 miles, while making the observation, the elevation angle, using a right angle triangle to deduce the 7.2 degrees from a subsolar point 500 miles away. It's still applicable in the same mathematics. It's just one is inverted to the center and one is the height of the sun. This is demonstrated simply using Euclidean and showing the one step, which is the right angle to the sun, and then the second step, which is the inversion of that right angle triangle to the center of the Earth.
Kosho, how many sticks and shadows did you use, or wells, to do this, out of curiosity?
It's 23 people.
23 people.
Mm-hmm. We have a couple flat earthers.
Right, but you also are fully aware of, you can take all the angles and measurements, and you can do math around and make it, take those observations and wrap those around a mathematical curve, right? In a sphere. Right? Didn't Zach someone do that math on something like where you can take all those observations and just do the math to make it look like that, you know? Hey, like we've done it before, right?
Well,
You
if
get
it's
a
happening on
flat
a
table,
sphere, yeah.
a flat table, and you can have the shadows being different
Well,
shadows, and you could, you know, the same
Uh,
observation. You just have to wrap one around a sphere and one is on a flat surface.
Well, yeah, if you load those measurements out on a flat surface, all of those sticks would be pointing in different directions. They wouldn't all point in the same direction.
Exactly. This is on the paper I wrote when I made the predictions. I made the predictions, and the predictions were completely different because those give you two totally different observations.
What do you mean different directions? Of course they're going to be in different directions, but you're not going to know because people are going to be miles and miles apart from each other. So you're not going to be able to see exactly the direction. It's going to be off by whatever it's going to be. There's nothing wrong with that.
That is the problem with it.
Well, it's all right. Like if I'm standing in San Diego looking out at the sunset over the ocean, and someone else is standing in Seattle looking out at the sunset in the ocean, and the rays of the sun rippling on the water are going to be coming straight at the observer in both locations. But we know that that angle is obviously going to be different. I mean, it can't be the same, even though it's coming directly at you from both ways, right?
I didn't hear. Sorry, I was reading something. I mean, sorry.
If
Say it
someone's
again.
in Seattle looking out at the ocean during a sunset, and someone is in San Diego looking at the same sun on the same day at the same sunset, the light reflecting off the water is going to be coming straight at that person observing, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So the
When you
rays
said
of
straight, I'm
the
using
shadow
that loosely.
from any observer, if you put a stick in the ground, the shadow is going to be directly behind from wherever the sun is going to be, right?
Say what? The stick is going to be directly behind where the sun is.
The shadow of the stick is going to be in the opposite direction of where the sun is in all
Right,
points.
yeah. Well, no, it'll be the direction the sunlight's coming, or the sunlight is going to. Yeah. I guess you're saying the opposite from where it's coming from. Sure, yeah.
But the point is that how this doesn't tell us anything definitively, one way or the other.
Yeah.
As Neil deGrasse Tyson pointed out, as any kind of math can determine, I could put shadows on a flat surface and do all the math and make it look like they're in a sphere based on those shadows, right? That's possible to do that.
Yeah. Depending on what shadows you use,
So,
I guess.
So exactly. So based on observations alone, how can you determine? You have to make an assumption ahead of time, right?
Well, no, you have to make assumptions about what you would expect to see on either. Yeah, but that way you know that when you see one of those things, you can say, okay, yeah, that's what I expected to see on this, particular idea of
Right.
of Earth.
So so based on my observations and my math on if it's going to be, if I do the math for it being on a flat surface, all my observations and math is correct. And if you do all the observations and the math, basing it off of the sphere, all your math and observations are correct, right?
Well, no, I don't think that's true. That they're both always correct.
I just said, well, based on your assumption ahead of time, all the math will work out based on the same observation. You can do the math to wrap one around the ball, do the math for one to have it be on a flat surface.
No,
right?
So when I did my test, I had to make predictions because I had to say, okay, if this is what the sun is doing today in this place, because I had 23 other places, I had to say, okay, how would I predict it to look like for these other people? So if I'm in Texas and I record this angle, how would I expect these other people to see the same, from their position, the same sun when it's directly south of them, what angle they're going to see that? So
we all know that, like at a certain, depending on where you are on Earth, looking at the sun, it appears in different spots. If you're below the equator and you look at the sun, it's going to look in one direction, and you're above the equator and you look at the sun, it's in a different. Like we know this. This is not.
Okay, but that's not really what I was saying. What I'm saying is that yeah, now you have me mixed up, dude.
No, you're
I
mixing
didn't say it like
yourself
that.
up. You're mixing yourself up. It doesn't
No.
make sense what you're saying. You're conflating two, like this test, Aristophanes, based on Neil deGrasse Tyson himself saying it, doesn't definitively tell us that one way or the other.
No, he said with 2 observers or with two
Okay,
locations.
okay. So, but again, it's
With 3 or more, it's definitive.
right. Okay, but again, you just agreed that based on math, you can make that observation look like it's on a sphere.
Now I remember what I was saying. Thank you. No, that was the point of me having these 2 models in the predictions. I made predictions based on my observations and what I should see on a flat plane in, say, Las Vegas and 22 other places, based on what I saw where I'm from. And there's going to be 2 different predictions based on whether you're predicting you're on a flat plane or if you're on a spherical Earth of 3959. And so the thing is, whenever we took the observations, all the other 22 people, when they gave me back their measurements, they were all within 1 degree of what I predicted for the globe model. And some of them were with, as far away as 10 degrees for any of the flat predictions. So it's those predictions.
All right, predictions. Okay, but again, if you're predicting something based on something that's already been done, and you get close, well, then that's because it's already been done, and the backwards engineered math is already in your favor, right? You just agreeing with it doesn't necessarily prove it.
It's not. I don't understand. But those predictions I made, there's no way I could have known that. I don't know what you mean. Like those predictions weren't based. Like let's say
the predictions of
the predictions I made
based on what you made it. You based your predictions based on a sphere of what?
No, based on the Earth being a sphere. If the Earth is a sphere of 3959, and we take this test on the equinox, and I knew their positions, and the one thing I looked at on that model was to look at how far away are each of us from the equator, not how far away are we from each other. And if you use how far away you 2 are from the equator, you can, and the angle that you measured from your position, you can translate that to their position, and then you can take that translation and you can find out the length of the shadow they're gonna observe based on the size of stick they're using. And that those are the predictions.
I got you. Okay, so just to be clear, then, so when you say you're doing your predictions, you say you're basing it on a sphere in general, a sphere, or a sphere of a predicted
a circle. It's predicted off of a circle.
Yeah, a circle is part of a sphere.
There's Joe Biden.
Is that Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Are you predicting it with with dimension?
Was it in this dimension? Yeah, it was here. What'd you ask?
When you said you do predictions.
Oh yeah, right? Sure. Oh, of course. Yeah, I think that's the most powerful.
Right, but you're doing predictions based on numbers. Like you're basing your predictions on 3959, or just.
Yeah, that was what I had said earlier. I said I made 2. There was 2 models I was testing.
Why 3959 if you're trying to come up with a number without an authority?
Yeah, because that was the question was the thing I was trying to do was not come up with a number without authority. The thing I was doing with that test, and what I explicitly stated was to have a distinction between these 2 ideas of what the Earth is. One of them being that Earth that size with the sun that far away, and this one being a planar Earth with a local, the sun hovering overhead. That's the only.
Right, so you're checking your math against something that's already been based on observations that are known on reverse engineered math, and all you're doing is saying, yeah, based on almost the exact same observations, I'm getting the exact same math because I made the same prediction.
No, I'm really not sure. I'm not sure where that's going.
The reality of it is that you have a first set of tools. Once those tools reach a certain limitation, apparently, that requires another elevation of concept or theoretics. Hence the whole point of even the Planck equation. It's the same too with geometry when it goes from Euclidean, which is, non-Euclidean to Euclidean. The separation, the if you will, the emulsion of mathematics being applied to the idea that parallel lines can maintain 290-degree angles, but yet they are not parallel. They'll converge at a certain point based on the fact that geometry is forcing these parallel lines to converge. That whole breaking point of Euclidean to non-Euclidean is no different than the same in applied sciences, such as the ultraviolet catastrophe. It's the same application, the same transition. We have tools that work and are applied in reality that offer us empiricism, but beyond our senses, what else is there? And this is what you have abstract models conclude. And this is why you have general relativity transpose itself to special relativity transpose itself to general relativity, because if we're going to claim gravity is the cause and then escape it, we're going to start off with special relativity, and then we're going to include gravity as a emergent force and then include it into general relativity. But in the meantime, it's just just a philosophy on observations, and really it's the aberration of light and the quantification of time. It's just philosophy.
Yeah, well, I 100% agree with everything you said.
So all you have is a philosophy, not proof of anything one way or the other. And that's part of the problem. That's why we're all here, right?
That's the awakening. That's the awakening in the Great Reset. Is the individual is the which was called for the Bilderberg Group, pardon me, which is called the post-truth new world. Is the idea that the world has no truth at this point, and the like Obama said, if you fill the town square with enough information, and even if the information is somewhat valid at certain levels, it's enough to distort or manipulate or divide people enough to where they don't believe in institutions, they don't believe government, they don't believe political leaders. And when that happens, this is when you're taken over by another entity. And this is what we're experiencing.
Thanks a lot, Trudeau.
Oh, he's just a sorry sap. I mean, imagine being that guy. No thanks. I don't care how much money you got, whatever your hair is. Imagine being that guy. No thanks. His wife loathes him, bro.
Does she love him, or is she in love with him?
Loathes him.
Okay, so I had to get some ice before, man. I gotta be honest with you. I was losing track of what even I was saying. So that's when I know I have to step away for a second.
Okay. So we're still waiting on you on what you did to prove to yourself definitively.
Exactly.
You seem real wishy-washy, and I just did, I did the people and they did the things, but now you agree that it's all a philosophy. So
I was kidding when I agreed with him just now, one, and two. I try to give you these answers, explanations. You guys don't let me finish, but I don't need to give you a full out, written out explanation for all the different things that proved it for me. I wouldn't even use those words though, but that kind of disproved the flat Earth or made it invalid in my eyes for now, for the time being, were those issues that came up when I was trying to reconcile the flat Earth model. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to find things that exist in reality that are not included in some of these other models that needed to be included, of course. Otherwise, the model is lacking, and it's not really explaining anything if it's purposely leaving things out that need explanation.
But again, it sounds like you did a real terrible job coming up with a model if you didn't even plot out where the sun was coming from, how the sun worked every day. Yeah. That's like one of the only observations we have per se that's definitive every day. But if you didn't even put that into the model or equate
of course I put that in the model. That's not what I said, dude. What I said was there was no way to make it work.
How do eclipses work on that little flat Earth model that you tried to?
Observations are included. What's not included is the explanation that doesn't exist. Is what I'm saying. There's not an explanation for it.
So why are you're discounting something that without even an explanation, you're discounting something?
That's why I'm discounting it, dude.
Because you can't come up with something?
No, because that hasn't been come up with.
So what is the universe? What is the universe expanding into? Until you find out, I'm just going to dismiss it because I don't know.
That's fine. But that's like asking what happened before time. It's not.
Well, yeah. Well, tell me what happened on the Tuesday before the Big Bang. I really would love to know what was going on.
That's a nonsensical question, and that's the same.
No, it really kind of isn't.
Space expanding into.
Except it's not, because if you're just looking for an explanation, anything can work for an explanation. Any kind of definitive kind of proof or of that explanation is really what we're looking for.
Fantastic. That's a good. It's an honorable goal. Okay.
That's why but the world calls us crazy for just asking for proof of what the claim on the table already is. So you tell me.
Well, like I said, when I tried to, because I was excited about it. I was like, I wonder if this could have been, wow, they could have been playing this joke on me this whole time. I did tell them it's a globe, and so when I tried to see if I can actually,
but I'm sorry. I know you already said this.
Things I had to reconcile with the flat Earth that were not unreconcilable.
Yeah. Okay. So, but all right. If you couldn't reconcile what an eclipse was, so all of a sudden, so what did you do? Since you're not taking an authority, what did you go to?
Well, that wasn't one of the examples I gave you, but
that's what I'm asking. So if you put together a model of the world and how it works and didn't include an eclipse, and then discounted the entire notion because you couldn't come up with that answer, you're just going to go with what the government tells you?
Check it
out. Even though you said, like, come on.
Just make sure you're following along here, because it sounds like you're having a conversation with somebody else and then getting confused with me, because I didn't say any of those things. Okay?
All right. So let me be really specific then. All right. So we're asking you what your model was to disprove the flat Earth, or to prove it, or whatever you want, right?
That wasn't asked of me, dude.
Yeah. You said in order to prove the globe. Right. I'm sorry. You're right. In order to you came up with a flat Earth model to fit your observations.
That's the other part. I didn't say I came up with it.
You tried to.
Exactly.
And you didn't even get as far as an eclipse before throwing out the entire thing.
I didn't throw out the entire thing, dude. This is what happened.
Well, you're on.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. I'm trying to construct this thing to make it work. I see some people's who have some things that work and other things that don't work. But I need one that actually works. Otherwise, I don't. I have no belief in what the Earth is at all. So I'm trying to have a model for what the Earth is and how it's doing all these different things. And so there's a lot of different things that I know happen in reality that when I tried to, make it happen, make it work in this flat Earth description that I was working on, it was never possible. And I've looked at everybody else's, and they haven't reconciled it either.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So since your flat Earth model didn't reconcile an eclipse, and since you're not going with what an authority tells you, can you please explain to me what you believe an eclipse is?
I'll explain to you what an eclipse is. I didn't bring up eclipses, bro. I never. That's not.
I'm asking. Well,
I know. I'm just saying. That wasn't one of the things that I didn't.
I understand. But now you are now saying though that you did try to and you couldn't reconcile.
I didn't even get that far, because at first I needed.
So you just lied just then?
I needed the actual movements of the sun, right? I needed to see how the sun was moving in relation to the Earth.
Let's stick with the sun. What is the sun? How far away is it in that little model that you made? And how big is it?
Yeah, the ones I told you, I said all this before. I said I made this spreadsheet.
Right? No, I know, and you said you couldn't figure it out. You couldn't reconcile it.
I couldn't figure it out, dude. Listen,
you couldn't reconcile.
Stop speaking for a second, and then open your ears. Open your ears and only listen to what I'm saying, and then that way you won't hear your voice when you think I'm saying something, right? Because I didn't say those things, right? What I said earlier was I built a spreadsheet first of all. And this allowed me to play around with different heights of the sun, and based on whatever height the sun is, different times during the day, different distances I am from where the actual subsolar point is. It also showed me what the angular size should be and how that should vary throughout the day. And so I could play around with different heights and see which ones were definitely impossible based on observation.
What do you mean should be? I don't understand what you mean should be. How do you know what it should be?
But it's using simple things like angular size change for distance.
Right, but the atmosphere, you know, that distorts is all an apparent observation, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't really have anything to do with apparent size.
That does. Doing apparent size based on an observation.
Yeah, but you're saying that you're not actually seeing what you're seeing. Okay, that's fine. But
you're saying what it should be or should not be based on the fact that if you're saying what you think it should be, that means you know the correct answer.
No, it means I understand how perspective works. So I can say, okay, well, I know how perspective works, so I can tell you if this thing is this small when it's here, and I know it's this big in reference to me, then this is how far away it is.
But how do you know it doesn't change its actual size throughout the day? What is the size?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't know that. And if that were actually what were happening, then there would be no fault of me for coming up with the conclusion I did, because that's a fucking trick someone's playing on me.
But all you have is an observation, right? All you have is an observation.
Yeah, but why wouldn't I go with my answer that is correct as long as the sun's not changing size miraculously throughout the day?
I'm just pointing out that you're making an assumption based on an observation, and you're right.
Oh yeah, I'm not making an assumption. I'm making deductions based on observations, right?
Deduction is an assumption based on other things, but it's still based on other assumptions too.
I wouldn't say that at all, but
yes, deduction is you assume what you are looking at to be the way it is. I mean, I've seen Sherlock Holmes. He doesn't always get it right. He deducts it in a certain way, but he was wrong by a certain factor, and all of a sudden he was wrong.
When you deduce things, you're not assuming. It's actually proof. You're proving something. That's why it's called a deductive proof. But
so science doesn't prove things, but deduction or deductive reasoning does prove things.
Well, yeah, reasoning does.
Okay.
But what are we talking about now, man?
But science doesn't prove things.
Yeah, right. Science.
But deductive reasoning proves things. Okay.
Yes, you can make proofs in reason. You can make proofs in logic. You can make proofs in math. That's fine.
Sure, but does that math dictate or indicate reality?
You have to attach that's what physics is. You attach these numbers to mechanisms of reality. Yeah.
Right. So we're back to when he said earlier, I can't flat earth data or whatever, said we have observations. Now we're taking it into the math, which is step 2. And then now all your math can be deductively accurate to the fucking decimal. And it doesn't equate to reality.
Why do you say that?
Show me where it's curving in reality.
Okay, I mean, you could look. There's a lot of ways to see the curve. I mean, the horizon is the easiest.
We've been asking
a lot of ways to see the curve.
There's so many ways. The horizon, cool story.
Yeah,
bro.
Assuming the flat line is a horizon, you can't see the actual horizon.
Yeah, is that the horizon? Is that then the geometric curve or the which curve is that?
That's a curve of the Earth. I mean, it's curving everywhere, and you're just
the geometric curve. Then?
No, it's just a curve. I don't know why are you calling it a geometric curve? It's just a curve.
Hey, Kosho, that model, that flat Earth model you were talking about that you tried to come up with, that was the one that was kind of like my friend E1's model, but you had to have it like.
Yeah, those were solutions I came to later that helped fix other problems, but they're not actually. They're more of it's like a jokingly way of fixing it because there's no way that
right. Yeah, but what was it that you thought needed fixing in E1's model? I'll let them know what you say.
Well, no. I told you Rig 5 is not Rig 5. Riggs and Gems is actually going to give me the idea, but the problem is that the skies rotate in 2 different directions, and so that there's 2 axial. So they rotate in the same cardinal direction, yet 2 different rotational directions, which is an issue.
Right.
If you're talking about a one-sided 2-dimensional surface. And why is because if you have 2 opposite, so a mechanism that would explain this would be a 3-dimensional object where you have observers on 2 ends of the rotation. So 2 ends of the poles basically, and all around there. And looking at those 2 poles in those directions, you would see opposite rotational direction, even though it was the same cardinal direction.
Right. That's what we see, right?
So this has an explanation that would match a globe. That doesn't mean that it's happening on a globe. And the problem is that explanation doesn't work on a flat plane. But Rick gave me one that actually did work.
Wait. E1's model that shows the two rotating discs in the sky having the same cardinal direction, opposite rotational. What was wrong with his model that shows them that they're adjacent to each other?
Right. So that was the one that Rick, that's the one I'm saying. That's the one that Riggs had come up, or that he had told me about. And I was like, that's a great idea. And have the skies rotating like.
And then you told him not to tell anybody.
Yeah, right. Have the skies rotating like they were gears, so that one rotates the other one in the opposite direction. So that
just like thermodynamics or the little shavings on a with the dipole on a piece of paper.
Right. I'm trying to get to the answer though, but the problem is that description is describing two skies that are adjacent to each other, meaning that the two hemispheres that they're those stars are referencing, like the points on the ground that they can join to. Those are also supposed to be in this model adjacent to each other, not around a surface. So
wait. What were you saying? What's also supposed to be adjacent?
No, the land. Land would be adjacent just as the sky was adjacent because they're mirroring each other.
Right.
Yeah. So the problem with that is that if these two hemispheres, so if the part of the Earth that is north of the equator and the part of the Earth that's south of the equator were just adjacent to each other, you would still need to have a way to connect each one of those northern parts of the equator and southern parts of the equator to each other. They would have to be attached in every location. You can't do that with the two-dimensional, side-by-side circles.
E1 seems to affect. You saw his video, right? You watched the way he put it together.
Yeah, I did.
What was wrong with it? Because I'll let him know. Because he seems to be pretty confident with it still.
Well, I don't think he was really addressing that. He didn't he have the one with the had the two rotations, but the rotations were more of like an ether thing, wasn't it?
No,
but yeah, but didn't have. I couldn't remember. Was it the sky that was moving, or was it the whole ground was moving?
No, the ground's not moving. Obviously,
I know, but you just have to remind me of his because I remember there being a lot of distinctions between his and mine.
Here, I'll put it in. I just posted it. There's the sample that's the top one's pretty much looks exactly like the globe. That's not his, but that's pretty much what that's the way it could look, and it just look exactly like the globe. It's not moving and it's stationary. And then you see that the magnetism works that way, and we live in an electric universe or electric world, it seems. And then the very bottom is E1's idea of how, or at least not idea. It seems this is the way he actually thinks it works. He knows the stars more than anybody I've ever met or talked to. And he thinks they converge and diverge just like stellarium shows, and just like we observe them to be. Then they would go off in 360 degrees opposite from each other. The Milky Way gets broken apart and gets put back together on the other side of the celestial equator as it spins around. And he thinks if you can get past Tonga or Easter Island far enough, you could actually see the stars diverge and go their opposite directions from each other. But it's like we're confined to this area of land that doesn't allow us to see that. And he used the alignment of the Orion's belt with all the monuments. The video I sent him that actually, made it dawn on him that's the way you set up the continents. If the Orion's belt really does mirror all these different monuments all the way from Tonga to Easter Island, and there's still alignments that you could verify, then we would know exactly how to put the continents. And you see how he's got Antarctica as its own continent. I think that's set up for to kill flat Earth at some point. They're gonna prove Antarctica as its own continent, and then they're gonna be like, flat Earth is dead because they think it surrounds us. No, it's just part. There's a little area down there, and then they can still have your ice wall or whatever. That and there's no proof of that either. But this would be a way that works.
That already happened, man.
I
think that already happened with the proving Antarctica was a continent.
Well, not decisively enough for flat earthers. All flat earthers.
Antarctica looks like a big wall of ice, tall, very sheer cliffs. Looks like the ice wall as far as most people can tell.
Well, it could be a part of it down there that is tall or is like, what they call Antarctica, that you could actually take a boat all the way around, and then it could just be like an ice wall there still beyond that does go around us. But to claim that Antarctica alone surrounds the whole of all of the continents is a little extreme, because think of how much land that is.
Yeah,
that we're claiming Antarctica.
It's necessitated by how your model or
the
how
continents
Earth
are
is
set up.
described, dude. Yeah, because
right, but not the way
because
you want to
reality,
set up.
in actual reality, if you were in South Africa or in Chile or New Zealand or Australia, Tasmania, and you went directly south, you would run into Antarctica. And so if your idea of what the Earth is correct,
look at
and
E1's
it's actually
map.
fanning outwards, that means that Antarctica surrounds all those points as well, which means it would be
not the way E1 set it up. Look at his map there. He's got them all pointing towards Antarctica without that. Huh?
You can't join one hemisphere to the other, though. There's no way to get from one hemisphere to the other.
What do you mean? No way to get from one to?
Well, at least in my version of that one.
No, not your version. I'm talking about E1's version. Look at the map's perfect.
Show it to me again. Maybe. You posted it again, right?
I just posted it. Yeah, you haven't even looked at it.
I remember what it looks like. It's like that sloppy picture of him. It's
not sloppy if it's right.
Well, if it's right, yeah. But I like mine. Yeah, this is what this is what I thought. Yeah, and then I remember because it has these two. What do those things represent again? The what are these poles? Is this like supposed to be the North and South Pole or something?
Yeah, like a dipole, but they're just adjacent to each other, like dipoles are, not on the top of the bottom of the ball, like they never are.
Yeah, you have the Tropic of Capricorn as that orange arrows, and you have the Tropic of Capricorn as the blue ones. At the top. His is at the bottom.
The one at the top is another one that's similar.
Well, it looks the same, right? It's like it's just a little bit. No, yeah, it looks the same.
It looks like there's some sort of zone of circumferential, Antarctica-looking ice, so it's still more or less the same thing, except there's an additional ice, continent down at the bottom, as well as, I guess, a circumferential ice wall. I mean, what exactly is that perimeter there?
Well, funny. We don't know. It's not a claim because nobody's proven that there's a 360-degree ice wall.
That's true, man. But what's funny? Try to pretend like you're on that Earth and imagine it's the winter solstice, and so it's the solstice for the summer if you're in the southern hemisphere. The December solstice. Try to imagine what the sun's doing on that day on that map, and what that would mean to anybody on the Earth. Because
but this doesn't concord.
Those circles are next to each other. They're not overlapping.
But this doesn't concord with the trips of Captain Cook and Captain Ross, where they went for like 3 years and found impassable ice. How does this, go with their circumnavigations unless, the ice wall is impenetrable and one big Antarctic circumference of, ice wall?
Well, he's not claiming it's not an ice wall. He's just saying that maybe Antarctica is its own little continent and there's still an ice wall, maybe.
But they said they could never find a way around the ice. If they found this continent at the bottom, wouldn't they sail around it or say, hey, there's a continent here, but there's more ice beyond? I mean, I don't know.
Maybe they conflated it or confused it with Antarctica. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe Antarctica is the ice wall. I'm not making. This isn't my map. It's just his take on it was he thinks that Antarctica is probably its own continent, and it's something that might be ridiculous to claim that. I mean, think about how much land then Antarctica would be.
With any model, you need to see what facts it tries to integrate. And this map, as far as I can tell, I can't integrate this with the trips of Captain Ross or Captain Cook. So for me,
it doesn't mean that they were traveling around Antarctica necessarily. Maybe they thought it was Antarctica. Who knows? But why is there so much credibility to Captain Ross and Captain Cook, what they say?
Because we don't really have any navigation to go off of, that's logged or that's reported like that. As far as I
just like anything else, we don't know exactly what that story is. Maybe someone's changed it, but who knows? What I'm saying? It's like
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I remember I told you to try to be the sun on the summer solstice. Just be the sun on any of the equinoxes, and see how is the sun getting around this Earth on an equinox? That's what I'm saying. There's so many issues with this. Doesn't only not explain the problems that were needed fixing. This has bigger problems.
No, E1 is not unaware of how the sun would have to move if it was a flat Earth. I'll post just the sun paths for you right now.
Okay, actually, that's a good idea. Thank you. But who's E1, man?
He's a old school. He was back in 2016, and he was kind of like, I don't know. He thought there might be a little bit of controlled opposition going on because he was like, Antarctica's probably its own continent. That doesn't make any sense. It can't be like all the land around us. I think maybe there's like people are ignoring it, and there's definitely southern star trails, and just calling it a reflection is not going to do us any good because that he knows that there's southern star trails, and he thinks it's two disks that are rotating in on each other. And there, funnel end, there's a celestial equator that's observable. He's like a star freak. He's like, he knows all about the stars. He knows everything about.
What are we looking at, man? You showed me this picture. What is this?
Look at the map. That's the ecliptic. Those are the three little areas that the sun goes in, right?
Well, yeah, this is how I imagine it on a flat Earth. However, no, actually, this is not on his map. This is not what it's looking like, though.
Yeah, you see the three circles that are. Then they got the stars over them. The two circles, the two hemispheres of stars are overlapping this path. So that's why you couldn't see these circles. That's why I'm posting the progression.
Okay,
this is just how it would work on a flat Earth.
Okay, but there's a part in the day for let's say Washington State during the equinox. There's a part of the day where the sun is at some distance to him, and then later on at that same distance to him. You see what I mean? Like it's not. The sun moves at the same linear path for everybody.
Hey, I'm sorry. Wait a second. If you look at Solarium's data and you look at the apparent diameter change of the sun over its cycle, it shows that the sun increases and decreases and actually slows down, stops, reverse pattern. Well, according to the apparent diameter size, which I've already addressed to you before. Anybody can go fact check this. If the Earth is moving around the sun, it would require the sun to move at require the Earth to move at these patterns to change the apparent diameter of the sun. You can't have the sun change apparent diameter size without any kind of movement or relation to the position of where the sun is. So it's either the sun that's moving to the position of the Earth or vice versa, right? Well, why is it that I can look at Solarium's data and see in the sunrise the diameter change, the arc minute increases. As it moves away, it decreases, but then slows down and then reverses and then goes back to it. And then it's almost like it's doing an elliptical path. It slows down, reverses, and then goes like it's doing it's not doing a constant circular path. It's slowing down, coming forward, and then moving back. And this can be corroborated by looking at the Stellarium data. I've already told you, Kosho, to go look at it.
I have looked at it. I've talked to you about this, and that's why I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. But we talked about this a few times, FED.
Kosho, watch the video I just posted in the live stream. He goes through exactly how it's supposed to work on the heliocentric model and how, it stays at the same linear elevation.
This A1. I thought this guy was called A4.
E1, not A4. E1. Equal 1. Everyone's equal.
Oh, they're not.
That's what he thinks.
That's dumb.
Philosophically. Anyway, so, but the AWAR is the guy that I just posted, that he goes into how it just appears that it's lower when it's on the outer circle because of your angular resolution for the
regular size change, regular resolution.
Yeah. But it actually is. It just seems like it's up and down. But it goes into a lot of detail. If you haven't watched that video, it goes into exactly how it would work on a flat Earth and how it doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, I was watching this the other day. I remember this is when you had us watching together.
Yep.
This is the one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
the
watched
one.
this the other day, then, dude. The thing is, when I was watching it,
We didn't watch all of it.
I know, but everything he was saying, like, this is stuff that I'm well into because I was learning a lot about the celestial navigation. And, you have to, and same with the GPS. I had to like really dig deep with this GPS, and it kind of forced me to keep these sort of tools.
So what's wrong with what was wrong with his explanation of how it would work?
His?
Yeah.
He didn't explain how it would work in that video that you showed us.
Oh, you didn't watch the whole thing, remember?
No, you didn't show us. I guess the part that you're talking about wasn't in the video the other day. And any other part of that video that I've seen, years ago.
Well, watch it again if you have. It shows exactly how it would work on a flat Earth.
Well, no. So remember when we were watching that, I remember him explaining all those things, like in the way it's actually explained. But what exactly was his point? And like, what was the part that was?
Well, the time zones that the sundial wasn't working exactly with what people were expecting, and they always had to like reset their watches because they couldn't do it because there's a change in the rate of the sun, so it was not a way to actually set your clock by the sundial. There was variations. Then he shows how the analemma is perfectly explained on the flat Earth, and it really doesn't do the same thing with it. It's not. I mean, it's a stretch the way the globe explains it.
Right? How is it? How's it explained on the flat Earth? Like it's like a prostitute or something.
With those three rings, exactly like E1 has, it goes through those three rings for the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer, and it has its path, and it shifts over to the next ring, and then goes around that, and then shifts it, and it goes in and out, and it's like it's pulsating, it's circulating, it's perfect, exactly how it should work. I mean, we observe the analemma, right?
Absolutely.
And it changes on a regular basis, and that means that actually the analemma proves that there's a little bit of a change in the way the path is because it has that angle to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Analemma is cool in general, but but I think I agree. Yeah, we were brought up originally it's a great point because it's a great tool for like using to suss out all the data that you need. Like you can access all the data in your phone, whether it's a GPS or magnets or accelerometer or the MEMS gyroscope or any of this stuff. There's actually a lot of information that you can get from them. If you have a newer cell phone, even was it S21 or S22, you can actually use the GPS data that gives you within a centimeter accuracy.
Well, I'll repost E1's presentation if you haven't watched it all. Let me know if there's any technical issues because I'll let him know, and I'll give you his answer. He would love to know if there's any kind of problem with it. And then if you don't find any problems, then welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, you had your model set up so it had to have some kind of like magical, like, teleporter thing going on, kind of like making fun of the idea that it could be set up this way. But what if it could be set up this way and it is set up this way?
No,
you don't have to have
my
that
model,
teleportation.
it was like a boob Earth where the hemispheres were like two boobs, like on a female woman. I don't know I don't know if you've seen them before, but they have them side by side.
What's wrong with that, Kosho?
Right.
I'm a titty earther.
You're taking a mathematical coordinate system. You're applying it to a plane Earth, and that's what the result is. What's wrong with that? It's no different than people. No different than people living upside down, right?
Exactly. And it fits what we observe. Now the stars diverging completely and going in the opposite direction, and the Milky Way breaking up, and all of that. That's, I don't know exactly why, what proof of that he has, but he seems pretty sure that that's the case. And it would also match the Quetzalcoatl myth, where the dragon's torn apart in the sky. It could be referring to the Milky Way as the dragon. All right, here it is. Yeah, pick it apart. I'll let them know what you think. It kind of sucks that the only thing you can see from him is on Sun and Moon. He took his channel down when all this COVID shit happened. He's off grid now.
Off grid? Can he just make an account like on BitChute or?
No, he just doesn't want anything to do with being public about it, what he thinks right now.
What would you
For
do
whatever
if
reason.
he was completely did a 180?
Huh?
What would you do if you found that this guy completely did a 180 and he just believes it's mainstream now?
Oh, I just talked to him a couple weeks ago for the first time in a while. He's fully on board with his model there still. I was saying that, I think it was Percentage was saying that it wouldn't work because the stars stay parallel with each other 360 degrees. And I said that to him, and he's like, that's ridiculous. No, it doesn't. That's not the case. Show me that. And if that was the case, then it would almost have to be a ball. I don't know.
But it just really depends on what is meant by what he said, which is, yeah, I don't know.
The stars that go through the celestial equator that match up from both disks, if they stay parallel with each other 360 degrees, and that's provable, then it kills that idea. See what I'm saying? But we already know they seem to converge and diverge, so it would make sense.
Why does he kill that idea?
Well, if those stars are not diverging from each other and going off in their opposite directions to stay adjacent in the sky, then they.
I agree with you.
So that would be your goal. If you want to kill this idea, prove that those stars that come from both celestial spheres are observable 360 degrees and provable that they stay in accordance with each other and don't completely diverge and go off of their opposite, circle directions. And if you can't prove it wrong, welcome to Flat Earth.
Wouldn't it kind of work that way on their globe, though? Because the angle as the curvature would go away, it would kind of angle off the stars going from the center.
But you'd have to be in the southern ocean pretty deep to see that they actually stay parallel with each other and observe.
How would you how would you show that it's curve versus refraction? How would you separate the two?
Right. Stellarium shows them looking to converge and diverge, though, too. Which is interesting.
Well, I'm posting that that GIF. It's like the globe one that has like local stars. You've probably seen it, that animation. But that's sort of star. If you're talking about the stars diverging at the equator, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would happen.
Equator.
I mean that's with close and local stars on a globe Earth. That's almost like a geocentric globe Earth thing. But conceivably, even if the stars were far away, they're still creating a celestial sphere. So you see how when it goes to the equator on that little animation, it shows them diverging to the left and right, and then the ones in the middle are straight.
Trying to pull it up. Giving me the spinny wheel.
It's like the third one. It kind of animates you through, like it goes to the top and the bottom. So it's like at the last little screen there, it shows at the equator.
I don't know if it's because I'm low on battery or what, but it's not letting me load it for some reason right now. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah. What about it?
Well, just at the equator, it shows diverging star rays, star trails.
Oh, okay. So the third time it goes in.
So if they're making divergent star trails, would that be indicative of a flat plane surface or a flat circular motion with refraction? Because the way I'm trying to model it is that I have to have a flat rotation pattern or a circle path. And then when I add refraction, I will have that divergence. But to get it, I need to have that straight path first.
I'll ask E1 what his proof is, or why he's so sure that they completely are adjacent to each other in the sky, diverge from each other, and then meet up back at the celestial equator.
Yeah,
and the celestial equator and the equator are not the same thing in his opinion.
But, that was the point I was making when I have brought up the fact I was making was about the actual border that's created from actual handprints and stuff.
He's a mountain climber, like a free what we call it, freehand climber or whatever.
Free base or free
base.
We call it, like free, like without
yeah, there's a name. What was it? Freehand, or there is some kind of free basing. I just posted an image there. I mean, that shows, is that what you're talking about? Where you'd have like that one I just posted sort of shows like a rotation in the north, a rotation in the south, and the stars meeting in the middle. So my understanding is there's two, like you could have that on a globe. If you have a globe Earth with a celestial sphere, it would create that. And then on a planar Earth type model, it would just be those two rotations. Like in one idea, like if it's a magnetic field, just like those ones that you post, Dave, like of the toroidal field and the two vortexes, and they meet in the middle. So you would just have that above the planar Earth.
Right. There you go.
In my view, this kind of fits on both. I mean, technically, it's hard to kind of imagine their model because it's so kind of just theoretical. But I mean, especially if the stars were like close and local to a globe. Of course, if they're really far away, that we wouldn't even be able to see them anyway. So that whole model is just bunk right off the start. The idea of the stars being that far away.
As I said, he's convinced if you could get far enough out past Easter Island with a good enough camera or telescope that you could show them diverging completely from each other, or separating.
I can say that.
If you do show the diverging, that means there's more than two rotations.
Yeah, I think there's four. I think
because I believe so as well. To some degree, there's some indication there's not just two polar positions, because even the magnetic maps on Earth conflate or they go against the two polar positions. I know that you can see from the records that we see, we've got two positions, but when you look at the magnetic positions, you know that it's not just 2 points. It doesn't seem like there's just 2 points. It seems like there's more. And so if there's more, and you have diverging star rotations, and if we correlate to our observations that these polar rotations are due to magnetic interference, then it's safe to assume that the magnetic interference is not consistent based on this 180 degree quantification that we have, calling polar points or whatever polar positions. You can see the divergence.
Why is it if they diverge from each other, there have to be four?
It doesn't necessarily have to be four, but it just says if you look at the magnetic field lines that appear, like the map, I have no way to verify any of these magnetic field lines. And it looks like there's no exactly polar north and polar south. It seems like to be there's these magnetic field lines that are influenced by something. Now, whether it's the Earth or whether it's the heavens, I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like there's 2 points. I mean, from what I can tell, It seems like
Well,
there's
yeah.
more.
Either way, it could just be the what we can observe, and it's actually a toroidal field around a dielectric plane, like ancient depictions have always shown. And it, it's not like necessarily a number of them. It's just the whole thing surrounds us. So,
Well, that layout
maybe
I
it's
just
not
put there, that's the Pierce quincunxial map projection. It's a quincunxial, so it has 4. So in that kind of layout, like you've got multiple toroidal fields. Like you've got the center of it. It's essentially, this is like a quadrupole. So you have the 4 poles, which are the 4 cardinal directions. And then each one would be correlated with one of these continent layouts. Like you've got the North America, South America one within one of those. You have the Europe and Africa one in another. And then you've got the sort of, Japan, China, Australia, et cetera, in that one. And then the 4th one is sort of empty, which brings a lot of question marks in terms of, is there more land there that they're hiding? Because clearly that's like 4 spokes of a wheel, but we only see 3.
I think there's 3 for sure, but I don't know about 4. I just know the magnetic field lines don't match. Don't solely say that there's only 2 points of magnetic influence, and then if you do have, I've seen photographs and how they're manipulated, you do see a divergence of star patterns or the appearance of it. So if it's a flat space and we have optics and field of view to converge these star patterns, then yeah, it would have to be more than 2 points. And that's what it seems like. There's more than 2 points.
Well, like, in a lot of the ancient spiritual texts, they talk about the 4 corners of the earth.
Yep.
And then also all the like Mercator and the original maps, all of the North Pole that show like 4 islands and 4 rivers that are all in cardinal directions.
You're talking about Mount Meru and the maps that show Mount Meru?
Yeah, well, there's Mount Meru like in the middle, but then there's also like 4 large islands and then 4 rivers that are all, in a north, south, east, west kind of layout.
Would that be philosophy again, or would that be actual, navigation? I've gone there. I've done, what do you call it? Chronography. People gone down there, used a certain subset of measurements to map out the Earth, or is that a philosophy of what's there?
Well, I mean, all the old maps show it. Like I just posted, Mercator. This was one of his maps that show the 4 islands, 4 rivers, and then the mountain in the middle.
I know, I see all that, but I'm just saying, was it actually mapped out through navigation? Is it philosophy? Because you can't tell me that somebody like Eratosthenes, even though it's a story-based, or it could be a story-based, or it could be reality, he still had a philosophy in what he was observing. So when you look at trying to pinpoint the location of an island or a mass object, a man can't, how long would it take you to measure a mountain in a local area of, let's say, 18 miles? It'd probably take you a while, right? So is it done through procedure, or is it just done through philosophy?
Well, I mean, in terms of these maps, these are claimed to be map makers that went there and mapped it, just like they map other places, like they map South America or any other place.
Okay, so what did they use for measurement instruments? Did they use kilometers, meters, feet, inches? What did they use? Right? Because each map is going to have its own accuracy based on its own measurement that it's used. So that's why I say a lot of these things, especially in the 1500s, seem to be philosophical and then mathematically described. So just in the sense that you look at these maps, they are maybe navigated to a certain degree, but then philosophy is added to what else is, it's like filling in the gaps, filling in the spaces.
That one I just posted there shows also land in the north, those 4 islands and the 4 rivers. Well, I mean, the 4 islands and 4 rivers in the middle are pretty thoroughly embedded within all of like ancient humanity and the legends and what's at the North Pole, including the magnetic mountain, and even the very ancient stories where it actually used to be the Great World Tree that actually connected all the way up to the heavens. And so Mount Meru is essentially, because the Great World Tree has been perhaps cut down or severed. So now we have the magnetic mountain. But if you then have those 4 islands and the 4 rivers, that would be like the base of the Great World Tree. And just as like a tree, the branches go off in different directions, you would have the branching out.
Yeah, but I can draw
field and then the branching out of the continent.
If you describe something to me, I could draw it out. If you describe to me a center point position and 4 rivers meeting that point, I could draw that out. It doesn't mean that I navigated there. It doesn't mean that I went there. I described it and I drew an image of it. I'm asking because I haven't found any actual information of how it was done or what they did. All I see is depictions, which depictions are usually originated in story, right? Unless you are actually using measurements, feet and inches, and there's a mathematical quantification. Can you show me where that is in the maps? Because I don't see any of that. I just see a story, a depiction.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about particular people, Mercator would be one to check into because.
Okay, so the Mercator was done in the 1500s, right? 1540, roughly, I think.
But he mapped the North Pole as well.
Okay, so yeah, but okay, so what did he do to map up the North Pole? Did he use already pre-calculated numbers? Did he actually physically explore it? What did he do?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is sort of lost because in our modern world, they don't allow us to, ever since World War I, it's been pretty blocked off to be able to go there. So it's currently being held captive in a sense that we can't freely go there. So all we would have is stories and documentation, claim stories and documentation of people that went there and mapped it in years before we were able to do so ourselves.
So do you find it peculiar that in 1547, let's just say I'm using that arbitrary number, but there's significance to it, that they determined the position of the North Pole to the equator and they actually had physical measurements of it? Do you believe that is true in 1547?
That particular year, or what do you mean? I mean, yeah, I think that's been done since the dawn of time. Yeah, for sure.
Particularly, they assume. Sorry, let me rephrase it. There's a French mathematician, a very famous French person that was the first to measure the position from the North Pole to the equator, and it was in 1547.
Okay, well, I mean, I think peoples and entities on this earth have known that far before that year, but if it was claimed to be done then I got you. But I would say that's been known.
Well, that's the birth of the Mercator map, right? They didn't have the Mercator map before then, right? Which means you're taking a coordinate system and you're transposing it, right? That's what the Mercator map is, correct? It's a coordinate system transposed from a subset of coordinates to begin with. Because obviously the Earth either is laid out the way the Mercator is or it's not. It's laid out in an original format and then it's transposed, right? One big story, Geo.
Well, I think it all maps to the stars. The stars are all correlate to their GPS on the Earth. So the whole star system going from, let's say, the equator into the North Pole is clearly visible, and there's GPS going all the way along the way. So, and then our compasses point north. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the ancient sacred sites were built upon these like magnetic nodal points, and they would have had that all plotted out with the center and the north and the star system all going to the North Pole. It's all pretty visible, which is cool. You could just look up and see the North Star and track it all the way there. So, but yeah, like how they knew where to build the pyramids in alignment with certain star fields and certain magnetic nodal points. So I'm just saying, I think a lot of this has been known far before 1547. But yeah, there are the Mercator's kind of claimed, stories and documentation.
Well, you have to have a coordinate system first to create the Mercator. How do you create the Mercator? That's not the first order of measurement, is it?
Because I just think he was one of many different, map makers and explorers, but
he took that and he turned it in for sailing. I mean, particularly the Mercator map was designed for sailing, right? That's the functionality of the Mercator map. It was solely designed. The fact
that it's used today is pretty sus in my viewpoint. Pretty sus.
Well, it's weird, right? Because if it was made for sailing and it's a flat map, there's no curvature in it. And is it possible that we live in a Pac-Man world? I mean, a circuit is a circuit, whether it's beyond our comprehension or not. There's really no issues in the Mercator map, is there? Other than the Pac-Man idea?
I don't think it's the correct map of the Earth, if that's what you're asking. I don't think so, no.
Oh, no, they've already apparently proved that wrong with the sizes. The Mercator map is wrong when it comes to the sizes of the continents.
Yeah, it's pretty contorted.
It's wrong. Yeah, and they claim it's wrong because they claim that the Earth's a sphere, and the idea is they take this is anything I've looked at for measurements of the Earth. There's equations, right? These equations are based on a number, and the number is the 3959. But you can have the ablate spheroid calculation or the flattening effect calculated in with the 3959. And through the variation calculations, because depending where you are latitude, you have a different calculation on rate of curvature. All these formulations vary theoretically. That's what I see, and I think there's a thing called nav. I'd have to go back and look at the paper, but anyway, it's talks about the it's basically a book that it just mentions 5 calculations, 5 assumptions, calculating the elliptical nature, the spheroidal nature of the Earth. It's not based on a sphere, really, in reality, right? It is ablate. So there's this flattening effect, plus there's the effect of the equator. So there's these various calculations and formulas that they have. I've seen 5 of them, and they have different radius sizes and different rate per inch curvature, right? Because it's all theoretical. And they devise these calculations from the northern polar point to the equator, and then from the equator to the southern polar point, because there's about a 13 or 14 kilometer discrepancy in equilateral distances between the 2 points.
Well, you said before, with the oblate spheroid and the flattening, that is interesting. I mean, that's how I see the structure of this world. Like, that is an oblate spheroid that surrounds a planar surface. And like, if you took a perfect sphere and then if you kind of stretched it out and made it oblate, then you put a flat thing in the center of it, essentially like a planar surface in the middle. But it's interesting, that idea of like making it oblate kind of is connected to that concept of flattening, because in a sense it is doing that. It's starting to flatten a sphere. But if you have that kind of oblate spheroid of a toroidal field, and then you have a planar surface in the middle.
Well, you know what's really interesting? If you look at even earlier material, it describes Earth as a pear-shaped. So there's these irregularities, right? So apparently the time zone affects, the pear shape of the Earth affects these time zone irregularities. But again, you have a representation, a model for the masses, because it's the same concept as the grayscale imaging of stars. It's boring. So if you present the actual information to the of the Earth, this is what they say, that it's boring. People don't have interest. So what they need to do is they need to take things like grayscale and, add color to it, add spice to it, add flavor to it, and excite. So apparently the Earth as its natural shape is really boring, and they have to dazzle it up by showing it to you as a sphere.
I just noticed those guys, Don, and then they were posting that quincuncial map again, but just made me think of the stars again. But yeah, that's what I think is going on. Because if you had a layout like that, like a square type layout, I mean, it could be circular at some, on the outer rims as well. But if you had like 4 poles,
well, isn't it true?
Essentially, when you're in the northern area, you just can't see any of the southern poles. Once you travel south, the north is going to not be visible at some point, and then you're just going to see whatever that southern region is. So the Globers might think that it's, an actual, that all of those 4 points are focusing down to some bottom of a sphere. Whereas in my viewpoint, I would say that there actually are 4 poles, and each of those 4 polar stars are mirrors of each other. So they all look the same, that southern crux and the southern stars, but you're actually looking at a different sort of corner of the Earth or section of the sky rather than looking at one pole. But I can see why they think it's one pole. but that would, as long as each of those 4 southern star regions were the same, and you had 4 corners like that, then you would only be able to see any one of them at any point in the Earth. You couldn't see 2 at once. Now, it'd be interesting if you travel between them, though, and what the star trails are in the southern oceans. That would be interesting to really see.
The conundrum is, Geo, is observably our senses tell us it's one thing. But then if we apply optics to those senses, it tells us another thing. And then we have this conundrum because we have to accept to get certain effects that we assumed can only happen in a certain reference frame. We have to accept that that particular situation is actually happening, which would mean people would have to be living upside down. And as normal as that sounded one day when I was a kid, it just sounds so absurd when you're an adult.
I don't think that ever sounded normal to me. I never even think. I don't think I ever really thought that was happening my whole life. Even though I knew the model.
I questioned it. Like, even when I was a young child,
Yeah.
I remember thinking to myself, like, what? They tell us we're upside down and spinning. And
oddly enough, I didn't question that when I was a kid. I was like, okay, it's a sphere. People are upside down. And it was until water and the physics of water, and then understanding the. They did an article. They did a paper, actually, a study on bird migration. And I read this paper on Coriolis and bird navigation. When I actually read the paper and I read the math and I looked at all the story and all the study, I was blown away. They're claiming that birds can calculate for Coriolis. And I was just like, wow.
Well, isn't the claim that they have a magnetic
in their beak? Yeah, there's something in their beak or in their forehead or something that
we have that too, you know.
Yeah, I get it. That's its claim. But anyway, sidetracking here. But the point is, I read that paper, and because I flew small airplane over a certain distance, I was like, okay, so they're claiming that the magnetic field lines are influencing the direction, but at the same time, they are intentionally directing themselves to compensate for rotation. And then they give you an equation for it. And I was just like, nobody's going to read this paper. Nobody's ever going to investigate this paper. Nobody's going to care about this paper. But what this does is it allows exactly the representation of what the sphere model represents, which means relativity is a moneymaker. Is that anything relative to the position that you take, you could be making money off of the opposite, whatever contention you have or whatever problem you have with that idea, you can make money against that very idea. And that's the difference between absolute ideas and relative ideas. Is you can't really refute absolute things, but you can refute relative things. And when you can do that, you can create papers that give you mathematical explanations for things you cannot test for. Hence, you cannot take another Earth, put birds on them, migrate them to another location that's stationary, and then show me mathematics that shows the inverse, that here's how birds navigate on a plane. It's imposed the opposite immediately. And I'm thinking, why would they impose it the opposite immediately? It's because they're investigating the idea that the Earth's a sphere, it's rotating first. How do birds navigate over it? So it's not science, it's not a study on anything. It's just, again, mathematical to describe a what if.
I don't think they ever thought it was a globe. Whoever devised the reverse engineered model of a globe. There's no way they just got it wrong. It was intentionally created to deceive. Or, to give, or you could look at it another, I mean, there's no way it's not reverse engineered. There's no way. But you could also look at it as like they gave us, maybe it's a dome, we're trapped in this little area. That's not a very exciting idea. So they like you said, they bedazzled us, and that's how they justify it, at least. Instead of telling you there's only like this one little area you're confined to, I don't know, maybe that's not true. And that's the reason they created the globe, so that we wouldn't think about it. At least they give you some hope, because you can go to space. I bet 9 out of 10 people that thought that, you know, they would go to space readily, when they actually got in the rocket, they would chicken out once they realized what they're about to do.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense why they did the globe model, because it restricts people. It limits the size of your world. And by doing that, they can control people within that certain mindset. And then everything that goes along with the globe, they're making it such a story that people even get that much more engaged with it.
And if they absorb flat Earth, they're going to definitely go with the dome and make you trapped in that same little area with a, you know.
What does absorb mean exactly in that context?
It means like if flat Earth came out naturally and they it's gone too far now, they need to absorb it because they can't fight it anymore. Or there's too many people.
But by absorb, you mean that they're going to tell
use it to
like
use
that,
it to their advantage.
That's what they'll say the Earth is essentially after that. Is
yeah, like a little domed area with all the limitations of the globe. You know, you're still trapped in this one little area, but now you're on flat Earth.
Well, that gets into the Antarctic ice wall potential deception, meaning that there's a wall around the whole thing.
Or a dome that goes, you know, an impenetrable dome even beyond that, right? A firmament. There's supposed like descriptions of the firmament, like in the encyclopedia, old encyclopedia, right?
Yeah, like there's an idea I've thought about where like they'll like the truth, they know the truth will come out eventually, but I think they're trying to get to a point where they have people mind controlled to such a degree that they could convince them that they are the creators, basically. They are God at that point.
Yeah,
and that they created this like dome for us or whatever, you know? Yeah, like a limited kind of dome thing. Yeah, because that seems to be the complex they already have.
People, right? That's the bloodline that created our world, right? And they're only special ones that are of that bloodline still, right?
Right, it plays into that as well. Yeah, it's kind of like the globalists, but just in another form. Yeah.
Right. That's what I mean by absorb. They could just totally use it to their advantage and be like, okay, we're on a flat Earth. And as I always say, then they could say the air is contaminated. And we need to get in these other little bubbles, these little smart city bubbles to protect us from the big bubble.
I just don't think it's going to happen because I think by the time people figure this out, these people won't be in power anymore. So they'll just kind of be irrelevant. Like, I don't think they're going to be able to transition it into admitting this lie and then somehow getting away with just replacing it with.
But wouldn't people have to figure?
Check out what they say the true sizes of the countries are, as opposed to the Mercator projection. Just posted something.
Wow, that's interesting. It's interesting how that would be
Who's
contorted
talking?
on a globe, you know, like if you go more towards the south, like those southern countries sizes would change. That's an interesting.
Who's talking? Because I can't hear them.
That was Geo talking.
No, but who's talking prior to Geo?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
It was quiet for a bit. I didn't know if my connection dropped out or something, but I think it was quiet for a minute. But yeah, that's interesting that the country changed sizes. Wow. Yeah, because if you wrap that around a globe, I could see how that upper region would change.
Yeah, that's crazy difference.
If it's that big a difference, why would anyone even show that one that's so false?
Well, they say the Europeans, superiority thing. They kept it.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Mercator, you see two Alaskas, one on one side, one on the other, and two tips of Russia. Like, yeah, talk about Pac-Man.
Montreal, obviously, you're out. It's not within your capacity to consider them Pac-Man as the idea as a circuit. It's just too far-fetched.
I can envision that fantasy, but who's to say, right? I mean, I don't know. As far as I know, I don't think anybody knows the true.
Okay,
that's why I don't commit to flat or yeah.
Well, they made the Mercator map for sailing. Why would they want to emphasize a flat map for sailing in Montreal?
You're correct. They made that map for sailing. Now, why they made the country so big, I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well, I know according to one lady, it was geopolitical as far as representation of the area. So I don't know if you know this, but in the 1500s, there's a pretty big competition between Russia and the United States, right? Apparently, this is what the history books say, that there was a competition to navigate and to get the accolades for the navigations and discoveries. Well, it appears, according to documentation, Russia was ahead of the United States by years. Russia, in fact, was ahead of them when it comes to map making and a lot of things, apparently. And then Captain Cook showed up on the scene. And then when Captain Cook showed up on the scene, it all changed. In fact, what it seems is that Captain Cook was a liar, they say, and kind of like a conniving dude. But set aside that, United States fought tooth and nail against Russia to find accolades for the discovery of Antarctica, when in fact, Russia was the first to apparently map it out and even draw the fucker. So, I don't know what we've been told, but history is not exactly what we've been told, that's for certain. According to history there, anyway, Russia had a major influence and first-hand discovery, and the United States didn't apparently like that.
It's not a slight miscalculation. We're talking about those northern countries from 25% of the world's size to 3%, something like that. That's like a huge difference.
Well, that could be why Russia's extremely larger in these maps, because it's geopolitical, and the people that are map makers are maybe, privy to Russia. They're more in favor of Russia. Who knows? Because Russia is not the size as we know it as of now, the length of Russia is nowhere near the size like the way it represents itself in maps is much larger than a majority of the continents, but that's not true. It's a complete falsehood, is it not?
Probably. Look at Africa. What's stunning? Look at Africa as opposed to Europe. Europe is like a speck, like islands off the coast or something.
So
I'm exaggerating, but you know.
Do you think it would be geopolitical? In other words, if you were a race of people that would have access to tools and, let's say, be the forefront of society through media, you would paint a picture, right? So what would geopolitical benefit does these maps indicate? Would size
you said
be
it yourself, like superiority, right? The empire is taking over.
So size on the maps would show you superiority because it would be the people that were representing the size of the maps, or sorry, the size of the continents in the maps. So if they had a natural geopolitical favor for a particular continent or a particular race or whatever, they might be indulgent in the size of the map, right? Do you think that's possible?
I guess anything is.
Okay, so the First World War, you had all those Tsars, you had those Russian oligarchs all involved, right? So Russia seems to be a major player, and in fact, what's happening right now is also what happened, hundreds of years ago with Russia. It's the oligarchs again, right? Anyway, I look at the maps. I see the maps made by people associated with European descent that had geopolitical affiliation to these continents, and that's why they're larger, is to show affiliation and to show superiority, like you suggested.
Sorry, I'm crunching on something.
Okay, I'm just ranting. Had a few gin and tonics. I found a new drink. Delicious. It's a gin and tonic. It's fantastic.
Yeah, as far as the maps go, I don't subscribe to any of them. For real. Kosho, you there?
Yes.
So just a little clarity for the white hole thing, because we got a little out of hand before there with our buddy. So are you under the impression that the that the white hole is a reverse black hole?
No, but it does
White
have
hole?
Are
you kidding me?
Yeah, it's had some qualities that are opposite. Yeah, but it's not just an opposite of it. But yeah, like where the mass information that's said to be lost in the black hole, it said that the white hole mass and energy can't actually enter it, but it does expel mass and energy. So for that reason, that's the claim that comes along with it is that that is basically where the energy that's lost is inside of a black hole. It's lost in the black hole is actually not lost, and actually it's coming out at a different time in a different place because of a white hole.
Okay, that's the misconception. That's what I thought you were saying last time. Just for clarity, a white hole is a region in space where matter cannot enter. Matter can exit, though, but it's all theoretical, of course. We understand that, right?
Yeah,
but it's not a black hole. It's not black hole on one side and a white hole on the other. If that's what you were insinuating, that's not correct.
I'm saying that's how they're related. That's in the explanation of what they are. That is how they're related. They're saying that said that let's see here. In this sense, it's the reverse of a black hole, which can be entered only from the outside, and from which energy, matter, light, and information cannot escape. White holes appear in the theory of eternal black holes, and it says, hold on.
Yeah, because I remember you saying that I was correct in what I said in the first sentence, but in the second sentence you said it was a black hole, the reverse black hole. So that's
it's
where
like
we had our misunderstanding.
Yeah, in this description right here that I'm reading, the first sentence is what you said, and then everything after that is exactly the same what I said.
But it's not a black hole, though.
Yeah, no one's claiming it's a black hole. No one's claiming that. No one claims that.
Okay, all right, cool.
I said it's got a relationship to a black hole because it said that the energy of mass that doesn't escape a black hole, and some scientists theorizes this gone from the universe forever.
No, but it doesn't have any relationship. It's the complete opposite, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, that's a relationship.
That's the point I want to get through to you.
Yeah, but that is a relationship. An opposite.
Well, okay. If you want to look at it that way.
I mean, that would be the relationship. In this case, the relationship is the opposite, and it's also, mass and energy are entering one body, the black hole, and not escaping, and some other time, some other place, exiting the white hole.
Anyways, as long as we got that clear, because I was under the impression that you thought it was a black hole, like the other side of the black hole. Like I thought, I think that's what you said, but I could have.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
All
right. I did say that. Yeah, I said a counterpart. Maybe I said things like that.
Okay, all right. As long as we got that straightened out. I mean, this is a total theoretical concept, right? They even say that physically it's impossible.
What's that?
They themselves. You know that, right?
What's impossible?
The white hole.
No, they don't. No one says it's impossible.
In that article. In that article.
Yeah, it's hypothetical. That doesn't mean that it's impossible. It means that there's theories here. What do they call it? The eternal black hole theory. In their theory, this is a prediction of it. So it makes sense in that theory.
I could have sworn I read somewhere in that article that it says it's physically impossible.
But which article is that?
The one in the Wikipedia, the one that you said. That's the one I went to see.
Okay, maybe it says that. Let's see. They could say that it is incompatible with something else, with some other model. But let me see where it says this. And it does say here it's impossible to use the bridge to cross from one universe to the other. However, because it is impossible to enter a white hole event horizon from the outside, and everyone entering a black hole horizon from either universe will inevitably hit the black hole singularity. What? I'm just looking at the word impossible and seeing where it turns out. That's the only time it turns up in here.
Crazy idea.
I mean, there's a lot of little crazy ideas like that. They're just like, side hypotheses that people, they come up with the idea just to play around with it. But I mean, there's nobody currently holds any merit to it. You know what I mean?
Like you wonder, there's nobody in the room there to question them or to like whack them in the head. Like, shh, what did you just say, bro? You're not going to say that out loud again, right?
No, that's not a problem with saying wacky things or doing something like that, as long as the conclusions they come to are, they're doing it in a sound way.
They get published, bro. What are you talking about? This is a cockamamie idea, but it got published.
Well, what's a cockamamie idea?
A white hole?
No, I mean, like I said, it's based on the what's it called? Was it black hole theory? I think the eternal black hole theory, something like that. And in that theory, these are predicted, like I said. So it's not a cockamamie idea. It's some models actually are necessitated.
Yeah, I read that thing too, because they say there should be like an opposite to a black hole. Of course, negative and positive. Of course, there should be, a white hole. I mean, come on, man. Seriously? You buy that stuff? Well, I already know the answer to that.
I don't buy that at all, actually.
You don't buy it?
No, it's not. There's no. It's similar to somebody brings up like a superfluid medium thing, but it's a lot like that, where it's just like an idea, and sure there could be merit, but there's not any true explanation being given, so there's nothing even really to test, right? Whereas the case for the white hole, there is explanation, but I think it's impossible to observe. Like there's no one's suspected to observe it.
Oh, you must have missed then what we were talking about yesterday.
What's that?
Well, now there's a new theory out that they claim that dark matter combined with dark energy creates dark fluid.
I've heard this idea before, but like I said, the idea that I've heard is not well. Like I said, it's not well derived. There's no actual connection between the two things. They just include both of them.
Well, it's a talked about, published. I don't want to call it a theory, right? What would you call it? An idea, a paper?
Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
Not even a hypothesis, but yeah, that's I guess the best we can say.
Yeah, it's not sussed out, by itself, but it's hard to claim it's come to any conclusion at all.
So dark energy, something we don't know, combined with dark matter, something we can't see, touch, smell, hear. So combine those two things and we get dark fluid. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
It's a claim, all right.
Anyways, I just wanted to get the white hole thing straightened out. So thanks for that.
And why did you bring it up in the first place, though?
Because I heard it somewhere.
Yeah, but what is it about white holes that you were wanting to talk about?
Well, the reason when I heard it, I go, here we go, another cockamamie idea. So I go, let me bring it up to the guys and see what they say. At first, I thought it was a joke. Somebody said it. At first, I thought it was a joke, and then they said, no, it's real. Oh, Kocho, whatever happened to that solar eclipse thing you were going to do? Did you ever get around doing it?
Solar eclipse thing? What are you talking about?
With the light?
Rhyming?
Making a sphere.
Oh, you mean the video?
Just a shadow appear and block.
Yeah, I did make it.
The entire.
Yeah, it wasn't. It just. I mean, we were talking about something else by then. I thought it was going to be. I don't know. It's not very good quality. It took me a while to get the lights to work out, though. But
yeah, there's an image to go along with it there, Kocho.
Let's see.
Left lane's on it. That was fast, bro.
I'll give you 1,000 real life examples where you'll see that in real life.
Damn, not even Rumpus would be that quick.
I'm quicker than Rumpus.
What you got? You got 100 tabs open? Left lane.
He's got his own lane there, see?
Yeah, I had that one in my front pocket.
Life in the fast lane.
Great guitar riff, dude. I want to learn that guitar riff one day.
It will surely make you lose your mind.
Well, you know what's funny? You guys ever see the Eagles documentary on YouTube? What's funny about it is that, we sold the youth a wrong ticket, this big illusion, this party realm, right? For the association with performing and entertaining. A lot of the Eagle members, they drank their booze, maybe did their coke and smoked their cigarettes, but they were pretty straight edge, man, for the most part.
Yeah, that's not really straight edge.
It is if you do it once in a while.
I do it
and the most of the time, like for instance, Jimi Hendrix, right? So Jimi Hendrix, the album Are You Experienced?
Yeah.
It was completely written drug free, no drugs, maybe some pot, beer, whatever, but basically drug free, right? And listen to that album, dude. It's brilliant, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. People who say they write shit when they're completely fucked up. Usually, when people are completely fucked up, they stop being productive in that kind of way, at least consistently. It's one thing to perform like that, but it's another thing to.
But that's what some of them said. Like, I remember watching this documentary with Kurt Cobain, and like after his first, I forget which his first was, but he does like Nevermind or some sort of album, and goes from being like a nobody to a megastar. And then he said that they're like, I'm in this haze, I'm taking all these drugs, and then I've got this record label breathing down my neck going, you signed a contract, you owe us another album. And so he's like, I just like picked up all these scraps of malformed thoughts and smushed them into songs, and people are like, oh, this is a song of our generation, it's so true, do you know what this is about? And he's like, motherfucker, I don't even know what it's about.
It's about whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that song. What's that song called? The Lake of Fire, Ice, or whatever.
Interesting.
Into a burning ring of fire.
It's an interesting documentary about the CIA influence with LSD or acid into the music industry. I'm watching right now. It's quite interesting how it's probably just a byproduct of circumstance rather than coincidence. But a lot of military leaders had famous rock and roll sons, and I shouldn't say a lot.
Jim Morrison was one of them, right?
Yeah, a lot of association, but like a lot of the pop culture that we know it, didn't come from poverty. It didn't come from like, guy from rags to riches. It actually just came from wealthy kids, right? And
who are some of the other ones? I'm just curious. Like I know Jim Morrison, but I'm not aware of some other ones.
Crosby was one.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right, so he just come from upper class, right? He wasn't a poor kid, that's for sure. There's lots. I'm in the middle of watching that. I mean, even
check it out.
The CIA being involved in part of the idea behind the documentary, I think, is the influence in the pop culture or the youth when it came to the anti-war movement, the idea is that they infiltrated the anti-war movement and then, didn't impose, but kind of had this peer pressure effect when it came to taking LSD, because the scientific study that the CIA concluded that is, if you impose people to take LSD, they're less powerful. They lose potency and power in what they're doing. And even the Beatles, through their story and their influence, there was a lot of peer pressure to the point where the first time they were introduced into LSD was at a dentist's they went to a party and a dentist put LSD in John Lennon and Paul McCartney's drink, apparently, and that was their first time to LSD. And then so it had this infiltration, and apparently one of the main members put into like 100,000, I don't know, crazy amount of doses into the market, was directly associated with the CIA. So interesting documentary.
I would imagine that latter part.
Hey, hey, Data.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I shared a video in the chat. You got to check it out. I don't know if you heard about this place. It's called Lookout Mountain.
Vaguely, but tell me more.
Dude, you just got to watch it, man. I'll do a disservice.
Well, just give me a runners up to get me intrigued. What's it about?
It's about the government and some of their how they produced videos. They're like a documentary or like a documentation type outfit in Southern California.
The film studio there? Will they take the big film studio?
There you go, that one. The one that what's his name is living in now?
The cult leader?
Yeah, Jared Leto.
Yeah, the cult leader, yeah.
Yeah, bro. That dude. Yeah, you watch this documentary, dude, you're gonna trip.
It's funny. There's nothing I can prove in it, right? You can see the you can see the storyline, but it's always coming back to the same thing, right? Always comes back to that First Amendment, freedom of speech.
I don't know how like Globers could look at this documentary. Like they won't either. Like Kosho and Left Lane, they're gonna look right at it and laugh. And I don't know how you can do that. Like, I don't know how you can't take these things seriously.
What things seriously? The small deep state fraction of government that uses the word conspiracy theory, but yet performs operations that include psychological ones, experimental ones when it comes to vaccine. I mean, if you look at Mike Pompeo, he's on record coming out when COVID came out. He said, we are in a live exercise. And if you are at the level he's at, I mean, that's implicitly instructional and disciplinary for a faction of government that is imposing what? Did everybody involved get experimented on? I don't think so. So,
agent provocateurs are also very real and an exercised utility. They use that all throughout the past couple of years, and especially in the 60s and 70s, like a lot of the riots and stuff like that were usually enticed by people who were actually affiliated with the FBI or the police or stuff like that.
What are you talking about?
Agent provocateurs. They're instigators that are actually what do you call that? What do you call that? What do you guys always say? Adversary? What's something adversary?
Controlled opposition.
Yeah, that's what it is. Controlled opposition. Exactly.
Hey, Crit, the person I want to talk to. Have you ever seen this?
Hold on, I didn't do it. I got an alibi.
Hey, have you ever heard about Lookout Mountain? If anybody has heard about Lookout Mountain,
yeah,
it's definitely you. Oh, okay, of course.
Yeah, I've been
He's
there.
like, yeah.
Yeah, that's where
What?
yeah, you can see the intended or you get multiple states from the same spot.
Well, there's two different lookouts. There's two different lookout mountains.
The
He's
one
talking
I'm
about the
thinking
one
of,
in LA.
yeah, it's in Kentucky, and then you can look out and see like
No,
multiple states.
it's in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I was drawing the blank for sure. Where it was like right there, you know, the same trip I did where I went to the brewery.
Or in Tennessee?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What, like fucking?
And you can see Kentucky.
Jack Daniels.
Yeah, I went to the Jack Daniels brewery.
Dude, I saw the Jim Beam factory like blew up, and it started fucking it flooded the river, and you could see like the pictures. It changed like the river color. It was like all brown. So it's like there was all just like it was like half whiskey the whole river. The river that was. That was a funny picture.
Has anybody here upgraded to Windows 11 yet?
Yeah, on one of my computers, but I don't use it that often. I don't really like it. So
I'm afraid to do it. Just was wondering if anybody had any issues. That's all.
Oh yeah, don't do it because you can't download any third-party apps. So you got to use like you can't use Chrome, you can't use like many other things, and you got to use like Microsoft apps, which suck.
Really? I'm glad I asked.
Am I roboting?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the right to repair is under attack, right? And the way they're trying to do this right to repair is to make things for security purposes, and so you're going to get into these platforms now coming up that will be like an internet ID and so you won't have any proprietary to it, nothing. Right now you have independent choices. Eventually you won't. You'll have one portal, and through that portal you'll have other applications. It's the Web 3.0, man.
I thought the Web 3.0 was supposed to paint like an opposite picture of that. Supposed to be like where the ownership is.
What do you mean? You have a blockchain now. You have a located node, bro. Once I know where your node is, you can't escape.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of world you're describing at that point, but and the Web 3.0,
your blockchain is your node, dude.
The distinction.
Your blockchain, your little square that all your information contains in your file folder, that's locatable, man.
Okay, well that wouldn't be a blockchain, but that doesn't matter either.
What do you mean that wouldn't be a blockchain? That
could be a ledger in a blockchain, but that wouldn't be
that's your little block. That's your part of the block.
Yeah, right.
Inside the ledger, your little block that you have.
Yeah, but
it's inside the ledger, right?
The blockchain would be the entire system, whatever singular system you're talking about.
Your ledger.
It's irrelevant to what I'm trying to
say.
Ledger,
your file folder is your block. That's it. Whatever you want to call it, whatever adjective you want to think, your little block and your node is all of your files, all of your actions in that one little node, that one little block, a part of the chain.
That would be in one specific blockchain, whichever one that would be. But there's many blockchains, and that's the whole.
Depends.
That's the whole point.
It depends. You can still be part of the 3.0 for sure, but you're going to use an operating system. Which, in this case, in the new world, the cryptocurrencies are the operating systems. So if you want to use these,
let me finish before you run into this idea, whatever you're saying, because you just interrupted me 5 times to bring it somewhere else. I'm just saying that the big differences in the Web 2.0 and before, the ownership that you have is strictly the domain, and you can own the domain, and people can traffic your website, but there's no other ownership. When you use a website, you're not claiming any of it. Whereas the Web 3.0, the big difference is you actually start to own portions of whatever blockchain or website or whatever experience it is, because through ownership of some of these blocks like NFTs or whatever, you're actually going to have a piece of you could eventually own most of the website or something like that.
You can have assets, right? But the idea is that each operating system you use, whether it's a Tron or a TRX or whether it's a XRP, the point is you're going to have a P2 person to person, and then you're going to have a person to person blockchain system, which is apparently going to be decentralized. And then you're going to have a government to government or government to citizen interaction, which is like an XRP setup. Those are the two systems. So the two systems, XRP is the government to citizen, and then the XLM. I think it's XLM. No, is that Monero? No, what's the one that's Stellara? Illuminance. Which one is that one? XLM? I think that's XLM. I could be wrong, but those two are the platforms apparently for practical world exchanges in operating systems when it comes to cross-border payments and peer-to-peer decentralized transactions. So that's the future they want, but I don't see that because ICP, Internet Protocol, or Internet Computer is what it's called, is one of the web applications that you can build all of these apparent platforms on in the 3.0, but you have what's called an internet identity, which means you're given a node and apparently neurons, which is just your sequence for your node, I suppose, and then you can vote, and you get, depending on how much you lock away, you know, for 6 months to a year to 8 years, you're going to get these voting rights, and from these voting rights, you'll get a percentage of interest. You can earn the tokens, which are the same coin that you purchased, you put away to stake. It's just really messed up, bro, and the poor people that are wanting to hang out in a hammock are not going to get it.
I got excited about it for a little bit, and I started developing a little bit in some of those 3D spaces, and I'm the same thing with quantum computing, where you set yourself up for
okay.
potential.
What kind of world is that now?
What world is what?
Quantum world, because that means nothing that you do is ever secure, or nothing that you will ever produce, because you're looking at artificial intelligence and quantum computing, which, if you look at it, is the solution to any secrecy and the absolvance of any human computation on any problem.
You'd be able to use a algorithm to easily solve a lot of the crypto puzzles and hashes that we do today, but all you have to do is change the nature of those puzzles. We use the kinds that we use now because they're extremely complex, and obviously because there's been plenty of talks about this, like the same way there's developers already ready to establish themselves in that environment. There's already people developing kind of novel encryption techniques that that would make sense in a quantum computer platform.
Do you agree that they claim that the capabilities of cracking the codes we have now, because they claim that it takes about 4 hours, could take about 4 hours to crack the average code for the average person, right? But in about 10 years, because of the production of data processing and artificial intelligence and the algorithms that you suggest, that they'll be able to do it instantaneously. And because of quantum mechanics and because the I guess it's called superposition, essentially, where there's ultimate accesses to multiple dimensions, where you can have multiple calculations in those dimensions, and how that speeds up the process of the calculation, right? Having access to multi-layers. And that D wave, if you will, like computer D-Wave that we're talking about is true, well, then that means the banking systems are no longer secure. There's no security or privacy anymore. It's truly Skynet.
Well, no, I'm saying like that's true only from the and like I said, I'm speaking specifically about quantum computers, which the algorithms, they should be able to solve very complex tasks that would take a lot of computation, which solving a hash function would require. They can do in seconds or whatever. And so yeah, it would render those useless because if you have a computer that can break them in a couple of seconds. But like I said, I think there's people already working on the next ideas regarding how to send encrypted messages, not using the hash way, these complex prime factorization things.
Do you think it's possible to have secure transactions in a digital world?
You can only do your very best, but some people's very best is adequate.
G'day, Curtis. It's Harry. Oops, sorry.
For every, and it's the same in what do you call it, the casino business. I saw that there's a lot of money in security, and there's probably the equal amount of money in very sophisticated cheating techniques and stuff like that. And it's the same with hacking and what do you call that, like white hat hacking, or defending a network or something like that. You're gonna have sophisticated techniques on either side, and it's gonna be surpassed by the other side, and it's just gonna keep going. So, like I said, people are aware that if that's the case, there's no way you can keep the same encryption methods that we're using today. It just would be useless.
It was just better to stay offline then, right?
Well, no. Oh. Then you get left behind.
Well, if there's no security, well, why would I get left behind if it's all about equity? Why would technology require me to be technological if all amenities and facilities were available because of technology? Why would I have to carry it around with me or participate in that why couldn't I be cell phone free and still participate in a world?
Why would, I don't know, I guess you're talking about something different now. Everything's given to you and it's perfect.
No, not at all. No, you still work. I'm just saying that it seems that the world is more towards the digital side, right? And dependent on the digital side.
Sure.
Right. And I think that's an unfortunate aspect of humanity, is it not?
I don't know. It seems we're very close to creating our own versions of life, and we're creating these systems that can do much greater things than we could possibly do. And yeah,
or waste a lot of time.
Well, they seem to be more time efficient than. I think that's actually one of the first immediate benefits.
What do you think about the World Economic Forum doctor? I can't pronounce his name, but he said that the idea to get their plan fulfilled, I'm paraphrasing extremely here, was to inundate the youth with marijuana and video games. What do you think about that?
And what we said, what was this was the purpose to do what again? Say again.
So to basically fulfill their plan, whatever their plan is, whatever he stated plan, the idea for them to fulfill their plan was to obviously distract. I mean, the implication is distraction. If you imply that you give the person you were trying to make a plan around or beyond, you'd feed them with something so they would be distracted. And in this case, he suggested that the society's plan, or these people's plan for society, was to introduce more marijuana in video games.
Not a bad strategy.
That's masturbation as well.
Well, that could be a side thing, and obviously might have happened for this fellow that just spoke up recently. Seems to be a hot topic and subject content that's forefront in his mind. Thanks for sharing, bud.
But regardless, where was this?
So, what do you think about that? That's what the World Economic Forum doctor representative said about the youth of today.
Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. But can you do me a favor? I was going to ask you about that context. Do you have the transcript or something like that available, or can you just describe the context?
It's on YouTube if you spend time looking up the World Economic Forum, the Great Reset, and documentaries about it. You'll eventually come across a doctor, I'm sure, at some point, and you'll hear his point of view. I mean, there's interviews, there's excerpts on YouTube of him in front of Leonardo DiCaprio talking about how they want to, eventually biohack human beings, right? And it's a new form of digital tyranny that they could possibly do, but they want to go beyond that. And then you're looking at a form of genetic therapy. And this is out of their mouth, right? This is the stuff that you could go see yourself them say. And those are people like Klaus Schwab, to say the least. But it's there, just whether or not you'll see it, I guess. But you could be like walking on eggshells and just relieve the stress and do exactly what you need to do. Eat some popcorn after, maybe not cheesies, because I heard that could stain. But take care of yourself.
So, is nobody gonna talk today? We're just gonna chill in silence. I didn't even want to talk today, right? I came in here wanting to hear people talk about bullshit. I'm very disappointed in everyone here not providing. Now, this should be a non-stop bullshit ton. Anyone can tune into anytime they want. I feel like hearing bullshit.
Yo, why is it so dead in here, man?
Show me how deep love can be. Deep love can be. This is my prayer. Cherish the day. Won't go astray. Won't be afraid. Won't run away. Won't shy. Cherish the day. Won't go astray. I cherish the day. Looks like more, but the clouds have sunrise, sunrise. Couldn't tempt us if we tried, 'cause the afternoon's already gone. And I said, ooh, ooh, ooh. Couldn't find your eyes, but I'm sure it's written all over my face. Right, right. There was something I could hide. When I see we made it, and I say, ooh, 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 you. Now, throw its cover down. Won't begin. It's the only way. Bring me back. Ooh.
What up, brethren?
Hola, mi amigo.
Hello.
What's up, bro?
Not much, mate. Not much. I just looked up and it went from graham to graham cracker. As I was looking.
I'm having a snack. I spelled Graham wrong.
What is life like in one of the poorest countries on the face of the earth? The saddest ones. What's it like over there at the moment?
Well, I mean, it depends on whose perspective you're taking it from, too, I think.
From which reference frame?
Yeah, right. Like if I'm
Yeah.
if I'm a little entitled ass rich boy, you know, it's probably terrible because I can't get internet. You know, I don't feel the buzz of 1,000 different cars and horns honking at the same time.
Oh.
I have no idea, dude. I'm sure it's rough from my perspective. I just got back from camping.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
I wouldn't call it camping so much
Oh,
as
what? Was it glamping? Was it glamping?
yeah, it was definitely some bull. It was, I mean, I went with my wife's dad and her stepmom and some other family members, and I mean we brought our tents and shit. We were camping, right? But they pulled up in this fucking 45-foot camper, fifth wheel, backing up. Backing up. I'm like, what the fuck? And it was beautifully brand. It was brand new,
Oh, nice.
He's all trying to sell it to me because he wants an even bigger one. I'm like, do they
Of
make a
course.
bigger one than that?
Of
I don't
course.
even think they make a bigger one than this, man.
Yeah. Because you want to be towing around half of Texas behind your car, don't you? As you
Well,
go
yeah,
camping.
man. With this big ass fucking F-250, beautiful truck.
Yeah, well, we went to we have like the camping and caravan expos here, which are just expeditions for different tent manufacturers, caravan manufacturers.
Oh hell yeah, dude! I know what's up with that. I've been to those.
Yeah. We went to one about it was only about 8 months ago, thereabouts. Well, anyway, we walk in there and it's like, okay, where's the camping section? Because we're just
Yeah.
rough and tidy kind of campers, but
Yeah,
the
where's the tent?
caravan, the caravans these days, the RVs these days, they are insane. They have pop out sides, pop up tops, bloody
That's what
slide
we're
out
talking about,
bits.
right? That's what he had, man. He popped
Man,
the sides out, and there's fucking 4 doors and
like you
a
can,
full-size bathroom. It was just crazy.
they are incredible. Like you walk inside of them, and once they're all extended and popped out and whatnot, you can have a football game in the middle of them. There's that much room.
There really is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're so luxurious. They really, really are. But I tell you what, you bloody well pay for them too. Yeah,
Well, see, I
they
didn't even, I barely went in it, right? I'm like, I'm here to camp, man. I'm like, come on inside and play cards. Like, I can play cards in the house somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't here to play cards inside of a camper thing that looks like a motel room. Let's camp.
No, you have to sit around a campfire, go for walks,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. The best thing about camping, though, like you go camping and it's amazing, isn't it? Like when you're out there in the middle of nowhere, it's almost like your body clock instantly resets because it comes on dusk and whatnot. You have your fire, you have your meal, and then all of a sudden you start to get tired and you naturally just go to bed at a very reasonable hour, I find.
Well, this is one of those camping situations where it was like campgrounds, and a lot of people had you know, it was just a big party. This place was rocking and rolling. Yeah, we had the stereos going, and it wasn't like fishing and all that shit. It was more like a fucking
one big party time.
yeah, bunch of different
yeah,
families. Everybody's being respectful and shit, but you know, the jet skis and the boats and shit, and because we were right on the water, it was really good. It was a good time. We floated out in the lake for a while.
Nice. That's right. What lake was that?
We went to a reservoir. It was like the Woodward Reservoir.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, down in the south, it's a little south of us.
Yep. Beautiful. What was that? Just for the weekend, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, told her family, why don't you just come out to our house and we'll go in our backyard. There's 40 acres of actual mountain and forest. You know, there's your campground. Why you gotta go pay somebody some shit? And they want to plug into all the amenities. You know, they need the electric.
Yeah. Well, of course, if you go camping, you need power and toilets and
Yeah,
bloody
when
hair
you're camping,
dryers.
you gotta have your, you know, your fucking your whole house lit up. I mean, you know, you need at least 140 amps when you're camping. You know, we all do. You have 2 TVs at least.
We went camping one year, and anyway, we started off the camp trip at a similar sort of thing. We went to a campground for the first few days because our friends were there. And whatnot. So we were going to spend a couple of days with our friends and then go off into the bush on our own, because we just love just to get away on our own for a
Yeah.
couple of days and reset and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, we're at the campgrounds, and anyway, we've just set up our humble little tent, our little teepee, and bits and bobs, and whacked them in there. Anyway, we're sitting around there just watching people as they're coming and going, like what you do in a campground, sitting in
Yeah.
chairs, just watch the world go past you type of thing. Anyway,
People playing with their toys and shit.
yeah. But anyway, this big Range Rover rocks up, and it's got a big box trailer on the arse end of it, all hooked up. Anyway, this fellow proceeds to start open up the back, and first thing that comes out is this tent, and the tent was in a bag that was as big as me, and there was like 2 of them, and it's taken them about an hour to put this thing together. And the tent was like the Taj Mahal. It was absolutely ginormous. I've never seen a tent that big in my whole entire life. And then he's got a trolley, right? And out from the box trailer comes the fridge, the chest freezer. He's got TVs. He's got the lounge chairs. He's like brought his whole home with him, right, in a tent. We are sitting back just pissing ourselves laughing. God, it was gold. It was absolutely gold. But good
I
on
mean,
him. Good on him.
they're there for 2 days and all that shit. I know, it's fucking hilarious.
Poor guy's walking around holding his back as he's put his back out trying to move everything.
Yeah, we just drove. We just drove in a little fucking, you know, we brought our little 6-cylinder out there. You know, just the little cars, and had everything we needed in that.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to be more roughing it. We didn't know it was going to be that powder coated. I thought it was going to be more, you know, fun, where I actually had to catch the food, and it was nothing like that. They brought steaks. It was it's like, all right.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm not complaining. The shit was delicious. I mean, dinner both nights were absolutely perfect. So
Yeah. Yeah, we just downsized our tent about 2 years ago thereabouts. We had a fairly big tent. That was because of all the kids and all that sort of stuff. But we just downsized it, so we've got a 5-man tent now, just for the 2 of us, which is nice and roomy inside, because you can have your bed in case it rains or whatever. You can put your chairs inside and get out of the weather a little bit. So
You know, I found that we got a 5-man tent too for the two of us, and once we put our cots up and shit, it's really just a 2-man tent.
yeah.
You know, if you were all on sleeping bags, it would be a 5-man tent, or you slap 5 cots in there, all back to back, side to side, and barely get in. You know.
Yeah.
But that's one thing I did do. I broke down since I was like 40 and started getting cots instead of sleeping on the pads.
Pussy.
Yeah.
Well,
It
we've just
is.
got a it's like well, it's actually pretty luxurious. Actually, it's a big blow up mattress, but it would be about, when it's fully blown up, it's about 2 foot off the ground. So it's not like one of those small little blow up mattresses. It's about 2
Oh
foot
yeah,
high.
it's a pillow top blow up, big old stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, luxurious, mate. Like, I'm getting old. I need a bit of comfort these days.
Hey, that's it.
But it's not like the old blow up beds where every time you move, you bounce the other person off the bed. This is actually just like a proper
Oh yeah, it's
bed
got
mattress.
pocket sections. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We
Really,
had
really,
we had
really
to get
good.
one last year.
Yeah, and
We
it's got
went,
its
we went
own.
to pay at somebody's price, and we went and got one of those.
Yeah, it's got its own pump and all that sort of stuff attached to it. You just plug into the cigarette lighter and whatnot, and away you go. But as far as luxury is concerned, that's just about as far as the luxury goes. We have an esky, for our food and drink and whatnot, and a little cooktop, and a couple of camp chairs and a little camp table, and that's pretty much how we do it.
Yeah.
It's nice and quick to unpack it and set up, and very quick to dismantle and get out of there. So
I go to pull out my latrine shovel,
mm-hmm.
and I think I'm gonna have to dig like a fire pit and get out there. There's a concrete fire pit, all beautiful in the camp spot. I'm like, oh Jesus, this really is a camping spot.
Oh, nice. Some of the campgrounds have got all the amenities that you can want. They've got outdoor camp kitchens and everything.
What I don't like about those is you can't really just start shooting guns and shit. Start
Well,
freaking
no,
people.
they're pretty worried about the other people that are in the
Yeah.
vicinity, I suppose, for some strange reason. Might affect their insurance policy or something.
Yeah. That's what nobody wants to do that. It's just because there's too many people around. That's why I don't like to go to where there's like a whole shitload of other people around. Then you got, other elements to be concerned with, like at 2 a.m. when the ones that are right across the lake won't shut their fucking radios off. It's like, oh God, these guys. And it's the Spanish guys, always with the Spanish shit. It's like they fall asleep with the music on, or they just don't stop dancing all night long.
What's been happening in here today? What's the topic of the day been? Anything exciting?
Oh, if I know, dude, I have just got in here. I guarantee you it had something to do with angle of incidence or
Something.
Been getting metaphysical around here lately, huh?
Been a bit wild some of the nights I've been in here, which is early morning for you guys.
Saw a shitload of satellite-looking things while we were camping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, it was like saw like 9 of them within 30 minutes to an hour. And they seemed like they were coming out of the same fucking place. It was weird. Like they were all like kind of flowing over the same direction, the same, group of stars. Not all of them, but like the majority of them.
Yeah.
Weird.
Have you seen that the Starlink? Have you seen that?
I did the last time we went camping. I saw that shit, and
Yeah.
it was real invasive. It scared me a little bit. I didn't know what it was. Right, I wasn't prepared for that. I was like, well, what the fuck is that? Like I literally brain farted on all of the stuff I had heard about it. It didn't ring.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, this is absolute crazy. And I was thinking, they could just do a Pepsi commercial right there. This is gonna piss me off. You know what I mean? They start using the sky for their bullshit. That's what I don't ever want to see is a goddamn real estate commercial or something in the sky. Blocking the sky.
Actually, I saw. I was reading 2 or 3 days ago. I think the U.S. Congress doing a investigation into aliens, UFOs. Ooh, they're here. They're coming. Like this is a topic for the U.S. Congress to be spending time on.
They
Damn.
sure want us involved in thinking about that shit, man. Now that they've got all the infrastructure in line ready to fool us with it,
Yeah.
acting like it's being disclosed.
Well, the alien invasion will either be something coming from the outer ponds, which I know you're not into, or B, it'll be some sort of drone technology, right? That will be projecting some sort of holographic image. That's what the alien invasion will be. One of
Well,
those two.
the alien invasion that I'm dealing with right now are the illegal aliens. From
Do you really have to worry about that too much, Grim? Really?
Canada. From
Oh,
Canada.
from Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he
I
built
mean,
the
who wants a bunch of Canadians, eh? Over here, eh? Just with that bullshit.
he built the wall on the wrong end. He should
That's
have
what I was
built
saying.
it should have built it north side, not south side.
Fucking should have figured out a way to make the Canadians pay for the Mexican border and the Mexicans pay for the Canadian border. Played them off of each other. You guys don't ever want any Canadians over here in Mexico, guys. You know that, right? You guys don't want those Mexicans in Canada. You know that, right?
It's pretty funny how that whole illegal alien thing got so much traction when Trump got elected. It was
Well,
fascinating. The hysteria around it.
well, if you look at it from like a regular taxpayer's point of view, right? Every time we turn around, there's more taxes that end up going, from our schools and stuff into, programs for illegal aliens. And so, and then the debt goes higher, and then the money gets pulled, and so people are like, when does it fucking stop, dude? I mean, it's as if, they're trying to destroy and drain a huge debt by acting like humanitarians for the world and all this kind of shit. But there is a slippery slope to that. Like, I mean, for the sake of national security, it should actually be the border should be checked. It shouldn't be that run amok shit that they've been doing. Because they're letting, I mean, I've sat there and watched the videos of it. They're just letting them raft right in, and you can sit there and you can see that the cartel dude that's running them, running them in, isn't getting fucked with by the police, while the, American dude's trying to film it and show the world while the cops are there. The cops with Spanish accents, by the way, in their border patrol, and they're there going, telling the guy, "Can you please stop filming?" And he's like, "Well, what do you mean stop filming? Why aren't you doing anything about this? Can you please stop filming?" I'm allowed to film, he's saying, over and over again. I was just watching it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, there was just rafts loads of them.
Yeah, but
They're,
okay,
I'm just saying,
they
I think it's more than just about bringing in people and shit too.
Mm.
I think they're
Well,
letting a lot of shit go down.
look, every country has its issues with
Yeah, but that's
refugees,
we call that
right?
we call that right there. That's treason. That's treasonous
Mm.
because that's against what the American people want, and it's destruction of the country itself from the inside out. That's a way to, you know what I mean, to actually destroy the economy of a country. And we see that as an act of war in some cases, right? And at some points of history, less than that was an act of war. Now all of a sudden it's being overlooked. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah, but with like I said, every country has its issues with refugees, whether or not you want to call them illegal aliens or whatever. Obviously, things are branded a particular way to invoke particular emotions, I think. Um, but people are obviously, trying to get a better life for themselves, and good on them. Good on them. Um, whether
yeah,
what you want to call them,
a lot of these people,
Q.
though, look, a lot of these people are actually, you know, the kind of people who they're opportunists for sure, but they don't have the same moral code. They're coming over from a different, environment. It's like putting a different fish in a different pond with a different kind of other fish, and these different fish are just, abusing the fuck out of the rest of the fish.
Okay,
You know what
but
I'm
see
saying?
now I'm only looking at it from an outsider looking in, Grim. All right, so that's where my opinion comes from, outside looking in. I'm not actually living it at the moment, but we have similar issues here that when you get these people over here, these people are very easily employed as cheap labor. Whether that's working on farms, whether that's doing babysitting, house gardening, um, working cheap jobs in factories, these type of things. So we, the people, actually employ these people for financial gain ourselves. All right, because we can make money off them. So um, we allow this opportunity. We encourage this opportunity somewhat, not with all of them. I'm not saying that all that come over here are working on farms or babysitting or this and that. Some do turn to life for crimes and do the wrong thing. But there is a huge market for cheap labour, which we, uh, as the people, actually encourage it. We actually employ them. We actually these people which gives them the opportunity and the carrot that's dangled in front of their face to go for.
Well, it's not really we the people. It's a small, a fraction of the people who want to use these large numbers of other people and bring them in for their own financial benefit. And that's what we're saying is a problem, right? You got, let's say you got 10 companies and each one of them hires, 400 farmers. Now that city is now a bunch of illegals in that little town because that's a lot of people, right? That's what I'm saying. And then this is what's happening in these waves of, now they're, they want more social programs, right? They want more, this, more that, and those social programs cost the other money. And this is
but Grim, we the people want to buy a bag of carrots for $1 instead of $2.
well, not everybody, dude. I mean, that's something that and the only reason it's $2 is because we allowed it to be. Right? We could have marketed it down. If you take the other choice off the market because it's illegal to put it up there in the first place, it doesn't get to compete. And so then the American market can compete with itself and it can come back down to $1. See, but they're not allowing that momentum to happen. They're keeping us falsely, dichotomy with the false dichotomy of, either American more expensive or, other countries even cheaper. When in fact, the American companies will compete to get it cheaper once there's more of them. There's just not enough of them making something.
Well, no, because if we, the people, want to buy a bag of carrots for $1 instead of $2, right? Now the farmers have to be able to produce these bag of carrots for $1. Now, if it's mandated out that you can't sell your carrots that have had any illegal refugee touch those carrots whatsoever, so all the carrots now have to be $2 a bag. Well, then now
No,
all of
they're
a
just
sudden
using
now
machinery for all that shit.
sorry.
The illegals, they don't have all them farmer jobs anymore, right? They've automated most of that shit now. Most of that farming shit, the big industrial farming, that's fucking automated. No, the illegals don't get those jobs anymore. So they're over here selling heroin and coke and doing all kinds of different other shit. They're not. That used to be a huge area for them to fill the vacuum for farming and all of that. But that shit's going away. Just like all the Walmart jobs that they used to be able to get. They're automating that shit out too. Even they're automating out the restaurants and shit. And that used to be where the little high school kids that would graduate could go and get little jobs and shit for the summer in the restaurants. But now it's all like middle-aged Mexican ladies and shit working in there
Yeah,
for
well,
life.
see,
They don't leave.
we have a huge industry here for fruit pickers here, which ain't automated the way you're suggesting. Like a lot of the stuff has to be hand picked. Okay, it's not automated. It is a huge industry for backpackers. They're going on holidays, right? It's absolutely a
Right.
huge industry, right? And they brought in legislation not so long ago that these backpackers now have to pay taxes, right? They can't work for these cheaper wages, blah blah blah. They've got to pay taxes, okay? Which is fair enough. But then as a result of that, now our apples, right, went from $1 a bag to $2 a bag, and there was uproar about that, wasn't there? Right. So now, and now a lot of our apples too are now getting imported from overseas. It's just like, what the fuck? Like you're shooting yourselves in the foot. You really, really are.
Well, that's what a lot of that's what a lot of Americans have been saying since we slowed down. We basically halted our industrial era. And we were like, well, that's gonna fuck up the economy, and if we start just depending on other countries for everything, and we stop making shit, and they're like, no, we're blah blah blah, and it just was true. Obviously, now a bunch of dependencies on these other countries for our like big shit, man. Like pharmaceuticals, China, 90% of them. That's ridiculous. What's ridiculous really is that we are pumping so many medications into people. Like that's also ridiculous.
Oh wow! Whether it's medications whether it's voluntary or involuntary, look at all our GMO food and our hormone injected meats and all that sort of stuff. It's absolutely insane.
This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare that it's gotten this far.
It is crazy. It is absolutely crazy now to see children now going through puberty at the age they are going through. And that's all purely because of the hormone injected meats that they're having.
Yeah. Yeah, those bovine hormones are I guess, changeable. They work in humans too.
And you see it. It's like it's evident. When you see little girls, boys, but it's predominantly, you can tell more with
fucking 12-year-old, 7 foot tall. Yeah.
Well, exactly right.
Boys too, man. Well, and they're fat. They're all like just big, like they're just swollen the fuck up, like they're steroid swollen. These kids these days. I mean, when I went to school, dude, I mean, there was like zero fat people. We were all in shape, about the same. You know what I mean? Some of us were more muscular than others, but there weren't any really like giantly obese, can't get out of a
No,
chair looking type of motherfuckers at all.
no, especially with kids, there wasn't. Yeah, I
No.
definitely agree there, especially with
Now
kids.
you just you see little tiny little kids. They're all like little Michelin men walking around
Yeah.
with 40 belly rolls and arms sticking
Mhm.
straight out. They got 15 fucking winter coats on or something. They
Yeah.
can't even bend their elbows. They're so fat. And I'm like, and I look at the parents and I'm like, what the fuck, man? What are you doing? Like, it hurts me, dude. For some reason, it's fucking normal, huh? Well, he has a glandular problem. Yeah, you stuff his glands full of fucking cereal.
Crap that they're eating, and the fact that they sit on their asses all day in front of an idiot box playing PlayStation and scrolling through TikTok or Snapchat, never get out of the chair. Insane. Absolutely insane.
The kids these days, they got one fucking strong ass muscle. And that's on their thumbs.
That's right. That's
I'm like,
right.
wow, this is your thumb, huh? That's pretty strong looking adult thumb. Where's the rest of your body?
Oh,
And
we
if you
were
got the
we were
thumb
hard.
too.
Yeah, we were hardcore as parents when it came to both TV time and computer time. And
Cool.
we got a lot of pushback, Grim, from the kids. When we enforced this discipline about how much TV they could watch, how much computer time
Well, of course,
they
man.
can
They
have.
think of it as a treat. Right. They
Yeah,
think it's a treat. They don't see it as something that's
yeah,
destroying their, attention span or
no,
something that's like
no,
desensitizing them
yeah,
to their natural feelings that protect them
yeah,
in the world. I mean,
yeah,
it's a good thing to be grossed out by blood and poop and different things. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Not amused by it. You don't want to watch like Saw, if Saw 1, Saw 2, Saw 3, Saw 4, Saw 5, Saw, you know what I mean? Like, and get amused
yeah.
by that shit. This is
No,
what
no, no, no.
is happening to people. They've cross-wired their brains into being amused by things that are supposed to repel them and repulse them. Yeah, exactly.
What's actually good to see now is that, well, my daughter, who has kids of her own, is going down the same track, down the same path with that sort of discipline. Because there's an old saying, Grim, that a happy kid is a dirty kid. All
Yeah,
right,
true. Get outside and play, damn it, and wear yourself out.
that's right.
Happy parents
That's
too,
right.
because boy, when bedtime comes around and you don't have your kid all jacked up on bread and fucking red dye and blue dye and caffeine, they like to go to
Mm-hmm.
bed after playing all day too. It's great.
That's right. That's right.
People don't realize how bad bread is for kids. Bread that's part of your four food groups. It's a wheat. That's good for you. Yeah, but
Mm.
it's never not the brown dwarf wheat that they're giving these kids nowadays since the 60s really is high in phytic acid. It makes sugar really fast. I mean, all it
Right.
is it metabolizes down to sugar, and then it's
Yep.
that phytic acid, it blocks your ability to absorb minerals and shit that you need. So your body still thinks it's hungry because it hasn't absorbed any of the minerals and shit. It got fed a bunch of fucking poop. You might as well
Yeah.
just ate poop already pooped because you're not
Mm-hmm.
getting out of it. So you fucking take out the bread, man, from the diet and watch watch what happens. It's great. Like instantly, they start getting healthier. A lot of people have like borderline diabetes and shit, and some of them, they take medications to stay, and I talk to them, and they never even heard of this shit. And then they look it up, and they're like, "Holy shit! Why didn't my doctor tell me not to eat the bread?" Well, because he sold you the pills instead. I mean, hello. I don't know, man. You act like they're not getting kickbacks, but somewhere down the line, it's maybe not a direct per person kickback, but it's a particular type. There's a goddamn motive There's got to be, because they push it too hard for there not to be.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know. I remember too going to school, and no one was allergic to anything, Grim. Nothing.
I know. Well, they
There was
didn't
nothing.
inject everybody with peanut oil adjuvants yet.
Right.
Remember, they started using peanut oil adjuvants in their vaccines, right? And then all of a sudden, people started being allergic to peanuts. Think about it. Wow, what would cause you to be allergic to peanuts all of the sudden? Would it have something to do with the mass inoculations of peanut allergies would build antibodies to particular things like peanut proteins? You know
Crazy,
what I
isn't
mean?
it? Every second kid's walking around with an EpiPen and this and that. It's just like, what the hell's going on with the world? And also, too, the everything is so sterile now. Everything, everything is just sterile. Just clean
Yeah.
every surface. Spray this with
Nobody's,
this.
yeah, nobody's immune
Spray.
system gets any practice.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I think of it like it's simplified like a muscle, and if you don't use it, it won't work.
That's right.
My cat is
Yeah.
like, I want mommy. Let me in to see mommy. You're not doing it. This cat loves her so much, and a lot of cats aren't. They won't get really like, how a dog will stay looking in your eyes, and if you look, you can follow and trace him, and he'll copy you and follow you and trace you. And cats just usually don't do that. But this cat does it just for her. He won't do it for me or anybody else. But he'll lock eyes with her, and then she'll like squat down, and he'll squat down, and he'll go up, and she'll go, and then just so crazy how he stays locked right in on her. I can't. I've
Cats are.
never got him to do it with me. He's like, "Fuck you, dude."
I've never looked. My wife's got a cat. I've never been a cat person myself. Just, I personally find them a useless animal. Right, they're good on a farm. Put them in the hay shed, keep the mice down so the snakes don't come around. That sort of thing. Well, they do have a purpose there, but as far
Yeah.
as a pet is concerned, I just find them useless myself. You can't really train them. They're good for nothing. They're not loyal. They're a
I never
mask.
had bugs. I tell you, I never had bugs in the house.
Yeah.
I was living in Florida too, because like everybody had bugs in Florida. It's just common. Just like yeah, like in some places, you bring a date to your house and a cockroach goes across the table. That's it. She's like, I'm out of here. But in Florida, they never leave. The cockroaches lives there too, and it's okay. They know that. It's funny. But with a cat, man, they'll keep them cockroaches away. Cockroaches don't like to scurry around cats. No. I'm just kidding. Well, shit, it's midnight. I gotta get up.
Oh, damn. Work tomorrow.
Yeah, I got shit to do. All right, Bandy. I'll talk at you later.
All right, buddy. All right, take it easy. Peace.
Benzo. Betty. You there,
Yeah,
bro? Yeah, what's
there
up,
was
man?
some. You were playing some beautiful tunes in the background there. What was her name? Was singing.
Who was singing?
You had someone singing in the background. You must have been listening to some music at one stage.
In this VC just now?
Yeah, it was coming from your mic. Your mic was lighting up, and there was a girl singing in the background. I thought you were listening to YouTube or some music or something.
Oh yeah, I was listening to music. I mean, I am listening to music. I didn't, but I thought my mic was muted. My bad.
No. It was very, very faint. But anyway, what I heard, she had a gorgeous voice. Who was it?
Let me see. Let me go back on my Spotify playlist.
It was just her. It was just a cappella. I think she was just singing.
Okay, it might have been this song. Do you have Spotify, Benzo?
Oh no, the boss does. She's got it.
All right, let me see if the song's on YouTube. It
Yeah.
might have been this song. I don't know, cause my playlist is on shuffle right now. But I just went
Right.
backwards to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it was about 10 or 15 minutes ago, I think, was the song that
Oh, 10, 15 minutes ago. Oh, damn. Okay, maybe it wasn't this one. Let me see. Nah, then I have no idea, Benzo, because it's been a lot of
yeah.
songs. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was
But
busy in the kitchen
yeah,
making
but
some.
anyway, it
Yeah.
was she had a gorgeous voice from what I hear. It was cutting in and out a little bit, maybe because it wasn't getting
Okay.
picked up by your mic. But
That
anyway,
is weird that you guys could hear it though, because I had muted my mic, so you weren't supposed to hear anything. Maybe I need to look at it. Yeah, because I mean I was away from my PC, so it's just I
Yeah.
heard voices talking. I think it was you and Grim or something.
Yeah. We're talking about
Yes.
camping.
Oh, did you go camping?
No, he went camping, but anyway, we were just sharing some stories about camping trips back in the day, and then got on to hormone injected food and
What?
peanut allergies and stuff. But yeah.
You always having the wildest conversations, man. So.
No, I wouldn't say wild, but anyway.
Yeah.
So, what's the topic of today been, Nate? Anything?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I wasn't on much this weekend, and I just got on like an hour ago, and it was dead. There was literally no one talking. I had to beg people to join VC.
Okay.
Yeah, no one wanted to join. So.
Well, look, I think we're well and truly just pretty much battered the Globies into submission. Like they know there's no more.
How so?
Oh,
Did
look,
something happen? Did someone bring through?
look,
aren't
day
you a
in,
Globie,
day
man?
out, been
Isn't man a Globie?
yeah, definitely, yeah, through and through, yeah. There's no question about it. But look, every time we
And so
clash,
was there a lady talking through your mic?
yes,
No, that was
no,
me.
not through my mic.
It shines.
Through
Oh,
someone
okay.
Hi,
through
man
my
of
mic.
consciousness.
Hi, Shine.
Hello.
How you doing?
But, Nate every single
All
day
right.
gets body slammed by me and
What?
has has
Naughty.
to has to pick himself up. He brushes himself off. And then look, he is an honourable warrior. I'll give him that.
You are. Thank you.
He keeps on coming back for
That's the
more.
only piece of truth you've said in the last 5 minutes, man. So
Oh,
I am an honorable warrior. I am. Yeah. But I mean, have there been any like new arguments over the weekend? Anything? Do you have anything new, Shine? Did you look into abiogenesis?
No, I actually haven't even really been talking about flat Earth this past like couple days since the last time I was on with Bandsaw and a couple people from a political server. Haven't really heard much. Nothing new to report. Just the regular stuff, the regular facts and truths that you have to deal with on a daily basis and refuse to admit to. Same old, same old.
Okay.
Uh,
Nothing new. Well, I mean, maybe we can talk about history then. Like, what is it? Yeah, I've never asked either of you. What is it that got you into flat Earth? You know, were you already in conspiracy theories, or you went along with everyday life, and then there was a video you saw or something, or were you already suspicious of it?
you wanna go first, Shines, or
Yeah, so for me, I've always like had my eye out for liars. I grew up in a very lying type of child. I saw things from a very, very young age. And as things started to progress, like I started seeing the lies within news, within TV shows, within movies. Then, of course, 9/11 was a huge one where it was like I watched what happened with the planes, and it was like a panic attack when I saw it. Like, oh my God, what are they going to do next? And then the next, I didn't see the first plane because nobody did. Saw the second plane hit, and we were like, what just happened? Like, pure adrenaline, like, what's going on in this world? And it was only a couple days after where I started questioning it and being like, this doesn't make sense. Like, how did this happen? All this, and then information started coming out. And then from there, it just got deeper and deeper into everything and all the government lies and the whole Pizzagate thing and everything that they're doing with kids and Lolita Express and blah blah blah. But it was also the when my mother passed away. And when my mother passed away in 2012, when I had to go to the morgue, like to the place where she was at, and they were taking her body to the morgue, like they put her in, wrapped her in a body bag, and like took her away. I was at that funeral home to like sign the paperwork and have that happen. And I was driving home, southbound in San Jose. It was August 20th, 2012, the day that she died. Sky was overcast, and all of a sudden my brother grabbed my arm as I was driving, and I had a bruise for like 2 freaking weeks of his fingerprints on my arm. And he was like, "Oh my God, it's a UFO." And I was like, "Oh, no, 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 it's not." Like, I didn't believe in UFOs. So I was like, "No, no, no. Like, what the fuck is that though? Like, what is that in the sky?" And so I pulled over the side of the road, and then I started freaking out, like, what the fuck is this? And it was this perfect, like, circle in the sky that was like this hologram, and it kept getting bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller, and it was super overcast. So I was like, what the fuck is that? And it was like a hologram and like these pastel colors, and we were staring at it for like 5 minutes, like, what the fuck is in the sky? Like, is it then I started thinking, like, is it a UFO? Like, what the fuck is going on right now? And we're looking at all the other cars, like, how is nobody witnessing this? Like, what the fuck is going on? And then all of a sudden the haze like parted just slightly, and we were fucking blinded, and it was the sun. And the sun went back to its regular fucking size, and it was just the sun. And I was like, what the fuck is that shit? So I drove home, got back in the car, drove home. We were like, of course, spiritual moment. Our mom just died. We just saw some crazy shit. Like, thank you, mom. Like, goodbye. That was your passing, whatever. Make whatever meaning you want from it. But it made me get on the internet, and I started searching for things. And once I started searching for, like, what was this that I saw in the sky, nobody's ever seen anything like that. Nobody's ever said that they were able to stare at the sun for 5 minutes without it ever hurting their eyes. But as I searched for things, I started that I found like Math Powerland and like Eric Dubay and like all these different things, and so that was kind of like the biggest journey of how I got to flat Earth. But I had always been on this kind of trajectory towards it my entire life of like, I don't trust people. Like, people lie. And it's funny to me that the number one question, like, I always do, like, I used to do ladies night over on 24/7, and the number one question we would get from new people was like, why would they lie? Like, why would they? And that's why they made a rap song about it. Like, it's just such a silly question that people ask that.
Yeah.
Like, of course they'll fucking lie. They're human beings. People lie all the fucking time. My God, they lie for so many reasons. Why would they lie? Like, that's your first question? Like, it's just so silly to me. So I was, because of my childhood, the heroin addictions and the crazy shit my parents put me through and like whatever, like I knew that human beings were capable, no matter how much they loved you, they would lie. You know what I mean? So if people don't love you, imagine the lies that they're capable of. Like, I always had that growing up, and I was always like street smart. So yeah, it's always funny to me that people ask why would they lie. But yeah, that's my story. Long-winded as it was.
I mean, very, very interesting, very introspective. All right. Bandsaw, you want to go before like we ask questions?
Sure. Well, my introduction to flat Earth was probably a couple of years prior to me actually getting into it. I was at a doctor surgery, and anyway, just in the waiting room, and you've got your little coffee table with all your magazines there and whatnot, and naturally in a doctor surgery, the magazines are all Dolly and Women's Weekly, or there's no general fishing magazines or four-wheel drive magazines or sporting magazines. They're all pretty much centralised about around the ladies and whatnot, which was fine anyway. I was just flicking through those, and I came across a magazine that in some black print on the front of it had something in regards to flat Earth. So I ended up going, what the fuck is this? So I ended up picking it up and quickly skimming through it and read the article. And anyway, within the article, a few of the things kind of made resonated with me. Being a plumber, the whole water level and all that sort of stuff kind of resonated with me. But then anyway, I was called into the doctor and put the magazine down and kind of forgot about it. Never really thought about it much. And then it was a couple of years after that I had an accident and I was off work for about 3 months, and my children introduced me to YouTube actually, saying, "Dad, YouTube's is like the best thing ever. It doesn't matter what you want to search on YouTube, you can look it up." So anyway, they ended up signing me up to YouTube, and they're the ones that picked my name for me and everything, and away I went, and searched up some things like JFK and moon landings and woodwork and whatnot, and it was on from there. And I used to have a computer in the garage. Anyway, so I'd put on whatever YouTube video that I was watching at the time. Might have been a moon landing one, might have been a JFK one. I can't really remember which one it was to start off with. But then in the autoplay coming up next, it must have been, because I was just doing whatever I was doing, and then a video in regards to flat Earth came up, and I'm listening to these things again. I'm going, gee, that sounds familiar. And I'm just listening to these things, and one thing after another kind of started to resonate a little bit. And I went, oh, well, that's interesting, isn't it? And then after that, because the YouTubes weren't suffocated the way they are these days. Another one came on, and then another one came on, and then another one came on. It was quite interesting, and that's kind of how I got introduced to it, and have pretty much been there ever since. Got into these realms. I used to do a lot of hangouts on YouTube, a lot of Zoom calls and stuff, the old hangouts, and then through that I was introduced to the Discord, and then got on the Discord, and also into the flat Earth rooms and stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty boring, really. Nothing. No exciting story of any sort.
Well, thought it sounded pretty interesting.
Oh well, thank you.
I would also like to know, man of consciousness, what brought you to want to talk to flat earthers about how the earth is not flat? I think that would be pretty interesting to hear.
Could you guys give me 15 minutes and then I'll respond to all your questions. I have been listening. It's just I got into a Zoom call with someone real quick.
Yep, yeah.
So I just need to attend to this.
No
But if you
worries.
guys are still in 15 minutes. All right.
Yeah, and addressing your question, Nate, have I been suspicious about reality around us? I wouldn't say reality per se. The government 100%, 100%. The government, I've always had a suspicious eye when it has come to the government. But the actual reality itself, no, I was never really too suspicious about where I am or that sort of thing. I've always questioned history. Yeah, definitely history. I've always questioned, but once again, kind of gone along with the mainstream, and that's only because of the information of that was available to me. Growing up as a kid, you've got your books, your encyclopedias, that sort of thing is where you get your information from, and it is very limited to what whether the school or the library would have on hand for you to look at. So it wasn't until the internet itself came along when people had access to maybe other books that you hadn't had access to, and they would point out bibs and bobs that would get you to think, newspaper articles or a different book that had a different slant on things, a different version of the war and whatnot, and how that went down. Very, very, very. It was very, very interesting, and I still find it very interesting too. Being able to have access to different information, conflicting information to the mainstream narrative. Yeah.
Mic check, mic check. What's going on, everyone?
Hey, Jay. How you going, mate?
Listening to you guys' stories, interesting. Mine was a little similar.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what's yours.
3 years ago. So it's kind of a blur now, actually. But let me see what I can remember. So a few years ago, I was living in Puerto Rico, like 6, 7 years ago. Then I decided to move to the States. In Puerto Rico, I had no internet other than whatever I had in my phone. So I couldn't really browse to YouTube and really explore the internet. So when I moved over here, it was much easier because internet was easily accessible everywhere, right? Wi-Fi was everywhere, so I had it at my disposal. That means that I had information at my disposal. So I started researching because I was always a very aware kid, right? Like I would always ask one too many questions. I was always be very contradictory. I would always argue with grown-ups, but not because I wanted to argue with them, but it was because I used to catch the flaw in their logic, and I used to tell them that there's something wrong with what they're saying. And because I was a kid, I was always told to shut up. But I've always been a very observant person. So when I started looking into the internet, I went into the Illuminati and all that bullshit. I went into all that, got a little paranoid, started thinking that people out to get me and shit. But then the flat Earth came around, and it really shook the nature of my reality. Because if we did not come from an accidental Big Bang, then what the hell is the nature of our reality, right? It could literally all be in a jar somewhere, just crammed in there, like having some reality projected onto us for as far as we know, right? At least this is the possibilities that I'm thinking of. So I've come to the realization that we might not know what the nature of our reality is, right? It might not necessarily be about the shape of the earth or that the earth is flat, which it isn't, right? It logically just can't be flat. It's hills and valleys. But it served the purpose, which was to wake me up that we might not live where I've been told my entire life, which is disturbing as fuck. Because what else could you envision as a reality, right? As an origin story. So that's just was 6 years ago, and I've been in this argument ever since.
There was something that you said there that was actually pretty inspiring. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but you said that you went into the Illuminati and got paranoid and were like, what the fuck is going on? But then you found Flat Earth. And then you were like, whoa, this I don't know. It was like a transition from like, what the fuck is going on? Super paranoid to like, I found Flat Earth and like that calmed you. Is that kind of how that happened? Because it sounded
Oh
like that's
yeah.
how it happened.
Yeah, dude. The thing is, man, all that Illuminati, Rothschilds, Bilderberg, fucking bullshit. All that shit serves is to make you feel paranoid, right? To make you feel like there's no hope, like
Out of
it
control.
doesn't matter what you do. And I don't believe that anymore. I believe that. Fortunately, most of us have access to any amount of information that we so wish to. And if I wanted to conquer the world, I could probably locate the information that's easily accessible to me. So I no longer feel paranoid. I no longer feel like people out to get me. I am aware though that there are bad people that are willing to do bad things for their salvation. I am perfectly aware of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. But within this, area, like, so it shows you like there are players that are deceitful, there are players that are good, there are players that are just trying to live their life day to day, like they're not even in the game, right? They could care less about it. Like it showed you a different thing rather than just like, oh my gosh, we're stuck in this prison glow planet where these controllers are controlling us and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, that's definitely. I mean, like if you look into the Illuminati, um, when I was looking into those conspiracies like 6 years ago, right? They wasn't mainstream, but now they even put those things in like cartoons, like all those conspiracies that they used to put out before, and the Illuminati doing this and that. All those same things are in cartoons, so it makes me think that damn. Was they like making these stories? Was it all bullshit? Like even from the beginning, like these conspiracy theories, they used to say the Illuminati. Was it all bullshit? Because how is it that they're so bold as to put these things in cartoons for children to like absorb this information?
I think it delegitimizes it now. Now that it's been exposed, they'll stick it into Hollywood to make it seem, oh, it's just movie stuff. It's nonsense, Delegitimizes it.
I think that's the thing, though. But I think it's part of like the human condition, right? Because I don't know, we have this expectation that the information or important information comes from like people in some sort of podium with some sort of camera at them. We just have this thing that information can only come from one source, right? When information can come from anything, you know. Movies, radios. The problem is we've deemed these things entertainment. So we most of us don't see the truth or the value from this entertainment, and I can actually justify the people putting truth in entertainment because it's obvious what happens to people when they actually try to help the people, right? Let's not be naive here. It all ends two ways. You end up with two shots to the back of your head, discredited, jobless, no credit, or in a jail cell, right? So there has to be an alternative way to get the people to understand what is going on, right? So they put it in movies, they put it in radios, they make up little codes, and I think these things are absolutely necessary. made me think about the Freemasons and the Masons and these hidden organizations. Possibly these people are not as bad as we think, because these people are still around every time civilizations are destroyed, and the Masons seems to be the people that build the civilization back up. How bad could they really be, right?
Well, that's a double-edged sword. I mean, people with power like that, they could be the ones wiping it out and recreating it, wiping it out and recreating it. Like they're the ones that are in control, right? There's multiple ways that you can tell that story. As a writer, I can think of the Masons either being like benevolent overlords or vindictive, horrible people that are just like testing on us and wiping us out and then creating a new and wiping us out and creating a new, only keeping the children around, killing everyone else off. But there could be something in between, or it could all be horse pucky, and who knows, right? Like we don't know. That's the thing. Like there's so much that we do not know, but we buy into stories. Human beings love stories, right? And they buy into whichever story that suits them. And if we're buying into something that is paranoid or delusional, or that isn't based in fact and logic and reality, then I think we're missing the mark. Like we need to get better at calling out, like, okay, that seems a little far-fetched. Like let's go with what's logical here. Let's actually do the research. We need to be better organized. I think that we, are getting to that point, and we have a lot of great members in this community, and we can start actually really dissecting what is what and what is real, instead of just, so many people buy into the stories.
Do you think there's a saving, like there's this idea of saving humanity? Do you think that's like a legitimate idea?
What do you mean by that? Saving humanity.
I mean, it seems to me that these figures, like Jesus Christ, Malcolm X, like all these people that seem to want to do good for humanity, right? It seems that it always end up like
Well,
they
they're
don't end
martyred.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that's what I'm
martyred.
saying. So,
Yeah.
so is it possible that maybe whatever this place is, we're not supposed to save the place. We're just supposed to save ourselves?
I mean, that's another great story, right? Like what is the meaning? And so there's this great thing called like landmark, right? I took this course one time, and it's called landmark, and it teaches you this thing that we are meaning making machines, right? And we make the meaning of everything. Like every human being just makes the meaning. Life is meaningless and empty, and it's meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty, and we're meaning making machines. There was this one guy, I can't remember who it was, that said that life was meaningless and empty, right? And then everybody was like, oh my God, life is meaningless and empty. Then another really smart guy came out after that and was like, well, yeah, life is meaningless and empty, but it's meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty. And then people were like, oh, okay, that's cool. That means that I can make it mean anything. And so that then took the tagline of life is meaningless and empty, but it's meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty, and we're meaning making machines. We can make it mean whatever we want it to mean because we're meaning making machines. Whatever you make it mean, that's what it means, right? And so what is the popular thing that it means? We're going to go with that. Oh, and this other group thinks that it means this, and this people think that it means this, and these people think that it means this. So what does it actually truly freaking mean? Like it's creation, right? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I think it's fascinating, and I think that we are on a trajectory where there is this enlightening happening, but it still comes down to the human beings making it mean something, because there's nobody coming up from the heavens saying like this is actually what's supposed to happen. We have some old texts and stuff like that that have been translated time and time over again, and people can make that mean a million different things that they argue over, and there's wars fought over. So I don't know. I have no fucking clue, quite
The
frankly.
only thing I can conclude after all of this research is that I know absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
That's the
There's
only
certain
thing
things
one
that
can
we
conclude.
can know. There's certain things that we can know. Like I know that I'm on Discord right now. I know that I have a consciousness because I'm, talking to you right now. I know that I'm sitting in a chair. I know where I'm located, as they say on a map, right? I know that I have a husband and a son, but when we get into anything else that's like deeper philosophical, like, yeah, what do we actually know? Most of it is just people making meanings to things. Like, what do we actually know? Does anybody have anything that we actually know? Anyone, raise your hand.
I know my name.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like simple things like that, of course we know. Like I'm sitting in a chair. I know my name is Sarah. I know where I live. I know that I have a husband and a son. I know I'm on Discord right now. I know I have a consciousness. I know I'm talking to you guys. I know I'm enjoying this conversation, right? Like there's certain things we can know, but when we get into the grand scheme of this world and like knowing things, what do we actually know? There's a lot that we do not know. There's a lot that we don't know, right? And we know that we don't know it, and there's even more that we don't know that we don't know. Like there's so many things that we don't know that we don't know.
I think you got to know. Sorry, Nate. Go, mate.
No, go ahead, Basil.
No, I was just going to say, I think there's only one thing that I think that is important that you got to know, and that's yourself. Really. I think, when it comes to, these other things are handy to know, right? But I think knowing yourself, that's where it's at.
I
And
completely concur.
and that's what will give you peace, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah.
We can go down, the whatever rabbit hole that we want to go down, which they're good and great and all that sort of stuff. But going down whatever rabbit hole that you want to go down, the purpose is for what? It's really ultimately to know yourself and who you are, where you are, and where you may be going.
Well, and that's where the divide and conquer comes in, right? That's why that's why this is called Discord. It's not called like civil conversations, right? Like let's get chummy together. It's called Discord. Like let's take all the things that people think that they know and let's argue about it. I think that you're spot on with like you can know yourself. And what's funny about this is that when we're on Discord, we can disagree about so many things, but I have so many people on here that are completely disagree with me on political, what the earth is, all these things, and they're my dear friends because we agree on so many other things and I know them as a person. I know who they are and they know who I am, right? And that beats everything else of all these other things that we're arguing about that none of us know what it is, but we're arguing that, we're trying to figure it out and we're trying to say that we know and, or, some people say that they know, some people are like, what it could it be? We're on this journey together, but yeah, all of that strips away when you truly know someone and when they know you. I feel you, Bandsaw. That was brilliant.
Put yourself in the mind of a glober. Sorry, Banzo. Put yourself in the mind of a glober though that just thinks that, oh yeah, the scientists, that they know everything. They've worked out the world and know everything. It takes away all that mystery of not knowing, and it kind of doesn't worry me, but it makes me feel kind of sorry for some of these closed-minded globers who just
It's a blanket. It's a blanket. It's cozy, and it's
they're
like,
just hiding
okay,
it
I
for
know that
another.
too, right? I can say that I know that, and I don't have to worry about it. There's no adventure there. Like there is adventure in the hopes that we might go somewhere someday, but I don't really have to worry about that because they're doing that. I don't have to do that, right? Like, yeah, it's quite brilliant. I have to take my hat off to what they have done, with the education system and what they have taught people. Really tip my hat to them. It's quite brilliant what they have done with that cozy little blanket of knowing.
I was speaking to someone about reincarnation, and people that say that these kind of closed-minded people they're new to this. It's their first time around, and us kind of more truthers have been here a few times before. So
I think it's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that logically makes sense.
And they've got to create that safety blanket for the newbies, or it'll just break their brains because they're so new to this place where we've been here a number of times, or our entire soul.
It also begs the question then. What's the difference between a new soul and an old soul, right? Where are the new souls coming from? How are they created?
Yeah, I like the safety blanket analogy, but I would say that this applies to every human being on the planet, because there was a question I wanted to ask. Are there things we could never know? There are things we know, things we don't know, and things we know we don't know. But are there things we will never be able to know? And
No, no, that's not, no, that's the
because
whole point.
yeah, but if I could just get my point
Yeah,
out,
no. Yeah, go
because
ahead.
there might be things we might never be able to know. For example, we might never be able to know if we're alone in the universe or not. We might never be able to know if we were created by a creator. We might never be able to know what started all of this. Do we have a purpose in within our existence? And because we might not be able to know these things, we are walking on shaky grounds because we don't have a full understanding of our reality. We all create this safety blanket that makes us feel like we have a better control of the world around us, whether it's religion, whether it's the shape of the earth, whether it's science, whether it's politics, where we all have these ideals that give us assurance because we were all kind of flung into reality, right? We were all born into a world we didn't necessarily agree to be born into. We weren't a part of that conversation when our parents procreated us. We were just thrown into reality, and we were thrown into reality by people themselves who don't have a proper grip on reality, who don't have all of the answers. And as you grow older, you start realizing this. When you're a baby, you don't know much about the world. The first person you form a bond with is your mother, and then your father later, and they become the pillars upon which you base truth. If they tell you Santa Claus is real, you believe Santa Claus to be real because you don't know any reality outside of what your parents tell you. You don't know the world or understand it unless your parents explain it to you. And as you start going to school, you hear different things. Kids tell you Santa isn't real, the tooth fairy isn't real. Your teachers tell you different things, and you start to grow a bit of distrust towards your parents now because what they told you was real, you turn out that isn't real, and you got to start finding your way through reality. And as we're going down that windy, shaky road, we need to create these blankets to secure us. I don't know. Like,
Well, hold on.
what do you
So
guys think about
there
that?
was a couple things that you said there that were very interesting. Number one, we know that we don't know if we agree to birth. We know that this is something that we don't know, right? Like, did we agree to birth? We don't know, but we know that it's a question that we can ask, right? And we know that we don't know all of the other questions that you asked. Every single question that you posed, we know that we don't know those things. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to ask the question of it. But there's a ton of other shit that we don't know that we don't know. And that's why we can't even pose a question to ask the question because we don't know to ask the question of the things that we don't know yet, right? That those are kind of like the stepping stones of it. So there's things that we know, there's things that we know that we don't know, and then there's things that we don't even know that we don't know. And we wouldn't even be able to ask a question if we didn't know it. So all of your questions were brilliant, and I totally jive with every single one of them. And when you even touched on like Santa Claus, um I don't know, I struggle with this, like, people over in 24/7, they're constantly like, it's child abuse that
Yeah,
parents do
yeah,
Santa and all that kinda shit, and I'm like, I don't know. My mom did Santa with me, my grandpa did Santa, I loved it, and I
yeah.
love that they did that with me. My grandfather did it to the point where it wasn't even, like, a question of, like, "Oh, it's the spirit of Santa," right? Like, I full on believe that Santa Claus was real. Then when my mom came back, she was gone for a while, when she came back, she taught me that it was a spirit of Santa. And so now we're doing the spirit. So it was like this smooth trajectory, but there was still that lie there, right? And what's
Yeah.
brilliant about it is that it teaches you imagination, it teaches you wonder, but it also does
Yeah.
teach you that there are lies in this world, right? There are beautiful lies, there are ugly lies, but it teaches you that the humans are capable of lies, whether good or bad or whatever. And I think that there are so many learning lessons with Santa that it's like, I don't understand why people are so against it. I don't know what you guys think, but yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I love
It's
Santa.
Yeah, I
probably
would
based
say
on the true story,
I love
right?
Santa too.
That whole Santa story is most likely based on real events, right? Not necessarily some fat guy that slides through people's chimney, right? But at least some entity that gave gifts or something or some ritual like that, right? Because these stories they're not based on anything, right? Because they have to be a little bit of truth for our spirit to be able to resonate with the story, whatever bullshit story that there may be. So, guys, I have a theory on consciousness and how souls might be created.
Go for it, Jay. Go.
All right. So hear me out, right? Let's say, let's say, we get born, right? I don't know if we have the ability, like cosmically, to call whenever we get born, but people seem to make their own decisions to have relations, so I don't see how we are able to affect that. So so possibly, uh, people are in charge of at least the product, right? The physical, the sperm, the egg, and all that. But the spiritual, maybe that is somewhere else, right? Oh, you understand? Like maybe the human beings provide the product, and our spirits come from somewhere else, right? We inhabit this body, and we're in this body. We come new, right? We've forgotten wherever we was. We've forgotten language. We don't know how to communicate. We pretty much don't know how to do anything when we come to this world. So it seems to me that when you look at history, that most people or most civilization, they kind of they don't go anywhere, right? So and there seems to be 20% of that civilization that seem to be the people that ask the questions, the people that look into knowledge, right? So being that they look into these things, right? Is it possible that they develop awareness, some sort of consciousness, which is what makes them what gives them the options of becoming these new souls that go into heaven? Because if theoretically, if all we know from this earth is what we take to the next, that's a lot of ignorance that a lot of people have chosen to not ask themselves about anything, right? So if all you did during your life was go to work and watch the Kardashians, you know what I'm saying, waste your life like that, and that's the knowledge that you have to take to the afterlife, you will probably end up back 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 in this place doing the same thing. But if you dedicated your life to truth and knowledge and some sort of answers, right? It's possible that you might have different choices when you get to the so-called afterlife, right? Because it seems to me that we do have choices. Everything we do seems to be a choice, even being here in this Discord at this moment, right? So we do have to have a certain power. I don't think we're completely powerless. We might not own and control the system, right? But we definitely have power to influence in it. So maybe the new souls come from the people that awaken in this realm, right? Every generation that comes, there's some people that they just live in the matrix, and they seem to be part of that system of that matrix, and they seem to also be necessary. But once in a while, some people awaken from that, and these people are what are so quote unquote the new souls. So what you guys think about that?
Well, I actually just heard you a comment. I'm so sorry, whoever wanted to speak. I've been talking a lot. Go, whoever that was, talk first.
I was just going to ask Matrix, when you said to dedicate your life towards truth and knowledge, what did you mean by that? Because that would have a lot of different interpretations for many people. So what's your interpretation of dedicating your life towards truth?
Well, let me see how I could put this. Well, the journey that kind of we're on, right? We don't seem to be the only ones in history to do this, right? Like these people are the people that are written about, the Einsteins, or at least the real people that Einstein's character was based on, right? These people in history that just they seek knowledge, right? They stand out from history because they're not part of the herd. And obviously it can't be everyone, right? You can't have 80% paranoid society, right? So you have an 80% of regular society. These people that run the matrix, you know, the machines, they do the systems and they make sure everything goes how it should. But the other percent of the people, the 20%, these people would be the people that maybe they're a little bit more inquisitive, and being that they're a little bit more inquisitive, they seek out to satisfy that that need that they have, which leads them to expand their mind and overall have at least not all the answers, but at least have a bigger pool of which to 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 explore ideas.
Well, I was gonna say, I was on the same point as Bandsaw that, what did you mean by the truth seekers? And what's funny to me is that, a lot of people, no matter what religion or spirituality that they have, they're like, what you do in this world, like you have to give to people, you have to do all these works, you have to do all these things, and, be out in the world.
Shines.
But go ahead.
A great point, but like we can't discount what he just said.
How did I discard what he just said?
I mean, if you look at the crops of
If I look at what?
the crops of his
The
what he
crux of it? Sorry, you're a little bit low for me.
okay, what I'm saying, the crops of
The
what he
crux of it. I hear you. Okay.
is basically this: that fucking life is what we make of all this bullshit around us. What really matters is life. That's what he's trying to tell you. And you guys are trying to fucking this other bullshit on the side of
Oh,
it.
come on, Branch.
What are
Branch,
you
come
on
on.
about, Branch? That's
Yeah,
not what's
no,
even
Branch,
going on
don't
right
do
now at
this.
all.
that's not how it went down at all, bro.
No,
Come on,
sorry for
Branch.
blaspheming me, but no. That's not what I was
Branch.
doing. I was adding on I was actually hyping up what he was saying. I was feeling what he was saying, and I was digging deeper into what he was
My
saying.
bad. You know what? Three motherfuckers walked in the room and said hello.
Branch.
Settle down, man. Come on,
Go
settle
ahead,
down.
Shines. I mean, I'm pretty sure that did you feel what I was saying about X-Men?
About X-Men?
Next man.
Next man. The other guy. Jay. Media Jay.
I don't know why you call me
Anywho.
man, but yeah, I don't understand what you're saying, Branch.
Anywho. If we could just get back on topic before Branch starts
So
to derail.
what I was saying is that I even wrote in a comment like this is a major debate, like right, like the works of people, like do you have to do all these things and donate your time and do this and that whatever, or can you just be like a deep thinker and like be in your like even if you're like in solitude, just a person that completely reads books, doesn't even have a family, but is just working on self, right? Like a monk, like somebody who's just working on self. Oh my God, never mind.
Hold on. Go, Sean's finish. Go. Go, sweetheart.
Thank you. Somebody who's just working on self. Like I think that both are, they can be equally good, but sometimes I think the person that's just working on self might even be better because the person who's trying to do good, it's like that whole saying goes like no good deed goes unpunished. Like, I remember the story of, like, they sent these scrunchies to Africa, and then the scrunchies created this, like, war because of, like, this and that, and people were getting murdered over the like, crazy things happen, like, no good deed goes unpunished, like, the tiniest little thing that you put out into the world can have like, "Oh, well, you gave this person something? Well, I didn't get anything," or all these different things, but somebody just trying to work on themselves, and if everybody just did that and worked on themselves, but also helped their neighbor, I think the world would be a much better place. That's all I was
Yeah,
trying to
see, yeah, that's what when Jay was mentioned, seeking truth and knowledge, and I questioned you on a little bit. That Jay, like for me, that statement means for me like looking for truth and knowledge about yourself, not necessarily um, um, where you are, what realm you are, but purely for oneself, not looking for knowledge like the people's the Einsteins and these sorts of people that you'd mention, even though these are good things that people do when they're in their little garage, experimenting with whatever. For me, the true journey is looking for the truth and knowledge about yourself, and that, to me, it has become more evident since I've had grandkids and learning how to live in the actual moment, right? Not living, a second before or a second after, but actually living in the moment, and experiencing that moment for that moment itself, and sucking that in for all its value. I reckon that's to me that's the journey now that I find that I'm on.
Hmm. Also, just to I'm sorry that I'm taking us way back, but yeah, Shrine, you were making the points about things we could know. Okay, so there are things we know, things we don't know we know, and things we don't even know we don't know.
No,
But
no, no. It's things we know.
I'm trying to, yeah,
Yeah, so it's things we know.
we know
Things
things
we
we don't know.
know. No, no, no. Things we
Oh,
know.
okay,
Things we know we don't
we
know.
don't
Like
know.
I know
Okay,
I don't know how to build an engine for a car, right? I know that I don't know that. So there's
okay.
things we know, like I know how to cook a chicken. I'm very good at things that I know that I know. Then there's things that I don't know, but I know that I don't know them, right? I know that there's things out there that I don't know how to do, but I know that I don't know those things. But then there's other things that we don't know that we don't know. So we can't even ask the question of what is that thing because we don't even know what it is yet. We haven't had those epiphanies as human beings yet. And we're on this pathway of discovering all of that together, right? It's quite cool when you really think about that.
Okay. So I just want to focus on the things we know we don't know. So those things we know we don't know. For example, we we know we don't know whether or not a creator does exist or doesn't exist. But
Oh,
I'm
I would
curious
say
as to
within that.
whether, huh?
I would
Just
say
as an
within
example. It's
that. Yeah,
yeah,
but
but
as an example,
that's
there's a lot
just
of
an
people that
example.
yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
hear
yeah,
ya.
yeah. So I because I think that's where a lot of people would like meet in the middle. I think the majority of people would say we know we don't know whether or not. Some people feel they do.
I don't
Some
think that
people
the
feel
majority of people would say that. A lot of people
okay.
are very
All
spiritual
right.
or religious, or at
Is there
least they
is there
talk
something else I could use as an example? Something all of us would agree we know we don't know. Maybe we could all agree we know we don't know
I would
what's
say that we
on
all in this
what's
realm where
outside
we
the
are right now
universe.
in this within this conversation right now, I would say every single one of us knows that we don't know if there's containment or not, or how to even explain containment.
Yeah, but what do you mean by containment? Like a container for our atmosphere containment?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Like
okay, but
I don't think that there's
that
something
wouldn't
we don't
work
know.
either because the same way I say there are people that know we don't know if God exists. The way you gave me pushback, I could give pushback on the container because there are a lot of us that say we know that there isn't a container. Even though you
No,
don't
no, no.
believe them,
No, no,
but
no. There has
yeah,
to be containment, and even Globers say there has to be containment, but they
okay,
even say
but we
that we're
say
not
the
totally sure how it
containment
is
is
contained.
no, no,
So
no.
that I think that would be like a happy medium kind of a thing. I don't
I
know.
don't
Does
think so
anybody else
because
agree?
even globers we say that the containment is its force.
Yeah,
Gas needs to be
for
contained
for the
by a
containment,
force,
gravity.
and yeah, and then we say it's gravity. So maybe there's something else that we could agree on. I
That's what I
think
mean.
we could all agree, flat earther or globe earther, that we don't know what's outside of the universe, right?
But no, no, because flat Earth doesn't believe in like universe. So even that isn't something we could agree on, right? Like we don't believe in the universe theory. So what is
Uh,
that? This is actually a really good question, guys. What is it something that both flat Earth and globe Earth can both agree that we know that we don't know? That something that we know, but we don't know how we can explain it.
Well,
This
yeah.
is a really good question, actually.
how do we actually know, right? Now we all believe, right? But how do we actually know? going back to Nate's first point, right, that there is a creator.
Yeah.
Now, we can believe that there is a creator, right? We can have this belief. We can look around. We can see an apple seed. We can see all the creation everywhere. And we can all come to the determination that there is a creator, because I know Nate believes in a creator. But to actually say that we know there is a creator, well, no, I don't think any of us can actually say that we know that.
Well, the whole thing is that we know that we don't know, right? So, when it goes to like a creator, we know that creation, like, there's a very necessary antecedent to that no matter what. And even with the Big Bang, the creation, there is the creator of that Big Bang, right? So no matter what, there's always this creation, right? No matter what, there's a creator. So we all know that. We know that there's a creator,
We don't know that. We don't know that.
No. So
Well,
how are we here? So look,
We don't know,
here's
Shan.
the funny
hold
thing.
on. Well, when it comes to a creator, the creator itself, that word creator puts a
There's like a
entity
human, yeah. There's like anthropomorphic.
exactly,
Yeah, it's
exactly right. So
anthropomorphic for sure.
if we're talking globy Big Bang theory, like two little atoms colliding into each other, well, is there an entity that actually
Exactly. The
made
anthropomorphism doesn't
that
need to happen.
happen?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't need
yeah,
the
yeah.
anthropomorphism. We know that there is a creator, creation, and when I say creator, I mean like that something created it. And I'm not
You mean the word
anthropomorphizing it to like be
intent?
a human being, but there is a
Like,
creator.
okay, but basically, you mean there was intention in all of existence. There was
I'm not
something.
even
We don't
saying
know what it was.
there was a creator. Like there has to be creator for creation, right? And I'm not
But
anthropomorphizing it
there needs to
because
be
even
intent as
bugs
well.
can do it. Bacteria can create. Ants can create. I'm not trying to turn it into this human being that is creating something. This human being that is a creator. So when we hear that word, we think of
What
like a human. We think of like a being, right? Like there's
intent?
bacteria that there's so many different things that can create. I'm saying that there is
No,
a
you know
creator
what
that
those signs. I think there's also this thing that we're afraid to think what the creator is. Like it's not even so much that the government or the people have showed us who the creator is. It's almost like we're afraid to think who the creator is because of the people. Like there are some of us that think the creator is within, and some of us that think that the creator is within out. But regardless, the people that believe in a creator do believe in a creator. But I think that you really got to look at the negativities that all these people put out, even to think there is a creator in the first
What are you
place.
talking about? That it's negative to think that there is creation? So you're saying that every religion is negative. Everybody who's even atheistic who believes in a Big Bang is, negative. All of everybody who thinks that we are existing right now is negative for thinking that we were created because we
Right.
are created, right? Are we not created, Branch?
Society today makes us think that. Like, if you want to be a good person in society, you're not supposed to believe in nothing but peopleism. And the stuff you're talking about, I was very against what it means to be a good boy in today's society.
Wait,
You're not
what did I
supposed
say
to
that
believe
was
in God.
against it? Well, what did I
Do
say that
you
was
believe
against
in
being a
God?
good
Okay,
boy?
Chance, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe it. I don't believe in God per se, like I'm not religious, but I do believe in a creator. I do believe that we were created. I don't know what that creator is. And the way that me and my mom used to discuss it is she used to tell me when I was younger, like searching for God is like a fish searching for the ocean. And when I got older, I used to say trying to understand quote unquote God is like a fish trying to understand human civilization. Like
Right,
we'll
but
never fucking get it. We don't
guys,
know.
what I'm trying to say is,
We are created. That's why we're here.
because
Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
what I'm trying to tell you, and you basically just told me this too, is that it's not so much that you don't believe in God. The society's told you, and whether it be your mom's society or any society at all, right? Your mom, dad, I don't give a fuck. Dude, for some reason, you feel ashamed to believe in God. What is wrong with believing in God? Why is it
Hold
that
up. I never said that I was ashamed in believing in God. When did I ever did anybody hear me say that? Anyone at all? Did I say I was ashamed in believing in God? Did I even say anything to that nature?
I'm sorry.
Because I never even precluded to that. Like I'm not even no.
Sometimes
Not at all.
I tend to sometimes leap, maybe 5.
Definitely jumped and leapt and bungee jumped again.
Sometimes I do fucking leap ahead, in thoughts before I can actually ask you the questions. But I mean, do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God as in as a creator. Yes. So if you want to use God as creator, as, the everything of everything, that we are here because of whatever that word is that I don't even know a word for because I'm not smart enough and I know that I'm so, far from it that I can't even see exactly how glorious and I can't see how glorious and beautiful it is, but I can't see it in its entirety and I don't know. Yeah.
How do you think you are so far away from God?
No, I said that I'm so far away and so close, and I can see the beauty of it. I can see exactly that I was created. I know that I'm created. I've been actually talking about the fact that we're created this entire time, and now you're trying to make it sound like I'm not saying we were created and I don't believe in God. I'm just saying, I don't care if it's called God. I don't care if it's creator. I don't care what word you use for it. There is something out there that is intensely involved and everywhere that we are experiencing that made us here. And I don't doubt that within an inch of me. But I'm not somebody that's like, oh, it needs to be called this or it needs to be called that or, what you're trying to put onto me right now. I don't get down with that.
Friends, I will say this, right?
If I can just get back to the point
I am not,
supposed to.
before this,
So,
any further, friends, I will say, I'm not trying to put anything on you. I swear to God, I'm not.
You are derailing a little bit, Branch.
Yeah, Branch.
I've
Anywho,
never tried to put words in Shane's mouth. I never tried to even ask her. I'm like.
Just sit back and just listen for a bit. Just sit back and listen, mate.
So,
One night.
yeah. So while we're still trying to figure out
Listen for a bit, my man, so you can talk.
So while while we're still trying to figure out what it is Globus and Flat Earthers agree on, things we know we don't know. Let's just hypothetically say there was this thing A that we agreed we know we don't know what thing A is. Is it possible that we might never know? Are there certain things we know we don't know, but we also know we can never know what these things are? Like, do
think
we
so.
have things that exist, things that are unknowable?
I think so. I don't know if everyone else agrees, but I think so. I think there are things that we will never know and will never
I agree.
understand.
Like
I'm
what?
happy
Especially
with
in
that.
our lifetime, but even after our lifetime, like our grandchildren's grandchildren, yeah, I think there's
Such as?
things that we still wouldn't even figure out by then
You give
or
an
ever.
example?
I think that they're, even when it comes to optical illusions, how light works, what is light, electricity, lightning, clouds, how are they formed, all of these different things. I think that we place knowledge, we say, oh, we know that this is exactly how it works, but I think there's so many variables and things that we don't know, that it feels comfortable to
And,
say, "Oh, we know what it
and you
is,"
don't
but
even know how on the
no.
point
Oh my gosh,
are.
Branch, let me finish. Branch, just let me finish. Things that when we say that we know things, and then it's like, "Oh, no, no, but guess what? We figured this out. But guess what? We figured so let's change that. And then let's change this. And then let's change this." Like if we're constantly changing things and constantly coming up with new ideas, that means that we never actually knew it in the first place, right? And that is constantly happening within science. Like we're constantly like, "Oh, no, no, this is now happening and that's now happening." So I think there's a multitude of things that we will never truly understand. I think it's this journey of like trying to figure out the creation, and we're never going to figure out the creation because we are it. You know, I don't know.
When you said light, one of the things that we don't really understand, that just like hit it on the fucking nail. Like we actually really do get to a point where we actually understand light. That would be a point where we can actually understand life. We really don't understand what light is. Right? We think it's a fucking sometimes a wave, sometimes a particle, you know, and we really don't understand what light actually is. And I don't think we're ever going to understand it until we probably need a brand new type of physics to actually really understand what light actually is. That's without a doubt.
So the point I'm trying to get at is that it seems, without going too deep into it, on the surface of it all, we all agree that within this world we've all been kind of flung into from our mother's bodies, that there are very few things you can really be certain about. Very few things within reality you can actually know, and most of those things relate to yourself. So your own
Right, but
experiences, your name. I'm not done talking,
here's
Brandon.
the thing though, bro.
I was quiet while you were talking. Please, bro. I'm not done. So it's things that relate to yourself and how you experience and view the world. So your experiences in life, your name, the fact that you exist, and everything else. It seems we have to come to an agreement with each other as to whether or not these things are real. Right? We need to agree. We know we don't know this, or we know we know that. If I'm pointing at a tree, I need to get agreements from the rest of you that you also see that tree, so that I know that tree actually exists outside of my own personal experiences, and I can call it real. It's not just something from my head. And things like science, religion, are things, social constructs we've created that we all agree on, so that we have a better footing of, a foothold within reality. It's like it's a safety blanket, and I think it's needed. I think it's a good thing that we've come up with these things. We might not agree on whose interpretation of religion is best or whose methods of science are the best, but we all need these things, in order to navigate through reality with some sort of security, right?
Yeah, so I was the one who said the safety blanket from the beginning, and I agree with you. It is a safety blanket. And it's just kind of like Santa Claus, right? Like it teaches you a lot of things, and then you should be able to grow out of it and see, okay, yeah, I thought these things, but how can I see further than this? But a lot of the time, the safety blanket becomes so snug that it becomes like a straitjacket where people are not able to see beyond like the security of it into thinking logically and thinking beyond it and researching deeper. And they're just like, "Oh, I trust the science, whatever the news says." Whatever the news says, whatever the news says. Like that is not science. That is not logic. That is not how people should be living in reality. And so this safety blanket has turned into a straitjacket for many people, too many people. And it's got to change.
So change in what way? Like people should go out and figure out the whole reality, figure out what reality is for themselves. Like, I mean, do people have the time to do that? Do they have what's needed to go out into the world and figure out for themselves what is reality. Like, have they been equipped with the ability to do that? How do you do that? How do you figure out what is reality? What is the nature of existence? Like, do you blame people for deciding that is too big a task for me, and I'd rather trust the scientists and the people that have dedicated their lives to that, or the imams and the Pharisees and the pastors and the Pope and whatnot. I
Well,
feel safer trusting these people
Mankind,
with what
just let
they
me,
say the nature of reality is, as opposed to me, this little person. I mean, I don't have the tools to 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 really do this. Like, is it wrong for people to have that sort of outlook?
no, not really. It's understandable to a certain extent, where you can't allow your mind to drift off and allow them to think for you. You got to still be able to capable of thinking for yourself. But you can meet the most skillful mechanic that has worked on cars for 40 years, right? And he just winds up not being able good. He's not good at it anymore. He's horrible. He sucks at it. Doesn't mean it's like appeal to authority, right? You don't want to do that. I mean, in some cases, sure, it happens, but like I said, you got to be able to think for yourself.
No, definitely. You got to be able to think for yourself by using discernment, right? If there's a dude that says he's the best mechanic in the world, you don't just believe him blindly. You use your discernment. You want to see whose cars have you fixed before. Do you have a track record of fixing cars? Do you have qualifications? Could I see you fix someone's car and you record it so I can see how you do it? Can I go on your site and see customer feedback, reviews? Do people give you 5-star ratings for the work you've done? And if all of that matches up, do I have any reason not to trust you? You see what I'm saying? But there's no way for me to really. The only other way I could really prove if you were that good a mechanic is if I had the skills you had and I could verify your work for myself, which I can't. I can't question a mechanic by, if he fixes a car, I can pull it apart and say, no, you didn't put this part in together right, so you're not a good mechanic. I can't do that. So I have to use limited amounts of discernment based on what other people say about this mechanic, right? Or what?
But definitely you got to use discernment to come to whatever decision, and it's what you put faith in too.
Yeah.
Where you get where you get your information, and are you happy where that information comes from? So how have you been born into that information gathering process? Like, it all starts at a very, very early age. Like you mentioned, the Pope and the Imam and stuff before, Nate. Like, when it comes to your spiritual beliefs, do you trust the Pope or do you trust your well, that also comes down to discernment, but also too, you get that, from the environment that you've been born into, and you're told that these are people that you can trust and you can believe, and what they tell you, does that information sit comfortably with you? Some
Exactly.
people never question it at all, Nate. Never question it. They just go about their life just believing these things because it sits comfortably with them. It doesn't cause them any ill in one way, shape, or another. Um, but other people do question these things, and the information that they may get from the Pope, right? And they go, well, okay, well, is this the way? Is his way, the right way? And then they start to question their faith, question their belief, and may take another path uh, for their belief, which is not the path of which the Pope or their imam may lead them, but there's still everyone's still going to have a belief system of some sort, and that belief system is within yourself and for yourself, and what is good for you too.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And that leads back to the fact that because we can only be sure of how we interpret the world, that is the
Mhm.
only thing we can really be sure about. What's in your head, how you
Yep.
experience the world and whatnot. All of this
Yep.
information we get, it's like you said, Ben. So it has to resonate with you. You gotta have faith in it. And if it doesn't resonate with you, you question it. But the your ability to question things is limited to how much you've been exposed to that thing. If someone comes and tells you the sun is 93 million miles away, you can question it. You can ask them for, show me the mathematics and the equipment and whatnot. But
Mhm.
unless you dedicate your life to trying to falsify or validate that by studying it and immersing yourself in cosmology, your ability to question it is going to be limited because at the end of the day, the only thing you're sure of is your own outlook,
Well,
on
I,
things.
I I definitely don't think that your ability to question it is limited. I definitely don't think that at all. your
Mm.
your ability to question anything is unlimited. Right. It's unlimited. It's not limited at all. Now, just because you have not studied a particular field, okay, and you
Mhm.
brought up the distance to the sun, for example, does not mean that you cannot question in an unlimited manner, right, how they came to that figure, right, and what methods that they used, and the conclusions that they got. And you can, with a logical thought process, okay then, A, B, C, D. Well, this doesn't make sense to me logically, right? Because there could
Yeah.
be this variable, that variable, or the other variable that hasn't been taken into consideration, even though, right, we're told that these variables have been accounted for and this, that, and the other thing. Well, show me where these variables and show me how these variables were accounted for. And if I can't see how these variables were accounted for and tested, okay, well, I'm going to question that, and I'm not going to take just on blind faith that the sun is 93 million miles away, considering when once upon a time it was 7, 10, 13, 70, 80. It changes
Yeah.
every second day. Um, like the distance to the moon, which changes, an inch every year or whatever the case may be. To
Yeah.
tell me that you can measure the distance to the moon, and it's changing an inch every year is absolutely ludicrous. To think that you can measure something within that sort of tolerance, regardless of the methodology that they actually use. Right? So you can quite easily, right, question things unlimitedly, even without having studied something for majority of your life. Asking questions, from a position, say, of ignorance of that topic does not make you ignorant at all, right? Um, does not at all. I mean, all you're doing is questioning and questioning the validity of the information that is presented before you, all right? And when you start to question, because generally when you ask one question, there's a second question, and then a third question, and then a fourth question, and the questions are unlimited, all right? When you're looking at anything, especially if we're talking about distance to the sun or anything to do with over our head or even under our feet for that matter, right? Because what's exactly under our feet? You know, we've got very little idea of actually what's under our feet, as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was just using the distance to the sun as an
Yeah,
example.
I know. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was.
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
it's
I
a
was
bad
just
example.
using that.
I was just trying to think of something really complex that the average person, just through their everyday experience might not be able to validate. So just looking at the sun, because that's the only way we experience it. As an average person, you're not gonna know really how far away it is or how big it is. And if someone comes out with the claim that it's this big and this far away, it's a crazy claim for them to make. And for you to even try and question that claim is a bit difficult. Most of us, we live life not caring about that. The ideas in the back of the head of most people's minds that I've heard that the sun is 93 million miles away, but most of us don't really care about it. We don't look at the sun and think, "Wow, it's really far away." Like we see
No.
it every day. It's there, but when we hear these crazy claims made about something we see in our everyday existence, that this is the nature of it, this is where it is in relation to us, how big it is, this is what it's made of. These are big claims being made. And for an ordinary person, it's hard to really get into the weeds of these claims. You have to dedicate a lot of time the way some of you guys do. I mean, there are people that dedicate a lot of time being on Discord arguing about this every day. But most people can't dedicate that sort of time to discussing how far away the sun is. So they have to go along with what the quote unquote experts say on the matter. Obviously, some people do just blindly believe the experts. Some people, with the little amount of time they have, they do a bit of a quick Google, a quick wiki. How do they figure out? Okay, that's interesting, and I think that resonates with me. That settles my curiosity. I'm not going to question it anymore. I'm going to accept what the mainstream says about this. I just wonder, is that a bad thing? Is that a bad approach to take, with figuring out what is the nature of reality? Is it bad to have these safety blankets we have, like science and whatnot? Or is it we need to throw away the safety blankets and go out there and each man and woman and child on their own figure out what is the nature of reality? Like, to me, it sounds like too daunting a task for one person to really go out and do.
I don't think one person could do it at all. Right?
Yeah.
And you have to network your information.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to work together as a network. Now to work out the nature of your reality. Like most people, Nate, let's be quite frank. Most people, right, are just worried about getting a job and do they have enough money for their flat screen TV and
Mm.
for their internet access. That's what most people are concerned about these days. Right? They're not really concerned about where they are or who they are or where they're going or anything like that. They're just born into into a world. They're You're brought up, you go to school, get good grades, get a good job, um, have a family, and live happily ever after. But here's the recipe how to do that. You have to learn X, Y, and Z. You've got to do X, Y, and Z for a job. Um, so you can put food in your belly and a roof over your head and stuff, and then hopefully get to an age of retirement, and then get your little pension and sit on your front doorstep, rocking and frothing for the rest of your life. That's basically what we're bought into and what we're taught, really. And that I would say that would go for a majority of people. And it's on the outer fringes where people do question things, which I think is becoming a little bit more common these days, especially with the access to information, especially at your fingertips. There's way more information out there that are getting people to question things, which is a good thing in general. To have uh, questions or to question things is a good thing. Right? It keeps people honest. That's what it does, right? Um, and to keep them on the right path,
Yeah.
I think. Why shouldn't these people that are in charge of giving us the information of where we are, why shouldn't they be questioned with a fine tooth comb how they are gathering their information? What is wrong with questioning these people? Whichever organization that you want to point the finger at, whether it's NASA or astrophysics or whatever the case may be, physics departments, the schooling, the education system, the government, what is wrong with pointing the finger at these people and saying, what the fuck are you doing? Where did you get this information? Why are you feeding us this information when we have other information that conflicts with the information that we're being told? What is wrong with pointing the finger at these people? I
No,
don't think there's anything
nothing at all.
wrong with that
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't question them, Bandsaw. You know, definitely, if you have the ability, if you have the time, if you have the resources available to you, question these people. You know, if you ask cosmologists, how do we know how far away the sun is or what the sun is made of, and they tell you this, that, and the third, and you have the resources at your disposal to scrutinize the evidence they've presented to you, go ahead and do it. But my question is for the people that don't have that time, you know, the people that don't have the ability to do all of that. Is it a bad thing that they ask for the evidence, they're given the evidence, they go through it for 1 hour? You know, obviously they don't have the time or the ability or the understanding to go through it in depth, and they say, okay, from this 1 hour little gaze I've done, you know, this little perusal, it seems okay. You know, it seems to align with everything else I've been taught at school. It doesn't give me, you know, my gut feeling doesn't tell me don't trust this, and I'm fine to go along with it, and I'm going to wear this safety blanket of science. Is that a bad thing?
Is it a bad thing?
Well,
That's a
so go
sorry,
ahead.
jump in, Sean.
No,
No, jump in, Sean. Go for it. No, go, go,
yeah.
go.
So I was gonna say that. So if you're talking about somebody who's a glober that hears about flat Earth and then
Even a flat earther that doesn't look into the topic, they just go along with what QE and Nathan
yes, yeah, I
Oakley
don't
says.
agree with that either. Like
It
I
goes both
came
ways.
in here
Everyone
strong.
does it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, everyone doesn't do that. Everyone doesn't just come into flat Earth and is like everything QE says. Because I have
Not
been
everyone
banned from
flat earth.
24/7 like 3 or
I
4
mean,
times for disagreeing
yeah,
with QE.
but
So
I mean
because I
everyone on both
do
sides of the argument. You know, people do it for all sorts of things, for religion, for politics. You know, we believe in
So
all of these
this
ideologies
we
that we
have
haven't
this
looked
happen
into
on
that
both
well.
sides. Yes, I agree. We have it
Yeah.
happen on both sides. So there are people that move over to flat Earth side and then they get wrapped up in this warm little blanket of, oh, this is flat Earth and this is what it is and blah blah blah, and they never question it, right? They are just like, oh, they hopped over to a new thing that's a new safety blanket. Oh, that one didn't make sense to me, but now I have this new safety blanket. I don't agree with that either. Like anybody who is not questioning everything, especially themselves, I think there's something going on there. Like everyone should be questioning everything and especially themselves. And like, who are you? Why are you thinking this way? What is the logic within this? Like, just continuously questioning. That is the best state of being you can ever be in, is to constantly question, to never be in the state of like, I know. I'm so cozy and it's so beautiful. There is wonder and coziness and beauty in the questioning. The question and the excitement and the wonder and the advancement of being in the question is so much greater than the lazy lackadaisical. It's almost like people who just eat fast food and lay on the couch all day and watch TV are in the knowing, and the people who are in the questioning are the people that are like, I'm gonna eat right, I'm gonna go out on an adventure and whatever. And it's like in your mind, but for your mind. And so I think that people that are questioning are getting it right. And I came in here strong. Like as soon as I joined Discord, I got into arguments with Kiwi. I got banned multiple times from, 24/7 for asking the questions and arguing with them about a ton of different things. That's where people should be at. Like, don't be afraid if somebody, no matter how prominent they are, or whatever their name is, who cares? Like, if you don't agree with something, speak up and say why. Like, bring your logic to the table. Let's hear it so that we can work it out. And it shouldn't be like a fight or an argument where we're cussing each other out. Like, let's discuss it. Okay, that's a great question. you know, the whole thing is like they say there's no stupid questions. It's really true. There are no stupid questions. If somebody's asking a question, they're on the right fucking path. And so people should just keep asking, no matter what. Like, keep seeking because there is no end to this. We can only ask bigger and better questions every single time. I don't know if we'll ever find like true answers, but we can definitely know that we can ask bigger and better questions. That's my rant.
Okay. So okay, so it sounds like you guys think it's bad for people to have these safety blankets, even understanding, the situations you might have. I might be a single mom of 6 kids. There's no way I'm going to have time to figure out all of these things. So I'm going to wear the safety blanket of science. She's in the
No,
wrong.
no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not saying they're in the wrong. Of course not. No, no, no. But I'm saying when she does have the time to think about these things, is she actually, if she's working all the time, she's not even thinking about this kind of thing, right? She's not, she's thinking about like, how can I get food on the table? She's asking those questions. So she is questioning and she's constantly asking the questions to lead her to like provide and do things for her family. If she does have time to actually sit down and have a conversation about this, I hope that she keeps that mindset and ask questions rather than just being like, "Oh no, I know this. You can't teach me anything because I know." Right?
Yeah.
Like I would rather her keep that mindset of like, how am I going to get food on the table? How am I going to make it to work on time? How am I going to get the kids to
Yeah.
school? Like if she's in that mind frame, keep that mind frame when you actually do
Right.
get to sit down and have
Now,
these conversations.
yeah. Now considering that that is the mind frame or the way of life for, I'm going to throw out a random number here because I feel this might be the number, 70 to 75% of Americans. I don't want to speak for the whole world, but just for us, it's about 70 to 75% of us that live that way, Shine, where we worrying about just surviving.
Of course, yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I get it.
y- Yeah. So for people like us, that never have the time to really look into these things, that just have to go along with what we're being told. Is it fair to label these people as sheep, unwoke?
No. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like,
Mm,
no, it's ignorance and innocence combined, right? They're ignorant to it and they're innocent because they don't even know. They're the type of people that don't even know that they don't know. A
no,
lot of them haven't even heard about this conversation or they haven't
yeah,
even heard that this is going on. And then when they are confronted with it, I would hope that they would not be, so quick to just be like, "Oh, that's stupid or retarded or whatever they want to call it," right?
yeah,
Conspiracy theories, this and that they would actually sit down and think of the logical arguments that people are presenting. But, a lot of them aren't even allowed to do that because they are presented that it is completely stupid and a conspiracy theory and ha ha ha, let's laugh and scoff at this scientific conversation that we are all dedicating our time to day in and day out on Discord, right? There's a lot of science behind this, and I think it is a conversation worth having. But yeah, no, I don't think anybody should label them or be mad at them. That's why there were times where I would get mad at even Austin when I watch his live streams and like he would call people out and like say mean I'm like, "Ugh, they don't even know yet. Like, give them a chance to know before you're like, you're dumb, right? Because people don't react well to that. They would react better if it's like, did you know this? Have you guys heard of this? There's this or there's that. But as soon as you tell somebody that they're dumb, of course they're going to behave in that way. Is like, it's almost like a natural instinct to be like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, you
I'm
get
not dumb.
defensive. All of
Exactly.
a
You
sudden, you're
get defensive. Yeah.
defensive,
Yeah.
and you're on the
Exactly.
back foot. Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
All right, no, then we're definitely on the same page, huh? Yeah, and definitely the people that do have the time to question these things, but instead spend their time binging on celebrity news and dumb shit like that, definitely those are the people that are the biggest problem with the planet. But you know
What's so funny
yeah,
about that is there's certain people on here where because we're talking about this and we're not talking about law, I know a ton of people that are like, "Oh my gosh, you're talking about this, but you're not actually talking about the law. You're the worst person. Like, how dare you not like study all of the law and, become the sovereign citizen?" Like, everybody has their judgments of who should be studying what and what they should be thinking and what they should be into. And I do agree that, the celebrity shit is definitely it's just like mind soup, right? Like it's garbage for the brain. I would agree with that. I don't think that, talking about science and things like that or anything political is, complete, mind mush like Hollywood and whatever is. But there are certain people that would say that, yeah, it is. Like, how dare you? So it's kind of a perspective, right? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what interests them, isn't it? It's what interests you, Sean.
Exactly.
What
Exactly.
what you want to look into, what you want to spend your time, because your time is valuable where you do put it. So do you want to spend your time sifting through law books and understanding all the nuances about the law and sovereign citizenship and all this sort of stuff? Well, some people do. That's not for me. I'd much rather just avoid the law myself and not have to
Exactly.
worry about any
That's
of that.
exactly me. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
not have to worry about it. I don't find it interesting or fascinating. Or I do to some extent, a little bit, knowing how the law has been manipulated. That half of Australia is actually run out of New Caledonia. And not in Australia itself, which I find that just absolutely very fascinating. Eyes were opened very widely not so long ago in regards to that sort of thing. What can I do about it? With a couple of people that maybe do know this information, well, absolutely nothing. Like, I'm not going to get my pitchfork, and march down the street and try and take back Australia or anything like that. I'll take my pitchfork down to the beach and put a fishing line on the end of it and catch myself some fish for
Amen.
dinner.
Yes.
That's what I would do
Love
with my
that.
pitchfork, right?
I
So,
love that.
uh,
Fishing
Man.
is my jam, so I can totally vibe with that.
boy, hmm and that's where I come back to just living in the moment type of thing,
I mean,
which I find
honestly,
very important.
can't we all just like get back to that? Like, and this is a crazy topic that can probably get us into a deep conversation is what is time? Like past,
Oh,
future,
damn.
now. Like there is only now. As I'm saying
hmm
now,
It
all there is
gone.
now. Everything else is a memory, and predicting what I'm going to say in the future, and as I'm saying it is it, it's it's something that's not there. There's only now. And like people think that you can bend it, that you can do this with it, that somehow just because we wrote things down that it still exists, it's gone.
Mm,
It's not there
yep,
anymore. Like the
yep.
only thing we ever have is in the moment. And the
hmm
fact that people cannot realize that, it took me a long time to realize that. I think it was like my early 20s when I finally got it. And I was like, oh, whoa. And when it happened, I was like, oh my gosh. Like I remember the moment. I was like, I remember seeing everything around me and being like, wow, it's now. It's now. It's now. Like this is it. That everything around me is just in this moment. It's a trip, but a lot of people still don't get it. And they want to hold on to like, no, there is the past and there is a future and time travel and bending of this and like, nah, no, there's only now. I don't know if you guys get that. Maybe you do, Bands.
Yeah, no. There is only the now. I'm reaching for my cup of coffee. I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to reach for my coffee. But as that thought process is progressing, I'm going to reach for my coffee. But all that moment is just the now. It's in the now. Even as I'm reaching for my coffee at the moment, as my arm extends, it's still only in the now. It's not in the future. Hasn't happened in the future. Every single moment is just the now.
Yep, exactly. But there's a lot of people that would disagree, and I've had many of brilliant arguments on here. I think Kosho was one of them. We got into like a 3-hour conversation, and Zanuck, of course, about time. and that no is not just now, that it's all like this timetable, and then it's, this, it's linear, it's circular, it's this or it's that, or whatever people want to make it up to be. But honestly, it's just in the moment.
I,
And yeah, we do
I just
have
want
people
clarity though.
us, but it's only now.
Are you guys saying it's only now, the moment now that matters? You shouldn't put too much focus or energy to the past and the future, or are you saying it's only now that exists? There is no such thing as the
It's
past and
only
the future.
now. There is no past or future.
Yeah,
It's only
So
you
the
can
past never
reflect.
happened. Or-
You know, well, the past definitely has happened, but you can reflect on the past and you
Mhm,
can reflect on what the future may be, right?
mhm.
But everything is done in the now.
No, definitely everything happens in the now, but that doesn't
Yeah,
mean the past and the future don't have um as equal significance as the now has, right? Because it's things that happen in the past that brought you up to the now, and it's things you
yep,
do in the now that are going to determine future outcomes, right?
yes.
Because
Well,
you thought now that I want to pick up my cup of coffee, in the future you're
mhm,
going to pick it up, right?
no,
No.
no. You think about that thought right now, right? So I'm thinking about I'm going to pick up my coffee, right? But that thought is only that thought because now that thought is now the now, right? As my arm moves towards my coffee, it's all just within the now,
Yeah,
right?
you
Now
experience it
you
within the
can,
now.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can, like I said, you can reflect on the past, right? Um, and yeah, reflect on that, learn from the past. You can perhaps make uh, a plan for the future, right? Which is in the now, right? Because that plan is in the now. So you want to save up for a home, for argument's sake. So I have to put aside $100 a week in the bank every single week for 12 months, right? And then in 12 months' time, I'm going to have a deposit for a home. So you are planning for the future, right? And what you want in the future, but you don't know what's going to happen in that 12 months' time because the next moment of now, right? A bolt of lightning may come through your window and end everything. You've got absolutely no idea. So you may be able to plan for the future. You may want to have an outlook for what the future may want to look like for you, but you are still thinking about it in the now.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Definitely, we experience everything in the now, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that the past and the future doesn't exist, or they don't hold the same weight as the moments we experience in the now. I could think
Well,
of something.
the
I could
yeah,
think about
the
tomorrow,
yeah,
and
but the
tomorrow is
yeah, but the future doesn't exist for you. Like your past has existed because you've lived your past. Like you have memory of that past, but your future doesn't exist at all. Your future doesn't exist.
I'm so sorry, Ben. So I'll be right back, bro.
Yeah, go for
But
it, buddy. Go for it.
we will finish this because I totally don't agree with you, man. But I'll be
Fair
right
enough.
back. All right.
Good, good. Finally, something Nate and I don't agree on.
TP for my bunghole.
Are you threatening me? My people there with their bumholes.
Thought I'd get you.
I wait for the Holio to get Holio.
Why 2.0, Floody? What happened the first time?
I was part of a server that got nuked a couple of weeks ago. Took all the admins and mods out.
Reborn, hey?
Yeah, man.
Phoenixed.
I got a second chance, dude.
Wow. What the fuck?
What up, man?
Is that you, Coles?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Coles?
Another day of research to be done.
What are you gonna be researching today?
Well, yeah, I'm still researching the same topic I was talking about yesterday.
I don't remember what the law and whatnot.
The law and the structure that's here now. I mean, there is been a divide. It's just really weird navigating things because we obviously don't read very often the things that we sign, or understand the language therein, or even know how to respond when a contract is offered. It's
That's why you get a lawyer to go through all of that for you, right?
yeah, or you can just study yourself.
You could, but a lot of people don't have the time and resources to do all of that, right?
Right, which does make things difficult because the question becomes, will the attorney help you in the way that you need it? Will he explain the difference in the contract between public and private? And
Sure, you
that,
will.
huh?
Wouldn't they? I don't know.
That's the question. I mean, I have
Lawyer,
yet
have your
to
best
see
interest at heart?
I don't know. It seems like they do, according to American jurisprudence.
Have you never needed a lawyer before, Cuddles? You've never had legal issues?
Well, I've had them before, but the last one that I actually spent cash on gave me the same thing that I was going to get going into court by myself.
Okay. Then
So
I
he didn't
guess
really help me.
you've never needed a lawyer then.
I've done better on my own than I have with the lawyer,
That's
because
what's
most
up.
of them don't listen.
Alright.
Maybe it's just how I talk to them. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think I would have been able